October 10th Kyuubi attack. Minato Namikaze, 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash, and many other names wasn't scared of much in his life. After all, he was considered one of, if not, the strongest to live with his mastery over the Hiraishin no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God, and him being the student of Gama Sannin, Toad Sage, Jiraiya. But one thing he is scared of, his secret wife, who was currently in labor, swearing and cursing Minato out for impregnating her. Well, you can imagine how the man responded to this. That's right. Chuckling sheepishly and telling her it's almost over, or crouching over and making a stick appear from thin air as he draws circles on the floor with a cloud and aura of depression covering him. But enough about Minato. Let's talk about his wife and love of his life, and soon to mother of his son. Her name is Hikari Uchiha, or as her enemies called her, the second coming of Madara, or her most common moniker, Akaimi no Akuma, Red-Eyed Devil, which, if you didn't guess why, is because of her mastery over her skills with and without the Sharingan, and funny enough, she has experience with children. To be more precise, her nephew Shursui Uchiha, or Shunshin no Shursui, Shursui the Teleporter, for his mastery over both the Sharingan and Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique. Hikari grew up an orphan in the Uchiha compound as her parents died in a scuffle with some Iwnin. Luckily for Konoha, the eyes of her parents were destroyed during the scuffle. Now anyways, back to the story. Hikari is currently giving birth to her own and Minato's child, a little boy that they named Naruto, after Jiraiya's novel Tales of a Gutsy Ninja. God damn it, Minato, when this is over I'm getting you castrated, screamed, you guessed it, Hikari to her husband, who just shivered at the thought and whimpers slightly. You're almost there, Hikari-sama, said her midwife, which so happened to be Hiruzen Sarutobi's wife, Biwako Sarutobi. One more push and you'll be all right. Hikari just released a scream as she pushed, and then she panted. Not even 10 seconds later, there was the cries of a newborn. Naruto had been delivered, and he wanted everyone to know, judging from the volume. Come to Kachan Nara-chan, said a tired Hikari as she reached for her son. As if knowing what she said, Naruto reached towards her, crying more. This made the other midwives all mutter and ah, as the newborn reached for his mother. This made Hikari smile, whilst Minato was looking up, muttering, "Is it all right for me to come out now, Biwako-sama?" In response, he got a laugh, and her saying, "Yes, it's fine, Yandame-sama, but mother's always gets the first hold of her baby." She then moved Naruto into Hikari's arms, and surprisingly Naruto's cries just halted as deep ocean blue eyes opened and stared into Hikari's onyx eyes before the baby burst out into giggles and reached for Hikari. Hikari looks like Mikoto Uchiha, but her hair darker. They look like twins, but are second cousins. Minato walked over to his wife and son and smiles. I wish little Shursui was here to see his cousin. As Minato finished his sentence, the baby's eyes looked into his own, as if remembering every detail. Before there was baby-like giggles. Not long after the giggles faded, Naruto had fallen asleep, so Biwako wrapped him up and handed him back to Hikari. It all seemed perfect until there was an explosion on the other side of the village, and then screams of villagers shouting about the Kyuubi. Minato's heart sank, as that meant one thing. His best friend and only other person he'd date if Hikari didn't work, Kushina Uzumaki, was attacked and possibly dead. As if on instinct, he tried to use Hiraishin to flash to Kushina, and when he did, he sighed in relief. She was alive, but barely. Minato knew he had to seal the Kyuubi, but couldn't risk putting it back in Kushina as she'd be too weak. He picked her up and flashed her to where Hikari was and lay her on the spare bed in the hospital room. Hikari, you know what I have to do, don't you? As if knowing what he'd ask, she nodded and pointed to Naruto in a cot beside her. You better come back, Minato Namikaze, or I will tell the Shinigami-sama and Kami-sama that you're sleeping on the couch, and I promise they will know, Hikari said ominously, as if daring him to die. Minato shuddered at the tone and kisses her head. I'll try, my love, was all he said, and she gasped. Promise me, she said as stern as she could. Minato just smiled and picked up Naruto as he looked at Kushina to see her stirring. Kushina, we have to seal the Kyuubi, he said, and Kushina shot up. Let's do this, Stebane, she exclaimed as if never losing her energy, and they flashed to the Kyuubi. Minato gathered a bit of nature chakra to turn it to normal chakra, and then flashed them away from the village. Once far enough away, Minato set up a barrier whilst Kushina used her Kongo Fusa, sealing chakra chains, to hold the Kyuubi down as Minato flashed through a familiar set of hand seals, making her gasp. "Minato, no!" she exclaimed, but it was too late when Minato shouted, "Shikif Jin, Reaper, Death Seal," and summoned the strongest of sealing methods after drawing the 8 tetragram seal on Naruto's stomach and summoning Jiratora. "Shinigami-sama, use my life force to seal the Kyuubi into my son." He waited for the Shinigami to nod. When he continued, "All of it." I explained why at the end, which shocked everyone, even the Shinigami, who again nodded and did the ritual, while sealing a bit of Minato's chakra to converse with Naruto about why he did it later on. With his remaining life force, Minato finished the seal with a fuin and looked to Jiratora before nodding and placing the key on Jiratora's scroll-like body. "Give this to Naruto when Jiraiya-sensei deems him worthy of it, and tell Jiraiya-sensei I'm sorry." With that said, Jiratora vanished as Minato collapsed over Naruto and kissing his forehead. 30 seconds later, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage, the professor, the Kami no Shinobi, god of shinobi, walked upon the scene and sighs. "Damn you, Minato. I'm already dying, why not allow me to do it?" he muttered as he walked over and saw a note which was wrote in Minato's handwriting. One to Hiruzen, one to Hikari, and finally one to Naruto, for if anything happened to Hikari, no age restriction on the letter in this. He picked up his own letter and read it before sighing and muttering, "I'm too old for this shit." He picked up baby Naruto and called for the ANBU. There was 4 that showed up: Inu, dog; Nico, cat; Karasu, crow; and Taki, hawk. Or without their masks in order: Kakashi Hitaki, Yugao Yuzuki, Itachi Uchiha, and finally Shursui Uchiha. What seemed to be faster that Hiration to Hiruzen's tired eyes, the 4 were next to him. Taki was checking on Naruto. Inu was silent as he stared at his sensei, and the same with Nico and her sensei. Kushina in this FIC is Yugao's sensei. And Karasu seemed to not be affected, but actually he was upset. He saw Minato as an uncle because he always gave him Pocky when he was off duty. Hiruzen handed Naruto to Taki. "You know who to take him to?" he asked, but it seemed like a statement. Taki nodded and vanished in a smokeless shunshin. Inu snapped out of his stupor. "Sandaime-sama, what now?" Hiruzen looked at him and smiled sadly. "Summon the council. Just know the professor is going to be in office. Everything here is an SS-ranked secret. No one is to know young Naruto is the Jinchuriki, and to tell them is your own death. Those here know, and so does his mother." As soon as Hiruzen finished his orders, the ANBU nodded and vanished in a swirl of leaves for Inu and Nico, and crows for Karasu. Hiruzen used a fire shunshin and appeared in his office. At the hospital with Hikari, Shursui, and Naruto. Shursui entered her room and removed his mask after placing Naruto back into the crib and smiling at his aunt, who woke up. "Hey Ani, Hikari," he said, and she smiled. "Shursui-chan, what are you doing here?" "I thought you were working," she replied, getting a groan from Shursui and a chuckle from Bawako, who stood next to Hikari. "Bawako-sama, Aunt Hikari. Uncle Minato died." As he finished that, the room was deathly silent until Hikari growled, "Damn it, Minato, I warned you." She glared at the ceiling. "Kami-sama, Shinigami-sama, he is sleeping on the couch. You hear me, the couch? In the divine realm." "You heard her too, right, sis?" asked the Shinigami, who was shaking. Who wouldn't? The wrath of a female is really scary. Kami did the only thing she could, just nodded as she looked to the Shinigami. "We don't want to anger her, especially since she'll be coming here in a few years." With Hikari, Shursui, and Naruto. Shursui's sweat dropped at the way his aunt was acting, whilst the baby in her arms giggled and clapped its hands, obviously amused by his mother's antics. Hikari smiled down at Naruto as his ocean blue orbs curiously gazed at her before he yawns and slowly closes his eye, peacefully falling asleep, with Hikari just stroking the black tuft of hair on his head. 3 years later. Running through the backyard of his house, we see Naruto Uchiha, son of the Yondaime Hokage, and Hikari Uchiha, although he doesn't know about his father yet. "Naruto Uchiha, get back here," came the voice of his mother, who chased after him, her whole outfit drenched in water. "Why?" Naruto just attacked her with water balloons. Naruto giggles and shouts back, "Never catch on." But not before long, he runs into someone and falls on his butt with an oomph before looking up. "Hey, what? Shursui, I." exclaimed a childish Naruto as he jumped up and cuddled Shursui. Quick hide. Kachan is angry. Shursui just chuckles as he cuddles Naruto and sees his aunt coming. I got him, Aunt Hikari, which got a response of a gasp, then Naruto exclaiming traitor, before his mother came up to him grinning. Now come here you. She took Naruto from Shursui and tickled him while Shursui laughed at Naruto's misfortune. I'll teach you for throwing water balloons at me, she said sweetly, too sweetly, which sent shivers down both boys' spine. And now Kachan, we can talk about this. Right? Asked a scared Naruto before he broke into a fit of giggles because Hikari was attacking him with tickles. Kachan. Stop! Exclaimed Naruto as he kept gasping for air and giggling more. Not long after that, Hikari smirked and stopped. Gonna stop using water balloons for target practice then? Naruto nodded furiously and sighs softly as he looks at the chuckling Shursui with a glare. Yeah, laugh it up, Shursui. I'll get you next time, Naruto said mysteriously, which made Shursui stop laughing. Kachan, when can I get the new book? Naruto asked out of the blue. Hikari looked at him with a raised eyebrow, which one Naruto? Now this question made Shursui intrigued and Naruto fumble with his fingers as he muttered something. Speak louder, Naruto. Fuinjutsu. Naruto whispered loud enough for both of them to hear, which surprised them both. No Uchiha wanted to ever learn Fuinjutsu. Sure, they use it for scrolls, but that's it. Naruto looked at Hikari. I just like how they can make weights without having to have huge chunks of metal strapped to my legs. Like, imagine how annoying that'd be to take them off and destroy the floor every time I didn't want to wear him. Now that explanation made Hikari smile before giggling and Shursui to outright explode with laughter. Yes, it sounds better, Naruto, but you have to get your calligraphy better, Naruto nodded. Can I have a calligraphy set for my birthday then? Naruto asked with a small smile as Hikari nodded and kisses his head. You remind me so much of the late Yondaime-sama, Naruto. That comment from his mother made Naruto's eyes widen. Being compared to his favorite Hokage was like a dream come true, and he smiled more before asking. How so, Kachan? Which made Hikari smile as nostalgia and chuckle softly. Me and Yondaime-sama grew up together. He was always curious about how certain things worked and was always really fast on his feet. He even asked the matron who owned the orphanage he lived at for a calligraphy set. When he unlocked his chakra, Hikari giggled softly before kissing Naruto's head. He even surprised her when his calligraphy was so good by making a seal after seeing it once in a Fuinjutsu book. People thought he had special eyes to read seals and then recreate them like the Sharingan, but for seals. Now that made Naruto laugh and smile before a determined look crossed his face. I'll do it without a book then. I'll create a seal without a book, Naruto said, trying to one-up his father, the Yondaime, which made Hikari smile gently before picking him up. Now how about we wait till your birthday then? We still have a week, remember, and I'm sure your Mikoto Oba-chan is coming over, she said, pretending to ponder over the thought, making Naruto bounce in his mother's arms, chanting about Mikoto Oba-chan, making Shursui smile and laugh softly. We would have to send her an invitation first because she can't come without one, said Hikari, making Naruto freeze and look at him. Mother. Quick, Kachan, we gotta make one for Mikoto Oba-chan, shouted a frightened Naruto, making Hikari laugh and Shursui smile. To think Naruto has such a kind heart for an Uchiha, thought Shursui, remembering when he was Naruto's age and smiling. Let's go make Mikoto Oba's invitation, Naruto, shouted Shursui as Naruto nodded and ran towards the house, and Shursui chased after him, making Hikari smile and shunch into the house. Kachan, how did you beat us home? Exclaimed a confused Naruto. We left first. He scrunched his face up as he tried to think of how. Then it hit him, and he gasped, you cheated and used Shunshin. Hikari giggled and picked Naruto up. Naruto, we're shinobi. Cheating is in our nature, she said as Naruto pouted, muttering about stupid Shunshin and about learning Hiraishin before looking for some paper and a pen. Shursui and I, where did you put the paper and pens? Naruto shouts, still looking for it all. Shursui looks at him and hands him a pen. Here you go, Naruto. Naruto kept his hand out expectantly as he waited for the paper. I know you have it, Shursui, Naruto said, making Shursui deflate and hand him the paper. I wanted to prank you. He mumbled, making Naruto laugh and point at him, shouting about Baka and Ichan before calming and looking at the paper, and then to his mom. Ka-chan, can you teach me to write so I can write this? Naruto asked as he held the pen out to Hikari, who smiled and sat down at the table. Then Naruto sat on her lap and watched her write the letter inviting Mikoto to Naruto's birthday, and Naruto looked at it confused. What's it say? He asked quietly as Hikari chuckled. Does Naruto-chan want to learn how to read and write? Asked his mother as Naruto nodded shyly, getting a smile from Hikari. For the next week, we'll teach Naruto-chan how to read and write, but first, we gotta show Mikoto her invitation. 2 years later, Naruto was sat on his bed looking at a kunai his mom got him for his birthday and chuckles softly before it became hollow and Naruto's eyes slowly watered. Why? You may ask. Naruto just found out his mom has an incurable disease. Well, a cure hadn't been made so far, but from what he was told, it affected her lungs the most, mainly when using her chakra. Naruto looks up at the door and gets up off his bed, walks to his mom's room, and peeks in. Hey, Ka-chan, he asked softly. His mother looks at him and hums in response. Can I go see Itachi and Mikoto-oba? He asked very softly, almost unheard by his mother as she nodded. But be back by 5, Naruto-chan, she replied, and Naruto nodded softly. As Naruto walked to the Uchiha head's house, he thought of what to tell them, as only he and his mom knew of her disease. While lost in thought, he never realized he reached their door until his hand subconsciously knocked on the door. Coming, shouted a female voice inside, who after 30 seconds opened the door. Oh, hello, Naruto-chan, she said before realizing his downtrodden facial expression. What's wrong? She asked, and Naruto looks up at her. Can you get Itachi and Sasuke as well? I need to tell you all, he mumbled as she nodded softly before going inside, Naruto following her until they got to the living room. Naruto entered and sat down on the couch as Mikoto went to get the boys. After 5 minutes, she returned, and Itachi looks at Naruto. Hello, Naruto-kun, what's wrong? Itachi asked softly as he saw Naruto look at them with eyes that had unshed tears. Am I? Naruto's tears finally burst free. Keiko-chan isn't feeling well, he said while sobbing. And the doctors can't help her, he continued while his tears continued. Mikoto's motherly instinct kicked in, and she cuddled Naruto while Itachi had a grim expression and Sasuke looked confused. What do you mean your Hikari-oba isn't feeling well, Naruto? Asked the confused Sasuke. We saw her yesterday, he finished, and Naruto flinched. As she woke up coughing a lot this morning. When I went in with a glass of water, her hand had blood on it, and she had no cuts. Naruto held on to Mikoto as he continued to cry. The doctors say her lungs are bad, and using chakra speeds up the disease, he mumbled into Mikoto's shoulder as he sniffles. After 10 minutes of crying, he stopped and let go of Mikoto, who rubs his back softly. Itachi's grim expression turned worse. Does Shisui know? He asked softly. Naruto shook his head. No, Shisui is on a mission and won't be back for a week, he replied, making Itachi flinch slightly. Naruto-chan, Mikoto said, gaining his attention. Would you take me to your house? We have to make you and your Ka-chan some lunch. I'm sure she needs her rest. Naruto nodded slightly as he stood up from his seat and looks at the Uchiha brothers. Are all of you coming? He asked, slightly defensive. I don't know if Ka-chan liked Fugaka-sama much, he mumbled, making Mikoto giggle. No, it's just me and you. I'm sure Itachi-kun would cook food for his brother and father. Isn't that right, Itachi? Mikoto replied with a sickly sweet smile, making Itachi nod rapidly. Now Itachi might be strong, but a woman's bad side is not one even the strongest ninja can survive. Mikoto's smile returned to her regular one as she continued. Let's go, Naruto-chan, she replied as Naruto nodded and slowly led her to his house. As they entered, they saw Hikari on the stairs about to come down. Ka-chan, the doctors said rest. Naruto exclaimed, making Hikari giggle. Bed now, or I won't go by you any dango tomorrow. Naruto shouted, making Hikari look stunned. And now Naruto-chan. Ka-chan was going to watch TV down here, Hikari said, trying to get off her son's bad list, making Mikoto giggle at the interaction. Now, Hikari, I believe you should be resting, Mikoto said as she walked to the kitchen. It's all right, I'll make you some food, she continued before looking at Hikari. And after you can explain everything, Mikoto finished and made Hikari flinch. Hi, Mikoto. Hikari responded sheepishly, and then sat on the couch as Naruto sat with her and cuddled into her. "You'll be fine, won't you?" mumbled Naruto as Hikari nodded and rubs his hair. "Yes, my little Naru, Ka-chan will be fine," Hikari replied while Mikoto kept cooking and smiled at their interaction and chuckled lightly. "Naru-chan, could you set the table?" Mikoto asked, and Naruto nodded and jumped off the couch and ran towards the dishes. "For 3, Oba-chan?" asked Naruto, getting a nod in reply. Naruto grabbed 3 bowls, plates, and 3 sets of chopsticks and put them on the table and put them around the table and nodded before sitting at his spot. "Hey Oba-chan, does Sasuke have his Sharingan yet?" asked Naruto hesitantly. Mikoto giggled and shook her head. "No, Naru-chan, Sasuke hasn't yet," she replied as Naruto nodded, satisfied with the answer. After another 10 minutes, Mikoto finished cooking and put the food out for the 3. After eating, Naruto looks at his mom and aunt figure. "Ka-chan, is it bedtime?" he asked quietly as she chuckled and nodded. "Can I take a shower first?" he asked again, and Hikari nodded again. "Go take a shower, Naru. Me and Mikoto have to talk as well," Hikari replied as Naruto nodded, got up and ran to the bathroom and started the shower as Hikari looks at Mikoto. "How long have you had the disease?" Mikoto asked seriously as Hikari chuckles softly. "A couple months, but training Naru-chan sped it up a lot. After all, I had to show him chakra control using my own chakra, as well as some clan jutsu, the Gokaku no Jutsu, Fireball Jutsu, to become a proper clan member," she mumbled as she smiled at Mikoto, stunning her slightly. "What do you mean chakra control? Which is he on?" asked Mikoto. "He completed tree walking and is now onto water walking, which he is close to mastering, and he has almost gotten Gokaku to his standard of mastery, which is being able to preform it, but he planned to get it to a single hand sign." Hikari chuckled softly as Mikoto was speechless. After Mikoto gathered her thoughts on what to say, Naruto came down in his pajamas and smiles at his mom softly. "Hey Kasan," he muttered softly as he looked at the floor, his eyes shadowed by his hair. "Yes, sweetie," asked Hikari, but soon gasped as she saw him crying. "Naru-chan, what's wrong?" she asked as she kneeled down and cuddled him. My eyes hurt," he mumbled, and not before long he looked up, making both women gasp before he passed out. His eyes weren't his normal color. He unlocked the Sharingan, both eyes single tomo. After 30 minutes, and Hikari putting Naruto to bed, Hikari looks at Mikoto. He unlocked it," Mikoto stuttered. Hikari only nodded. At 5 years old, Hikari looked at Mikoto again and looked away. "Could it be the fox's influence?" she asked softly, and Mikoto shook her head. Minato made sure he wouldn't be able to converse or be influenced by the fox until this happens, Mikoto said, surprising Hikari. "He left you a letter in the hospital when you passed out. I read the letter, and that's what it said," Mikoto said, and Hikari sighs and looks at the table. "Do you think he trained himself too hard and awakened it like that?" Hikari questioned, and Mikoto nodded. "Could be. After all, it's how Itachi got his," Mikoto mumbled to herself, making Hikari nod instead. The two mothers talked about possibilities while Naruto was upstairs tossing and turning in his bed until he stilled and woke up in what looks like a super-sized sewer compared to him. He got a feeling from a passage in front of him which made him smile softly as he walked down it, until reaching a large gate of metal bars with a seal in the center, making Naruto look at it funny until he sighed and then heard a booming voice. "So you decided to visit me? What do I owe my jailer for visiting me so soon after I woke up?" questioned the voice, scaring Naruto. "After all, you have the blood of those I despise," the voice exclaimed until a claw the size of Naruto shot through the bars and Naruto looked a little scared before steeling himself. "So Ningen, what do you want?" questioned the voice, and Naruto sat down. "So this is where the Kyuubi really went the day I was born," Naruto muttered to himself before looking at the Kyuubi and smirking. "But that's a title, huh?" Naruto questioned, surprising the Kyuubi. "After all, we have Shikaka the Tanuki, but all the other Bijou have a number of tails such as the Nibi, Sanbai, Yanbi, Gobi, Rokubi, Nambai, Hachibi, and finally the so-called Great Kyuubi, apparent reincarnation of hatred." As Naruto finished, his smirk grew at the Kyuubi's shocked face before Naruto grinned like a mischievous fox and spoke again. "And who's to say there isn't a hidden Bijou like the Rabi or Jubi?" Naruto muttered, surprising the Kyuubi even more that such a young boy could have guessed at there being another tailed beast. "I don't plan on putting the Rabi in this at all," or even in this universe. So the Uchiha brat is smarter than he looks, the Kyuubi said, making Naruto look at him before the Kyuubi laughed, and then sighs, putting its head on its paws. But that does not make you worthy of my name. Maybe a little help like me teaching you a couple history lessons, but nothing more, Kyuubi finished before smirking. Maybe you should open up the seal, grant me a little more freedom. Kyuubi said, making Naruto look thoughtful before Naruto looks around. Naruto hummed before smirking. Nah, there's nothing to help me up there, Naruto said before looking around more thoroughly. Whose chakra is that? Naruto muttered to himself, surprising the Kyuubi further that he can feel the presence of Minato's chakra after he sealed a bit away. Hey, so Kyuubi, Naruto said, getting his attention. Whose chakra is it? He questioned, making Kyuubi think for a moment before sighing. You may as well come out, after all he appears to have a sensory ability, the Kyuubi said, making Naruto look at him before turning to the chakra and smirking. Yandame-sama, Naruto muttered to himself, and Minato suddenly gained a cloud of depression while Kyuubi laughed at him. The next morning, Naruto lay in his bed staring at the ceiling as he smiled before sighs and thinking, was it all a dream? However, he wasn't expecting a deep voice to answer with. I don't know, kid. You tell me if it was a dream, replied the Kyuubi, making Naruto's smile return full force, and he jumps out of bed. He stretched slightly before doing his morning workout to keep his body in shape. It was a light workout which he planned to increase as he grows up. After finishing his workout, he walked to the bathroom and remembers the night before. Flashback. Yandame-sama, muttered Naruto, earning a rumbling chuckle from the Kyuubi and a look of depression as Minato kneeled in the corner muttering about God knows what. After about 30 seconds, Minato stood up and sighs. I guess Hikari-chan never told you yet, questioned Minato, surprising Naruto before Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. You know Ka-chan? He questioned skeptically, making Minato look surprised before he burst out laughing. Know her? I was married to her. Minato exclaimed, his laughter increasing more as Naruto's eyes widened to inhumane sizes. Tusan, Naruto muttered before he remembered the Kyuubi was there, and then punched Minato as hard as his little body could. Baka, why did you put the Kyuubi in me? He shouted with all the rage he could, making Minato flinch slightly at his son's rage and the Kyuubi to sigh sadly. Naruto inadvertently activated his Sharingan, the single Tomo's spin faster than most 3-tomoed Sharingans, could, surprising Minato and the Kyuubi. Minato slowly cuddled Naruto and whispers, I'm sorry, Sochi. He sounded so hurt as he continued. I couldn't allow the Kyuubi to destroy our home, and it was either you or let him destroy Konoha. Minato muttered and shocked Naruto more at how exposed his greatest hero sounded, the person he swore to his Ka-chan to surpass, his Tusan. Naruto slowly wrapped his smaller arms around Minato as tight as he could as he cried. And now I know why Ka-chan isn't scared of her illness, he muttered and sniffled, surprising Minato heavily before Naruto pulled away and looks at Minato. Tusan, why do you look like a boy, Tsunade-sama? Naruto asked, innocently, surprising the Kyuubi and Minato. Minato was surprised at how well Naruto deduced the one fact Konoha hadn't, and the Kyuubi, because it made sense why Naruto had familiar chakra to both Hashirama and Madara. Naruto was the great-grandson of one and grandson of the other. Minato sighs and smiles. Because she is my Ka-chan, Minato said softly, making Naruto gasp as he connected the dots and smirked. So I'm practically royalty in this village. Naruto shouted with a smirk before looking down. Now it explains why my chakra control is good and why I have all affinities. Naruto grinned and looks to the Kyuubi. So Kyuubi, gonna tell me your name? Flashback end. Hey Kurama, questioned Naruto as he finished brushing his teeth, earning him a half-interest grunt. If I know your name, does that make us friends now? Kurama seemed a little surprised before chuckling and replying, You're okay in my book, kid. But I want you to keep us meeting a secret. You can talk about Minato, but not me. Especially to your Ka-chan. Naruto nodded as he walked downstairs to see breakfast made and his mom eating, which made him smile softly. Good morning, Ka-chan, Naruto said softly as she smiled at him. Naruto sat down and went to start eating before saying, I know who my Tusan is, surprising his mother heavily. I guess it's time you trained in what he left you, huh? Hikari asked softly as Naruto looks at her before Naruto shakes his head. I'm not strong enough to protect the things Tusan left me. especially his Fuinjutsu knowledge. When I master everything you've taught me, I will. Naruto finished quietly before looking at her with unshed tears. Titusen said he misses you, Kachan, and that you still have time left, so please don't leave me yet. Naruto finished with a slight whimper as he knew from talking to Minato his mother's health was degrading. Hikari sat there stunned before she softly smiled and walks to Naruto, cuddling him tight, then kissing his head. Kachan won't leave her baby boy alone. Even if you are close to being in the academy, she says softly to him as Naruto nods into her shoulder. Not until little Naruto-chan gets big and strong. She finishes softly and quietly, making Naruto nod again. Little did both know, in the next coming months her sickness would drastically increase and kill her before the academy. Hikari smiled at Naruto. Anyways, should we start to train you in your Sharingan? How about getting Itachi-kun or Makoto-chan around to help while I watch? Hikari said, and Naruto started to have a beaming smile. After breakfast, Ka-chan. Naruto shouts and quickly ate his breakfast. 2 years later, 5 years before canon. We see a 3 feet 11-inch tall 7-year-old boy stood in the doorway to a dark house as he walks in, muttering Tadaima as he just walks to the kitchen. The boy is Naruto Uchiha. He recently got into the 2nd year of the academy. Only problem is, he had no parents to show his achievements to. His mom died a month after he started the academy. All the childish light in his eyes dissipated after she died, and he just threw himself head first into training, only stopping when Mikoto forced him to and made him food. The only people who could get a full conversation out of him was Mikoto and Kurama, who worked to support Naruto when he trained too hard. A couple months before his mother died, Naruto unlocked his 3-tomo Sharingan, which further went to evolve, unbeknownst to everyone but Kurama, into the Mangekyou as he watched Hikari die. Naruto had a small seal on his shoulder which he taught himself using his father's books for guidance and sealed away his mother's dying wish, her eyes. Naruto made himself some bacon, eggs and rice for lunch before he heard a knock on his door, making him groan and walk to open it. Upon opening it, he sees the Sandaime at the door with a grandfatherly smile as he looks at Naruto. Naruto, though, seemed confused. If this is about my house's rent or whatever, leave. I paid it. Naruto went to close the door before Hiruzen spoke up. Actually, I have something that belongs to your family. Upon hearing those words, Naruto stopped. Tusan or Ka-chan's side? Naruto asked seriously as Hiruzen opened his eye, his smile still there. Ka-chan, Hiruzen replied as Naruto grumbled and opened the door for him to come in. Once Hiruzen entered, he motioned for his umbu to bring out whatever it was, and when they did, Naruto saw a package in the shape of a war fan. Madarajiji's gunbai. Naruto asked, feeling the chakra coming, surprising Hiruzen and the umbu. Then Hiruzen nodded. Naruto looked thoughtful before a growl escaped his lips. Someone tried to steal it. Hiruzen and the umbu looked confused. When we found it, no one was there, Hiruzen said, and Naruto looks at him before sighing and standing up and motioning him to follow as they walked to the back room. As Naruto opened it, they saw it filled with what looks like artifacts. This room is filled with Madarajiji's war things, his armor, weapons, jutsu scrolls, and whatnot, Naruto said. But we keep it locked at all times. A couple days ago, the door was slightly ajar and Madarajiji's gunbai was gone, Naruto said, surprising the other occupants of the room. Naruto's facial expression hardened. And I know who it was, Naruto basically growled out. Who? Asked the Nico masked umbu. The person who is trying to impersonate Madarajiji and unleash the Kyuubi when I was born, he said, gritting his teeth. The same person, Naruto whispered as his chakra seemed to skyrocket. The dense chakra and amount surprised all occupants of the room. The exact same person, Naruto muttered before controlling his chakra and walking over to Nico and grabbing the gunbai's handle and carrying it. Luckily, he isn't blood related to Madarajiji, Naruto said, calmer than before, or he would have gotten the gunbai. After all, Madarajiji's gunbai is a weapon that only people from his direct bloodline can carry and touch his stuff without their chakra levels being depleted to basically nothing, he says as he puts it back. And whoever tried to steal it won't be able to now. After all, I keep my senses open at all times after it was stole, Naruto drawled out as the others nod. Anyways, thank you for returning the gunbai. I wish to return to lunch now, Naruto said, snapping Hiruzen out of his stupor, who nodded and dismissed the umbu. Naruto, Hiruzen said seriously, your chakra felt way too similar to a clan that only has one person left. Hiruzen said, surprising Naruto. Mind explaining why it felt like a Senju's? Naruto stood there and sighed. Tell your Umbu to leave. What I'm about to tell you could. Naruto paused. Sorry, would destroy the whole integrity of that clan, and this one, Naruto said seriously. Hiruzen did so, and Naruto grabbed a kunai, throwing it into a corner, pinning someone's shirt there. When Naruto dragged them out, he saw a plain white mask with an E on. Root, Hiruzen muttered, but Naruto heard. The disbanded Umbu units that Danzo Shimura was in charge of? He questioned before snorting. I thought my father got rid of these rats, he said before taking the mask off and sealing the Umbu's chakra and putting a gravity seal on him. He can't move or mold chakra, Naruto said as he knocked out the Umbu. Anyways, Naruto sighed. I guess explaining my parents will help. Naruto sighed as he sat on the Umbu. I'm Naruto Namake's Uchiha, son of Minato Namake's and Hikari Uchiha, grandson of Tsunade Senju and Greymoth Namake's on my Tusan's side. On Kachan's, I'm the grandson of Madara Uchiha and Hattori Uchiha. Naruto finished, surprising Hiruzen before he realized something. Madara would have to have been at least 70 years old when Hikari-chan was born. How did he do it? Hiruzen asked, and Naruto looks at him before sighing and picking up Madara's journal he left. Madara apparently at the Valley of the End bit off a chunk of Hashirama's shoulder and infused them with his body, allowing him the cell regeneration and body regeneration of Hashirama. In other words, he took the cells and they made him slightly younger. If his journal is true, Naruto said before muttering the end. Hiruzen was surprised again before nodding. I shall take my leave now. I believe I have a letter to send to your grandmother anyways, muttered Hiruzen as he went to leave, being stopped by Naruto. Don't force Tsunadeoba back. She doesn't need to know I have no guardian, he muttered as Hiruzen nodded before leaving, letting Naruto eat his lunch before he started to train harder. 5 years later, we see a blonde-haired 13-year-old stood on top of the gates to Konohagakure no Sato. The blood was about 5 feet 4 inches with his hair tied up in a ponytail. His outfit consisted of a black hoodie with a small Uchiha fan on the end of the tassels, which were tied together to stop them from getting in his way. He also wore black cargo pants with many pockets on, a kunai pouch with a shuriken holster and a scroll holder for small sealing scrolls. His feet were protected by full-toed shinobi boots, and the bottom of his pants were taped down with dark gray shinobi tape. All in all, he looked like an ideal shinobi, as the owner of the Higurashi weapon store said. Oh, and this person is our protagonist, Uchiha Naruto. Currently, Naruto is preparing himself for his graduation exams from the academy by calming his body through meditation, whilst also making a grin that Kurama would be proud of. Why was he grinning? Well, he currently had a bunch of seals hidden in the houses of certain Kusal members, civilian cough, and was waiting for 7:30 a.m. to be in the academy before Irika, his sensei, was there. As if by fate, his small alarm clock next to him, and he left for the academy in a shunshin, which he was taught by none other than Shursui, who was Naruto's remaining immediate family member in the village, until the Uchiha massacre, where Itachi Uchiha, in a sense, slaughtered all his clan members other than Sasuke. Why he didn't get Naruto, though, is because Naruto was pre-warned about the Uchiha clan planning a coup d'etat to overthrow the Hokage and the leaders of Konoha and the Land of Fire. As soon as Naruto found out from Shursui, he hid himself from the Uchiha clan in a bunker only his parents and family knew about, in Hikari, Minato, and their parents. After he knew the slaughter finished, as he sensed Itachi's chakra leave the Leaf Village, Naruto went home and started to act shocked to take suspicion away from him, which he soon regretted, as he was treated as a prince of the village alongside his only remaining clan member, who changed for the worse in his opinion. Naruto slowly put on a mask over time to hide all of his training progress, as he didn't want any of the villagers' praise. After all, they were the villagers who disrespected him and his mother when she was still alive. But after today, everything changed. Naruto was going to make everyone believe he is the dope, when in reality, he was as strong as a mid-jonin level shinobi, but he lacked the experience. Over the years, his friendship with Kurama got better, and he even found out from Kurama about the Mangekyou Sharingan and the fact he unlocked it. He found this out when he was 10 and asked Kurama what it meant. Kurama explained what the Mangekyou was. the skills he could possibly have with them, and what negative effects it could have if he overused it. Because of that, Naruto trained with it lightly until he mastered the abilities of his right eye, but the abilities he got in both his eyes were Amaterasu and Kotoamatsukami. Amaterasu in his right eye and Kotoamatsukami in his left. He trained Amaterasu until he was able to activate it with his mental command, and it took an instant to ignite the target, and in Kotoamatsukami, he found out he couldn't efficiently train with it, as it took a year for his eyes to recover, and that was only thanks to Kurama and his Senju blood assisting the cooldown for the eye to recover. He also started to work on his Susanoo, where he got it to the full skeletal body and didn't want to push it further as the ability was draining his chakra. Even with the near-infinite chakra battery he had known as the Nine-Tails chakra, which he didn't enjoy taking as it wasn't his chakra, but his best friend's. His vision was at about 80% of what it originally was, but he wanted to push his eyes until he had at least 10% of his vision remaining, and even then he had his sensory abilities, which Kurama gave him. Over the years, he's practiced all the shinobi arts such as Fuinjutsu, Tai, Nin, Jin, Kin, and Iryo, medical. Although he couldn't pull off any Iryo ninjutsu, he still studied it to assist in making medical seals for the active shinobi. He also used his knowledge of Iryo ninjutsu to run a check on his mother's symptoms and then hand them to Tsunade for whenever he saw her for her professional standpoint. Over the years, he and Tsunade got to know each other through letter they sent each other monthly, as she was his remaining family, whether she was in the village or not. He remembers the first letter he got where she warned him to avoid talking to someone called Danzo Shimura, which to him just sounded weird as he hadn't even heard of this Danzo, until some old man spoke to him claiming to be Danzo and wanting Naruto to train under him. Naruto refused, saying that he already had someone training him, but still kept silent on who it was. Anyways, back to the main story, and enough about side stories that will be mentioned in later chapters. Naruto was sat in his usual spot, the top of the classroom next to the window, as he yawned softly and muttered a small troublesome before freezing and mumbling, "Oh God, I sounded like Shika there." He shivered, making a certain lazy pineapple-haired Nara sneeze and mutter a troublesome. As Naruto was muttering about sounding like Shikamaru, another of his best friends, Irika Yumino, Naruto and his class sensei walked in only to see Naruto sat in his chair. He chuckled, catching the attention of the only other occupant of the room. "Oh hey, Irika-sensei," Naruto said to one of the only people he had full conversations with. "Good morning, Naruto, but I was expecting you to change next week, not today," Irika said in good nature, making Naruto smile softly. "Now seemed like a better time. After all, they need to see that I'm not the orange-wearing dope anymore," Naruto muttered as he heard someone yawn, which made him smile inwardly, whilst thinking "Good morning, Kurama," as he got a deep grumble as a reply as his first best friend was about to yawn. While Naruto was conversing with Kurama, the rest of the class came in and looked at him, confused by his outfit change, but found it easier on the eyes over his kill me orange jumpsuit. It wasn't until Shikamaru and Choji walked in that Naruto paid attention and smiled softly at them. Shikamaru smirked softly and sat in the chair next to him before saying, "Hey Naruto, wasn't expecting you to take your mask off so soon." As soon as the sentence left his mouth, everyone looked to the three in surprise as Naruto glared at Shikamaru, making him smirk mirthfully. "Yashika, and I'm sure half of us didn't expect your lazy ass to wake up till about midday. What's with that?" Naruto asked with a smirk as everyone looked at them confused as Shikamaru continued. "Well, I had a wonderful sleep last night and thought since it's exam day, I could sleep after finishing," Shikamaru said, and was about to continue, but was stopped when Choji spoke up. "You two really don't change much, huh?" Choji smirked and sat down. "After all, Shika, you always sleep after exams." Shikamaru nodded and stretched with a large yawn. "Yeah, I only sleep after because my Ka-chan is too troublesome, especially when it comes to exams." Shikamaru shivered, making Naruto and Choji chuckle at their friend's expense. After everything was said, they sat silently as the rest of the class until Sasuke came in with his arrogant grin, and that's when Naruto covered his ears. As if on cue, the fangirls just screamed and surrounded Sasuke, asking for dates and whatnot. This went on until Irika had enough and shouted, silencing the class and making all the fangirls retreat to their seats as Naruto just smirked. After 30 seconds, the door flung open and in walked. Whatever they did was Ino and Sakura, the loudest and in Naruto's opinion worst of the fangirls. He sighed and slammed his head into the desk, mumbling about taking a nap, and that's when everyone heard screams from outside the academy. Naruto smirked knowingly, causing Shikamaru to sigh and Choji to chuckle lightly. Everyone else looked confused, so Iruka got everyone's attention. "All right, everyone. Today is going to be your last in the academy," he said with a small smile. "And I hope you use everything you learned here out in the field to become the best shinobi you all can and survive outside the village whenever you end up going out." As soon as he finished the full speech, his teaching assistant Mizuki walked in, and Naruto groaned as he looked him. "Now, if you'd all turn to the front, me and Mizuki will be handing out the written exam, and it should take 45 minutes to an hour to finish the exam." Iruka finished as he walked up Naruto's row, placing the exams down on the desk in front of students. When he reached Naruto's row, he whispered to them, "I expect you to fill in all the answers this time, you three," as he placed their exam down and left down the next set of stairs, making the three groan. 1 hour later. Naruto had been finished for about half an hour now as he kept his head rested on the desk in front of him, spinning the paper with his finger, holding it down. After doing it for 30 minutes, Iruka called for the exam to end and for the students to hand in their exams on their way to the practical exam area. As Naruto passed and handed his exam, he walked to the kunai and shuriken, throwing range as they knew the order of the exam from all the practice exams they did. Naruto sat on one of the benches and sighed as he watched the civilians doing their throws, as he then groaned and muttered, "I really wish I didn't have to hide my skills." In response, he got a deep chuckle in his mind. But Naruto, being a liar and secretive is part of being a shinobi, and you know that." Naruto groaned in response as he lay back, making Kurama laugh at his best friend and partner's expense. "You know, if we graduated early, we would have been Jonin and had the skills to probably beat Sandame-sama, right?" Naruto replied to the QB in his mindscape, getting silence as his response as he smirked, and then heard his name being called as he jumped up. "Yeah? Oh my go," he asked, getting a nod from Iruka as he nodded and walked over and touched the kunai that the academy had offered him, and then purposely tried to cut his fingertip with them, only to find it not even scratch the surface of his skin. "Hey, Iruka-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Yes," Iruka replied, confused. "Shouldn't the academy kunai and shuriken actually pierce the skin if you wanted to go into a log?" Naruto asked, showing Iruka how he was trying to stab his finger, but it didn't even scratch or nip the skin to make it bleed. Iruka looked confused and then nodded before connecting the dots and sighing. "Use your own, Naruto," Iruka said as he turned around. "By next year, we'll be having a staff reduction, it seems." Iruka muttered to himself as he filed that away to mention to the Hokage. Naruto nodded and pulled out 10 kunai and shuriken from his pouch and holster respectively. He held the kunai in the gaps between his, finished with the last for each hand hanging from his pinky. He threw the 4 between the gaps of his fingers after throwing the 2 from his pinky fingers in the air. As the ones in between his fingers left, he caught the 2 he threw up and threw them after the rest. The class watched the performance in awe while Naruto walked to his shuriken holster and pulled out his shuriken, not even bothering to check where the kunai went as the threw them after, and they sailed through the air, all nailing the target in vital areas such as the head, heart, lungs, femurs, esophagus, and larynx, with a lot of the boys cringing at the sight of his last ones landing where the testicles are. Naruto turned to Iruka and asked, "So sensei, what did I score?" Iruka snapped out of his cringing and looked at the other kunai. 10 on kunai and 10 on shuriken, Iruka said as he clapped his hands and escorted them to the next part as Naruto was collecting his kunai and shuriken, which landed next to his kunai on the dummy. After Naruto finished collecting them, he walked to the taijutsu arena and put his kunai and shuriken away as he sat with his back to the wall. After all the other fights, Naruto saw Iruka cringe as he called out the last names. Uchiha Sasuke versus Uchiha Naruto. As Iruka finished, he heard Naruto walk past him and towards the ring. As soon as Naruto got there, his eyes narrowed, seeing the arrogant look on Sasuke's face, making him inwardly sigh. "You may as well give up, dope. After all, you can't beat me," the clan head Sasuke said as Naruto sighed and looked at Sasuke impassively. "I'll have you know Itachi is clan head until something may happen to him. Even if he isn't a part of this village, he is still the clan head," Naruto said before continuing. "And I see Fugaka filled your head with a bunch of bullshit before he died." As he finished, he saw Sasuke was clearly pissed off, and Iruka called them to do the seal of confrontation as Naruto held out his hand with the seal formed. Sasuke just swatted his hand away, making Naruto smile. I guess that means start, Iruka-sensei, Naruto said, making Iruka sigh and nod. As soon as he nodded, Sasuke broke into a sprint towards Naruto and started to fight in the Interceptor Fist, which was the Uchiha's main taijutsu style. Naruto kept dodging all the attacks on him, as he looked as if he were dancing and forcing Sasuke to dance with him. After a while, Naruto had seen enough and used his palm for hit Sasuke in the gut. As soon as the attack landed, Sasuke's body contorted around Naruto's hand as he was winded, then launched. Across the podium they were on, Naruto made sure to keep the strength just low enough so Sasuke wouldn't fall out as Naruto sighed and walked out. Sasuke wins. I forfeited as he can't even land a hit on me. As Naruto finished, he sat down and Iruka called the match to finish. After Sasuke recovered enough, he glared at Naruto, who seemed to not notice as he waiting for the ninjutsu portion of the exams. After a while, he was called up last, and Naruto walked down to the front. Okay, Naruto, the jutsu we need you to perform is the Kawarimi, Hinge, then finally the Bushin. Naruto nodded and did a Kawarimi without hand signs to replace himself with the chalk on the chalkboard, making Naruto stand in front of it. After he did it the other way, and then preformed the Hinge to make himself look like Hiruzen Sarutobi in his Hokage robes, and then turned back to himself and finally preformed the Kage Bushin, which he got from his father's notes flawlessly and without a seal. This surprised the whole class as Iruka nodded again and handed Naruto a Hitayate, making Naruto smile down at it softly. After he walked to his seat, he sat down only to groan as an Umbu appeared and whispered to Iruka, making Iruka sigh. Naruto, Hokage-sama wishes to speak to you, Iruka said as Naruto got up and nodded before disappearing in a smokeless shunshin, surprising Iruka severely. How? Iruka asked, and the Umbu looked at him. His cousin was Shunshin no Shursui, the Umbu said before disappearing, making Mizuki pale and Iruka to look stunned as Naruto never mentioned his family apart from his mother. Sasuke, though, growled and thought of ways to get Naruto to teach him everything as he couldn't use the clan head status. Council chambers. Naruto appeared in front of Hiruzen and then sat at the chair that was slightly pulled out for him. As soon as he sat down, Hiruzen cleared his throat and asked, "So Naruto, did you do this morning?" He asked as seriously as he could, without bursting out into laughter. Naruto looked confused and made a thinking pose. "Well, this morning I made and ate breakfast, bacon, sausage, eggs, some other stuff. Then I did my morning routine of running along the village walls, accidentally into Mato Guy." He shivered, as did everyone in the room. Then went to have a shower, get dressed, and left for the academy, where Washi-san, Eagle, just got me form after graduating. Naruto finished with a nod as if to confirm his thoughts. "Yeah, that's all," Naruto finished as Hiruzen nodded. "Why so, Sandame-sama?" Naruto asked, making Hiruzen look to the fuming civilian council members. "Because the Honorable Council believes that you broke into their homes and pranked them all," Hiruzen answered, making Naruto fake a hurt look. "But what reason would I have to break into the almighty civilian council members' houses and prank them?" Naruto asked sarcastically before smirking. "Even if I did do something, they can't do anything as I am now a shinobi. I fall under the jurisdiction of the Shinobi Council and the Hokage himself, and the Civilian Council can only command and take part in civilian affairs as stated in the rules of the village, and the founding members of the village, such as Shodame-sama, Naidame-sama, and Madarjiji." Naruto's smirk turned more sinister. It was one of the first rules the two clans agreed on. Naruto looked to the Hokage and said, "It falls under Article 17, subparagraph 13. The Civilian Council are only to be present when there is a threat to the village, other than that they can only call council meetings if the village's economy is in danger or if a member of the council recently died. Apart from that, they shouldn't have a say in anything other than the merchant guild in Konoha, or when a civilian member plans to move outside of the village, where it states if said person has a family member who plans to become a shinobi, they come back to Konoha and they join our academy." Naruto finished as the Hokage looked stunned and looked in the books for it and found it. And with it being a founding rule of Konoha, it doesn't need a vote, nor can it be vetoed or overruled unless the Fire Daimyo says that it is overruled, and even then he needs a very large reason to reinstate the Civilian Council, such as Wartime Council, or the village isn't in a good place under the current Hokage. Naruto finished making the Hokage grin and the Shinobi Council to sit there speechless. Hiruzen smirked and looked to the civilian council. So I see that I missed that article in the rules. I believe it's time you all left. He finished making the fuming council look defeated and leave the council chambers as Naruto sighed. And when it comes to the elder council Hokage-sama, Naruto said, catching the attention of the Hokage, the clan heads, and the elders, they are only here to advise you. They legally can't assign missions to the shinobi of the village unless there is a time where Konoha is left without a leader, and even then they need to have the clan heads read the description and then send it to the fire daimyo. They aren't even supposed to be in council meetings. They are supposed to get a rundown after the meetings and then see what advice they can give you to make you come to a decision. Unless it damages Konoha, Naruto finished with a smirk, seeing the shocked faces on the council apart from Danzo, whose teeth were gritted, but become shocked when he saw Naruto mouth checkmate and grin. Then it became horrified as Naruto continued. And I'd like to know something, Hokage-sama. Hiruzen looked intrigued and nodded. Yes, what is it, Naruto? Naruto's smirk grew as he looked at Hiruzen, getting a raised eyebrow. Did you assign elder member Danzo Shimura a mission to come to me to train me whilst I was in the academy? Naruto asked, surprising everyone, but Danzo, who paled. Or maybe you assigned him some umbu with blank masks and an E on them. Or, and here's my favorite part, Naruto smirked and looked Danzo dead in the eyes. Maybe you gave him permission to send said umbu to the graves of the fallen Uchiha from the Uchiha massacre to remove the eyes from my dead clansmen. Naruto put the final nail in the proverbial coffin, and Danzo left as soon as Naruto finished making Naruto smirk. And here I was only using hypotheticals, but the way he fled when I finished makes me believe that he didn't have any permission, and I just revealed the village's biggest traitor since Orochimaru. Naruto mumbled, surprising the clan heads, especially the Nara clan, as he had deduction skills on par with the rest of his clan. Hiruzen sighed and chuckled softly before taking a drag of his pipe. If only you could use that mind to figure out the secret to beating paperwork, Hiruzen muttered, making Naruto's eyes brighten. I knew there was another. I wanted to see you today, Sandaime-sama. Naruto exclaimed. I'd like to open a new bank account, and I'd like to share with you and the other clan heads the secret, Naruto finished as he shooed away the last two elders, Koharu and Hamura, who left, and Naruto smirked as he saw the clan head's eyes sparkle slightly, so he cleared his throat. I'll give you all a hint. This technique takes a lot of chakra. People use it for training and practicing dangerous jutsus, Naruto said, and they saw them all coming up with blanks still, so he sighed. If I was looking to the right and also the left, how would I do it? Then the realization dawned on them all, and Hiruzen walked to Naruto, then kneeled down to him. Hail the new professor of shinobi, Hiruzen said, and Naruto patted his head. No thanks, don't want to be in the bingo books until I kill someone at least A rank. And with that, Naruto vanished from the council rooms and went home to get some training in before eating and going to sleep. Next morning, after council incident, Naruto was stood in his kitchen making breakfast for himself, whilst also giving some of the soup a taste test as he slowly recalled graduating from the academy and chuckled softly when he looked to the picture of his mother and smiles at it before saying, I did it, Kachan. His eyes had teardrops forming in the corners as he smiled more. I became a shinobi with some help from Kurama. He stopped talking as his food finished cooking, offered a prayer before starting to eat his food with a soft smile. He looked at the clock and chuckles, what to do until team assignments. He asked more to himself, not expecting an answer when the deep voice of Kurama answered. You could train, practice cooking, do more fuinjutsu, or even spend time looking for a girlfriend to end up giving your mother grandchildren like she always wanted. The voice may have come from a serious beast, but Naruto could hear the underlying mirth and exasperation at the last idea. Naruto chuckled and shook his head slightly at his tenant and the ideas. No one in Konoha interests me, Kurama, Naruto said out loud. They're also all too stuck on the idea of me being a demon and related to the ghost of the Uchiha, Naruto grumbled as he heard Kurama bellow with laughter before sighing. I'll practice fuinjutsu until I can finally become a level 10 seal master. After all, we only have 1 or 2 levels left, and with my eidetic memory, I should master them easily, Naruto said, chuckling a little as he finished his breakfast and went to brush his teeth. After brushing his teeth, he walked to the library of his house and looked for the last two books for Fuinjutsu. Once finding them, he started to study them with a smile on his face. 1 week later, team assignments. Naruto woke up and did his daily rituals, consisting of a run along the village walls, then returning home to shower, make breakfast, and finally finishing with brushing his teeth. Over the past week, he spent time mastering to his standard all the seals of level 9 sealing and started the level 10 sealing book, which is where he found out about the Uzumaki sealing levels, which went beyond the Konoha levels, but he would study them some other time, because right now he was walking to the academy with his book in his hand, making sure to weave his way through the crowd, and not even bumping into anyone, reminding them of Kakashi Hatake without the mask. As soon as Naruto reached the academy, he walked to his classroom, and then to his seat, and sat down with a sigh as he awaited his classmates. As he continued to read, he was also starting to get small ideas for some other seals he could make, and then running the ideas by Kurama. After all, having the opinion of someone who has lived for 1,000 years does seem ideal. While he was thinking of an idea, he soon realized how close it seemed to the Hiraishin, Flying Thunder God, that the Nidaime Hokage invented, and his father went and improved. He slowly sighed as he looked up, seeing people starting to walk into the classroom, and Naruto then went back to reading. He would wait before starting to train in the Hiraishin. After all, the only thing he has to base the seal off of is his father's kunai, which had hundreds, if not thousands, of smaller seals inside of the kanji his father used on the kunai's handle. After about 20 minutes of Naruto reading, he put his sealing book away and a seal he had hidden on his wrist as he rubbed his shoulder softly where the seal for his mother's eyes were, and Naruto smiled softly, until realization hit him. Kachan left her eyes for me, because she knew I'd unlocked the Mangekyou, and she already had it unlocked. He thought before looking at his hands, and his smile brightened as he vowed to make his mother proud of himself throughout his career. While this was happening, Iruka was going on about a speech of how proud he was of the class that went on until a student asked where Mizuki-sensei was. Iruka froze and replied, Mizuki-sensei was deemed a threat to the village and also a traitor when Umbu captured him last night, when he was attempting to escape with the scroll of seals. Iruka shocked the class with his statement, as Naruto now realized why there were so many Umbu out in the village last night, and a sigh escaped Iruka before he continued. Anyways, Team 1 will be dash. Naruto zoned out, not really caring about the teams other than his own. He seemed to start listening as Iruka got to the bottom of the list. And Iruka continued, Team 7 will be Naruto Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, and finally Sakura Haruno under the tutelage of Kakashi Hatake. Naruto froze before groaning and listened to the last of the teams. Team 8 is Kiba Inuzuka, Shino Aburame, and Hinata Hyuga under the tutelage of Kurenai Yui. Team 9 is still in rotation, so Team 10 is Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, and Ino Yamanaka under the tutelage of Asuma Sarutobi. As Iruka finished team assignments, he looked up. You have lunch, and then should be back for your senseis to pick you up. As soon as Iruka finished, everyone left for lunch while Naruto sat there and sighed before unsealing a bento box and started to eat with his chopsticks in one hand and his book on seals in the other. After Naruto finished eating, he shunshin to the roof of the academy, where he saw the senseis already there, making him smile softly. Asuma, how is Konohamaru? Naruto asked as he had met the youngest of the Sarutobi family, while getting his shinobi license photo taken. Naruto and Konohamaru had become friends quickly, even going as far as Naruto seeing Konohamaru as a younger brother and Naruto being like Konohamaru's older brother. Naruto's voice made all the sensei look to him as Asuma smiled, even with the signature cigarette in his mouth. He's great, Naruto, though he is shouting about beating his rival someday, Asuma said, casually surprising the other sensei that they had met before, as Asuma grinned softly. Though I do have to thank you for telling us all the secret and getting rid of the civilian council, Asuma said, causing Naruto to grin widely as he remembered seeing Asuma in the Sarutobi head seat, and chuckled. I completely forgot you were in the meeting, Naruto said sheepishly as he rubbed his neck before turning to the side. I hope you didn't share it with anyone, or Konoha will find out who the stronger wind user is, you know. Naruto grinned as Asuma raised his hands defensively and shook his head, making Naruto chuckle and sit down as he looked to Kurenai. You must be the one Konohamaru went on about when he said that Uncle Asuma had a beautiful girlfriend, Naruto said with a grin as Asuma almost choked on his cigarette, and Kurenai looked away with a small blush before she got control of her facial expression. Nomi and Asuma-sen aren't dating dash. Kurenai would have continued had Naruto not burst out laughing, causing all of them to look at him as if he was crazy before he calmed down and looked up, wiping a tear from his eye and smiling. "I can sense emotions, you know," he said with a fox-like grin, surprising the jonin on the roof as he smirked more, "which is how I knew all of you would be up here, and also that Kakashi is down in the tree in the courtyard," Naruto said, surprising them further as Naruto looked to where Kakashi is and waved slightly. Not even 5 seconds later, the silver-haired jonin arrived on the roof, grumbling about blonde brats being censors as Naruto chuckled. "Nice to finally meet you, Kakashi, or should I call you dash?" Naruto was cut off as Kakashi's hands covered his mouth. "You know, revealing an Umbu's identity, even if they are ex-Umbu, is pretty severe," he said as Naruto just chuckled and looked innocent as he removed the hand from his mouth. "But I was going to say Sharingan, no Kakashi, not what mask you wore, even though it is pretty obvious." Naruto grumbled the last part as he then looked to Asuma and sighed. Was Sandaime-sama serious about what he said at the end of the council meeting? Naruto asked, and Asuma looked at him before sighing and putting his cigarette out. "Yeah, Pops was pretty serious about that, especially considering what the secret was too, and the others as well," Asuma said seriously before looking at him. "And the mummy has been put in the newest edition of the bingo book, and Pops found a lot of evidence towards what you were telling us about. And considering what he did was treason, he has a high bounty and a kill-on-sight order with, as a S-rank criminal." Asuma said again, surprising all of them that a fresh out of the academy genin found evidence on Danzo. They all clicked as to who it was from the nickname Mummy. After all, how many people in Konoha have enough bandages to be considered a mummy other than Danzo? The senseis of the teams and Naruto spoke until lunch was over, and Naruto went back to his classroom and fell asleep as he knew of Kakashi's late tendencies. While he was asleep, all the other teams and their senseis slowly left until it was only Team 7 left. After what felt like 3 hours to Naruto's internal clock, he woke up and looked at the door with a small smirk as if on cue. Sakura looked at him and said, "Finally the dobe is awake. But why are you smirking like that?" "I'll correct myself, she didn't say that," she screeched it, making Naruto cover his ears as he looked at her for less than a second and looked away. "Kakashi-sensei is here," Naruto said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world, making the two other occupants look confused as the door opened, and in walked the topic of their discussion, Kakashi Hatake, who looked at the three and simply said, "Meet me on the roof," and disappeared in a swirl of leaves, leaving a stunned Sasuke and Sakura and a laughing Naruto, who stood up and waved at them before he himself disappeared, making the two snap out of their stunned states and run towards the roof. Meanwhile, on the roof, Kakashi looked up as Naruto appeared. "I should have known you'd be the first here, Naruto," he said with an eye smile as Naruto chuckled and sat down on the stairs, pulling out his notebook as he practiced drawing and writing the seals from the level 10 sealing book. This continued for a couple more minutes until Sasuke and Sakura arrived on the roof, both of them panting, Sakura panting more than Sasuke, though, which made Naruto shake his head at how the female of Team 7 obviously never trained, as he sealed his book away and turned to Kakashi, who closed his book and smiled at the team under his mask before saying, "All right, introduce yourself, your likes, dislikes, hobbies, dreams and aspirations," he said as he pointed to Sakura. "Pinky, go first." Sakura looked confused, so Kakashi sighed and gave an example. "My name is Kakashi Hatake. My likes are none of your business, same with my dislikes. As for my hobbies, none of you are old enough to know, and I don't really have any dreams for the future," he said and looked at her again. "Now go." Sakura nodded and said, "And my name is Sakura Haruno. My likes are..." She looks at Sasuke and giggles, and then looks away. "I mean, the person I like is..." She giggled and blushed. "My dream is..." She giggled a little more perversely and stopped when Kakashi asked about her dislikes, where she furrowed her brow and said, "Inobuta and Naruto Baka." She growled as Naruto made a wounded look and said, "Oh no, the great Sakura Haruno hates me. Whatever shall I do?" he asked sarcastically, getting a chuckle from Kakashi, a glare from Sakura, and a grunt from Sasuke. "All right, next is Mr. Emo King," he said, pointing at Sasuke, making him growl before he grunted and said, "My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I don't like anything, and my dislikes are everything," Sasuke said before looking at his hands and saying, My dream is to kill someone and avenge my clan. He growled out, making Sakura squeal as Naruto and Kakashi shook their heads, and Kakashi said. And last but not least, the Fuinjutsu lover, Kakashi said as he looked at Naruto, surprising his other teammates that he could do Fuinjutsu. My name is Naruto Uchiha. My likes are my precious people and my friends such as Shika and Choji. My dislikes are people who don't understand the basics of Fuinjutsu, and my dream is to make my family proud of me from Shirfanai and Kachan, he said as he looked over to the Hokage monument. By becoming the first ever Uchiha Hokage and making some changes to the village within the rules and restrictions I will still have, he said with a smile, while keeping his gaze on Minato's head, surprising Kakashi that he knew who his father is before Kakashi regained himself and smiled before nodding. Anyways, we have a test tomorrow, which will be a survival test against me. Meet at Training Ground 7 at 7 a.m., Kakashi said as he went to leave before adding in afterthought. Oh, and I advise you don't eat, as you will just throw it all up again. With that, he disappeared and left the three genin as Naruto stood. I suggest you go at 9:50 a.m. and not 7 a.m. Oh, and eat, as you'd just be dead weight if you don't, he said as he then disappeared, leaving his teammates by themselves as they were about to retort before he left. Sasuke left soon after with his fangirl following, asking for a date. Next morning, bell test. Naruto sat at his table after brushing his teeth after his morning rituals and smirks at the journal he was currently reading and chuckles softly. Who would have thought Kakashi-sensei was a part of Tusan's team when he was a Jonin-sensei? Naruto closed the book and on the front, it was labeled Minato Namikaze's journal. After putting it down, Naruto stretched slight as he yawns and stands up, seeing it was 9:30 a.m. He started to walk towards the door, thinking of ways to get his apparent teammates to work with him for the bell test. Whilst lost in thought, he slowly walked on a Training Ground 7 only to cringe when he heard a banshee screaming at him and looks up to see Sakura. Yes, Sakura-san? He asked, trying to be polite. Why are you late, Baka? She screamed as Naruto covered his ears and looks at Sasuke before he sighed. Because unlike you and Mr. Broods a lot over there, I was doing research on our sensei and utilizing the time to have breakfast so I would have enough energy to fight the strongest shinobi in the village other than Mato Guy and Sandame-sama. Naruto replies whilst walking off and sighs. I also know of his habits after he lost a teammate in the last war, Naruto said before stopping and looking into a tree and saying, Isn't that right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto shocked his teammates, and they thought he was crazy until they heard Kakashi's lazy and drawn-out chuckle as he appeared in a cloud of smoke. Of course you are. I should have expected that you would research me after I found out who you were taught by throughout your childhood. Kakashi smirked under his mask and looked at Naruto before he sighs. I bet you even know about the test I'm about to give you, huh? Kakashi asked, his voice betraying his stern look as Naruto chuckles softly. Of course I do. After all, it's a test given to all of the Team 7s of past, such as Naidame-sama giving it to Sandame-sama. Sandame-sama used the same test on the Densetsu no Sannin. Jiraiya-sama gave it to the Yandame-sama. And then finally Yandame-sama gave it to your team, consisting of Uchiha Obito, Noara Rin, and Hitaki Kakashi, with Hitaki Kakashi being the only surviving member of that team. Naruto said before saying again, although you are the last remaining member, you have the legacy of both teammates and attitude from Obito apparently, and continued to see the better side of people from Rin, Naruto said before continuing. Oh, and don't forget that Obito gave you his eye as a present whilst he was dying in the war. It's the way you gained the nickname Sharingan no Kakashi, and then according to the bingo book learned over 1,000 jutsu, and have the ability to use all 5 nature releases, though it does drain your chakra, which is the reason you haven't been classified in S rank. Shinobi, Naruto finished as if talking about the weather surprising his team, even his Jonin sensei. So it seems someone has done some homework and also hid how smart they were during the academy, huh? Kakashi asked him as Naruto smirked and nodded softly, getting stunned looks from Sasuke and Sakura. Of course, otherwise I'd be treated like Mr. Broody, and I don't want to be like him. I'd rather be like Shirai, not Fugaku, Naruto said, making Sasuke growl as Kakashi decided to start the test before they started to fight. Alright, the premise of the test is to get these bells, Kakashi said, holding up 2 bells, and then continued before Sakura could speak, and the one who doesn't get one will be sent back to the academy no matter how good they do. Oh, and come at me with the intent to kill, or you won't even touch the bells, he said as he steeled his voice, and go. As soon as he said go Sasuke, and Sakura vanished while Naruto chuckled and looks at Kakashi. You know they won't work with me even if it was the end of the world, right? Naruto asked as Kakashi sighed and nodded. Naruto sat down and leaned against the log. And yes, I know who my Tusan is. Naruto grinned as he closed his eyes. After all, it is kind of obvious that he and Kachan were together if what I read in his journal was anything to go by. Naruto chuckled softly before cracking his eye open. And Sasuke is planning on throwing a jutsu this way, Naruto said, surprising Kakashi at how good his sensory abilities were to know when someone was readying a jutsu before they even started the hand signs. How'd you know? Kakashi asked as Naruto looked to him. I can sense him molding the chakra in his lungs to make a Gakyaku no jutsu, Naruto replied as he stood up and smirked to Kakashi. Oh, and thanks for the bells, Naruto said as he disappeared into a poof of smoke, showing he was a shadow clone and the real Naruto wasn't there. Neither were the bells, making Kakashi curse as he just realized the real Naruto had shunshined away after collecting the bells. After cursing, he dodged the fireball that Sasuke sent at him and then called the test over, confusing Sasuke as he then looked to where the bells were and realized they weren't there at all, making him confused. Naruto got the bells whilst I was talking to a clone, Kakashi muttered, still stunned by the fact his student was able to make a shadow clone without any hand signs. After a minute, the entirety of Team 7 were in the clearing as Kakashi looked to Naruto, who was holding the bells, which were actually 2 stones he used a Jinjutsu on, and Kakashi said, Naruto, can I have the bells back? Naruto looked at him before nodding. Only if I can have my stones back from your pouch, Naruto said as Kakashi pulled the stones out, and they made the trade, and Naruto smirked as he dropped the Jinjutsu, only to smirk more at the stunned faces of his teammates. Oh, it worked perfectly, Naruto exclaimed while laughing. What did you do? Sasuke growled as Naruto kept laughing and laughed harder at the elite Uchiha when he asked this. Oh, I placed all of you in a Jinjutsu when we entered the training ground, so subtle you all thought that my chakra was your own. Then I picked up 2 stones by the river bed which would act as the bells I got from Kakashi, while also touching the bells. Kakashi had to make them look like stones in his pouch. Of course, I had to make a clone to keep him distracted, so I did it while you and Sakura kept him distracted when you 2 ran into the forest. After all, he had his senses spread to sense both of you, Naruto explained, surprising both Sakura and Sasuke. Then Naruto smirked and continued. After I had everything set up, my clone acted as the final trigger when he dispelled. He activated the final layer of the Jinjutsu to make all of you believe I beat the test. Naruto looked to Kakashi, and you never sensed it because you never looked careful enough, Naruto finished before throwing the bells to Sasuke and Sakura. Anyways, I don't want to be on this team with people whose only redeeming trait is having fangirls and acing all the academy exams. As he went to leave, Kakashi snapped out of his shock and said, You all pass. That made Sasuke smirk and Sakura cheer, or more like screech, as Naruto sighed and kept leaving. After he left, Kakashi went to report on the passing of the team. As soon as he entered, he stunned all the Jonin that he was on time, which got him questioning glances from them all of the Jonin as Hiruzen cleared his throat, getting their attention. We'll start with Team 1's report, then work our way down, Hiruzen said as the senseis nodded. Team 1 fail, Aoba said. Team 2 fail, Gecko Hate said before coughing hard. Team 3 pass, Hamaki Mimura said. Team 4 fail, Gunma Shiranui said before moving his sun bond to the other side of his mouth. Team 5 pass, Insui Nara said with a hidden yawn. Team 6 pass, Reito Namishi said. Team 7 pass, Kakashi said, surprising everyone but Asuma and the Hokage. Team 8 pass, Kurenai said. Team 10 pass, Asuma finished up for the Jonins. Hiruzen looked to Kakashi and said, I'd like a verbal report on the test you gave, Kakashi, Hiruzen said as Kakashi said and explained the events of the whole test, and then the ending, then how much planning Naruto had put into the test, and finally Naruto handing the bells over to his teammates, leaving out how Naruto said he didn't want to be on the team. Like before, all the Jonin were surprised, none more so than Kurenai, who was titled the Jinjutsu Mistress. You're saying Uchiha Naruto, the dead last of the academy and Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, used a small enough chakra to fool you? Kurenai asked incredulously as Kakashi nodded, and then Kakashi looked to the Sandai. Hokage-sama, could it be possible that Naruto has the Sharingan unlocked? Kakashi asked, surprising the other Jonins as the only other Uchihas to have a Sharingan, and be that proficient enough with it at that age were only three Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi, two of which ended up going rouge, whilst the other was killed by Itachi. A/N. Shisui still died the same way through jumping off the cliff after giving his Sharingan to Itachi. The Hokage looked thoughtful before sighing and dismissing the Jonins, not even answering the question, as not even he himself knew. After the meeting with Naruto, Naruto sneezed as he walked into his house before looking around. I guess I could clean before doing some training, he whispered to himself as he saw a small amount of dust on a picture hanging on the wall next to the door. Has surprised Naruto is a clean freak, which Shisui said he got from Hikari. Anyways, back to the story. Naruto started to clean the house until he heard a knock on the door. He walked up and opened the door before sighing. Hello, Sandaime-sama. I thought Kakashi-sensei needed to give you my team's results. Naruto questioned, and Hiruzen spoke up. Kakashi already did, and he told us of your plan to beat him in the test. The only idea we could come to was that you have your Sharingan awakened already. Hiruzen said, making Naruto steal his facial features and sigh as he opened the door more and motioned for Hiruzen to enter. Once Hiruzen entered, Naruto closed the door and sat opposite Hiruzen and spoke. You may be an old monkey, but you're smart, Sandaime-sama, Naruto said as he closed his eyes and activated his three-tomo Sharingan before opening his eyes. Yes, I've got a fully matured Sharingan. I got it fully matured before I joined the academy, in fact, and unlocked it at 5 years old. The same night, I came into contact with the Kyuubi and my Tusen. Naruto finished, surprising Hiruzen. He met the Kyuubi. Oh, and me and the Kyuubi are very good friends, which may surprise you, but he was also good friends with my to-be godmother when he was sealed in her, Naruto said before he growled. Though some bastard claiming to be Madarjiji attacked her and released the Kyuubi, using his Sharingan to control it to his will to attack Konoha, Naruto finished, surprising Hiruzen further. That's all I needed to know. Thank you, Naruto, Hiruzen said as he stood up and left. Naruto continued to clean before he sighed and sat down. I'm all worked up, I have to go blow off steam, he muttered as he walked into the training field him and Shisui used as he started to train using jutsus from all natures, even almost using Yotan release, which made him stop and look around confused. He thought before running home and looking through books until he found his father's journal and looked for a page about the Namikaze clan until he found it. They had the natural ability to combine elemental releases to make sub-elements as long as they have the original element, which he had apparently inherited, which made him smile, as he inherited something else from his father's clan other than the Fuinjutsu abilities and mastery. Middle of Konoha, 2 months after the bell test. We currently see Naruto in a bush with a radio earpiece in and listening to orders from Kakashi. The current rank they were on was the dreaded Tora the Cat mission. Capture Tora and return him back to Madame Shirjimi. Naruto was listening to Kakashi using the code names he gave them and replied with, Copy, Sensei. I have Tora in my sights. He is about 5 meters north of my location, close to Broody, Sasuke, and a little whiles away from Screecher, Sakura. Naruto finished as he kept moving to the edge of the bush, still being silent, until he heard Kakashi tell him to stay in position until Sasuke and Sakura were in post Ion. Naruto sighed, and 10 minutes later, they made their move to catch Tora. Sasuke dived at it, scaring it towards Sakura, who went to catch it, making it run to Naruto, who let it jump into his arms and scratched its ear gently. Target captured, Sensei. The target has the red ribbon on its ear. Definitely Tora. Naruto finished as he sat next to a tree, playing with Tora while Sakura and Sasuke got their breath and glared at Tora. And you two wonder why poor Tora runs away from you. You do nothing but glare at her. Poor kitty, Naruto said sarcastically while playing with Tora, who seemed to make a noise in agreement. After a minute, Kakashi appeared next to them and saw Naruto with Tora. Let's go finish this mission, then we'll see about taking a new one, Kakashi said as Naruto stood up carrying Tora, whilst his teammates dragged themselves back to the Hokage Tower, still glaring at the cat. Upon entering the mission room, Naruto spotted Madame Shirjimi and handed her Tora, until he saw how she was hugging the cat. He took Tora back and glared at Madame Shirjimi before saying, You can't cuddle Tora like that. She's living too, probably growing near her end because of you and your so-called hugs. This shocked everyone that Naruto would talk to the Fire Daimyo's wife like that before Madame Shurjumi asked, "How should I show my darling Tora all my love then?" She sounded defeated, which surprised Hiruzen the most. As usually, she would be stubborn and try to fight anyone who accuses her of that. Just hug her gently, stroke her fur softly, and don't wrap your arms around her neck. It seriously hurts her. Oh, and get another cat, as when she is in heat, she will need the companion. He finished as he showed her how to carefully take care of Tora, and she nodded, taking in his instructions as she put her hands out for Tora, who seemed to flinch away before giving it a go and enjoying how much different it was now. She stayed still while Madame Shurjumi had smiled at Tora and rubbed her ears as well. This happened until Hiruzen cleared his throat. "Well, Madame Shurjumi," Hiruzen said softly as she turned to him, still caring for Tora, who looked as if she was in heaven. "I believe that is the mission done," he finished as she nodded and handed over the mission money and some extra. Ma'am, there is too much here," Hiruzen said as Madame Shurjumi just shook her head. "The extra is for this young man. He looks so much like Hikari-chan, and the fact he has her attitude to tell me how to look after my baby, I believe he deserves it." After she finished, she didn't realize the wide-eyed Naruto, who whispered softly, "You knew Ka-chan?" It was worded as a question, but was more so a statement as Madame Shurjumi turned to him and nodded confused. "How did you know Ka-chan?" he asked softly, and surprised everyone as they saw the tears building up in his eyes. "Hikari-chan was his Ka-chan, Hiruzen Dano," she asked to the Hokage, who nodded confused as to how she knew Hikari. "That would explain why Tora loves you so much. After all, Tora's parents were owned by your Ka-chan," Madame Shurjumi said before thinking. "So you must be little Naruto, huh?" she asked as Naruto nodded. She knew of him through letters that Hikari and the Fire Daimyo would send each other when Hikari was still alive. Madame Shurjumi walked up to him and smiled. "She's in a better place now, Naruto. But if you need someone to talk to, I'm sure me and Kaneko-kun would be happy to have you over to talk." Kaneko is the Fire Daimyo. Naruto was stood stunned before he smiled softly and nodded, and Madame Shurjumi knew she should be heading home, so she walked towards the door. "I shall be heading home now. I'm sure Kaneko-kun will want you over for a meeting sometime, Hiruzen Dano, so I'll see you then. If not, then we'll see each other next when the Chunin exams are happening." With that, Madame Shurjumi left with Tora purring softly in her arms. After a small amount of silence, it was soon filled with laughing from Naruto. "What's funny, Naruto?" asked Hiruzen as Naruto gained a smirk before he sat down. "The fact I just got rid of one of the dreaded Duranks," Naruto replied, stunning everyone, until Hiruzen burst out into laughter as well. "So I guess the tournament you all had on to see who would end up kill the cat first can be called off. After all, it's never going to die until old age gets it." Naruto smirked at the shocked looks of the Chunins in that he knew of it. "Oh, and I'm sure Team 7 has enough D ranks under their belt to get a C rank. Isn't that right, Saname-sama?" Naruto asked, making the Hokage and the Chunin check their files and then nod defeatedly. "All right, call on the client," Hiruzen said to one of the two Chunins, who nodded and went to get Tazuna. "Team 7, your mission will be to escort Tazuna, the bridge builder, home to Nami no Kuni, Wave Country, and protect him while he builds a bridge that will connect Nami and Hai no Kuni, Fire Country. Together, he finishes off, getting a nod from the team as Tazuna enters. "This is Tazuna, the VIP of this mission, who you will all be protecting," Hiruzen said as he then turned from Team 7 to Tazuna. "Tazuna, this is Team 7, the strongest out of the current graduates from the academy," Hiruzen said as Tazuna started to make remarks about the team, which was silenced by someone with a kunai to his neck and the bottle of sake he had disappearing from his hand. When he turned to look at who it was, he saw Naruto there, which surprised everyone, but the Hokage at how fast he was, and the Hokage knew about his seals that are slowing him down. The speed he moved at was as fast, if not faster, than Kakashi, when he stops holding back. "So, Tazuna-sen, do you believe us inadequate to escort you back to Nami and protect you whilst you build your bridge?" Naruto asked, almost daring Tazuna to speak out. When Tazuna shook his head, Naruto sighed and lowered the kunai, though Naruto was getting a bad feeling about this mission, as Kakashi gave them the orders to meet at the North Gates in 1 hour. So Naruto just used Shunshin to get home and packed up his stuff into a scroll while also looking at his mother's picture. "I'm going on my first Surinka-chan, so I won't be back for a month. I'll activate the anti-personal seals to stop anyone from entering." He smiled softly. I'll make sure to be safe, he said before whispering, I still miss you. He smiled faintly before leaving and activating the seals and heading towards the north gates. Once he reached the north gates, he smirked seeing Kakashi already there. So your team's training isn't something the great Kakashi Hitaki takes serious, but a silly C rank is? Naruto asked with mirth before using umbu hand signs and signing to Kakashi about his bad feeling of this mission. Kakashi only nodded and looked at Tazuna. Well, this is a political mission of sorts, so I have to be on time, or I face a punishment from Hokage-sama, Kakashi replied as jokingly as Naruto was, which got him a chuckle. When the rest of the team got there, they all left, just missing a certain blonde Senju entering through the southern gates of Konoha with her black-haired apprentice and a pet pig. These were Tsunade Senju, Shizen Kato, and Tauten. The three walked to the Hokage's office and spoke to Hiruzen about Naruto and where he was, which is how they found out about his mission to Nami, which made Tsunade sigh and walk to the Senju compound to stay there until he gets back. Back with Team 7. Team 7 was walking along the road whilst Naruto saw a puddle, which was weird as there hadn't been rain for almost a month in Hino Kuni, until he picked up on the Chunin chakra reserves inside both puddles, making him nod. Looked to Kakashi slightly, who nodded slightly, to not give it away to their current enemies. As they walked past the puddles, Kakashi used the Kawarimi with a log to replace himself from being killed by the shuriken chain connecting the gauntlets of the demon brothers. Naruto jumped into action and commanded the team, Sakura, protect Tazuna as best as you can. Sasuke, you take Gozu, and I'll take Meizu, and once I beat him I'll come assist, you got it? Naruto asked, leaving no space for them to retort about the orders as he jumped into action and started to trade attacks with Meizu, only for Naruto to speed up and look bored as he landed a strong punch into Meizu's stomach, launching him into a tree. Naruto used some ninja wire to tie him to the tree, whilst he then bolted to fight a surprised Gozu with Sasuke. After a well-placed punch, Naruto ties the two brothers to the same tree before hitting one of them awake for questioning. So Kakashi, how did I do for my first time taking over the team? Sakura looked at Naruto as if he was crazy until they heard Kakashi. It was amazing for your first time taking the lead on a mission, Kakashi said, surprising Sakura, Sasuke, and Tazuna as they all thought he died. What? There is a replacement technique for a reason, Kakashi said with a small smirk under his mask, making Sakura and Sasuke feel dumb about forgetting it. After a minute or so, they decided to interrogate Gozu and Meizu for who hired them and who their target was. They told them they were hired by Gato to take out Tazuna, but said nothing else. Naruto knocked the two out and put them in a prisoner scroll and sent them back to Konoha with one of Kakashi's summons Pakken, whilst Kakashi sent a report. So Tazuna, why should we continue this mission? After all, you not only lied to us about the ranking, but there could be stronger opponents later on. Kakashi, so Tazuna explained everything, trying to get sympathy from the team. So Kakashi turned to his team. What do you want to do? Sasuke answered with a holier-than-thou attitude, saying, we'll do it, after all, it could help me prove how much stronger I am. This got a screech about how cool he is from Sakura, whilst Naruto sighed. Yeah, sure, we'll do it. Naruto stood up as he walked to Tazuna and then past him. Let's go. The sooner we get to Nami, the sooner I can get home. And so Team 7 headed off towards Nami, while Pakken ran to the Hokage office. With Pakken jumped through the Hokage's office window as he dropped the letter and the scroll for Hiruzen. Hokage-sama, Pakken said before continuing, Team 7 is headed to Nami and bumped into these two. They dispatched the enemy and sealed them away before continuing the mission, but they plan to get the money that Nami owes us after they have recovered. Pakken said, making Hiruzen nod as Pakken then dispelled and went back to the summoning realm. Back with Team 7. Team 7 was riding on the boat as Naruto got a shiver up his spine. I feel like I'm going to be in trouble when I get back, he muttered, surprising the team, who looked at him. How? Kakashi asked as Naruto shrugged and tried to put the feeling to the back of his head for now. Upon reaching the land, Naruto noticed the mist seemed to get heavier as they continued to walk. Hey Kakashi-sensei, how many people are there that are Rouge from Kirigakure? Naruto asked, seeming curious though he remembered the whole bingo book. Kakashi seemed to get the hint and started to list them off. Quite a few, considering they are in a civil war, Kakashi said as Naruto nodded and asked about the most famous ones, the ex-Kiri no Shinobigatana Shishinin Shu, 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Kakashi said, and seemed to piece it together as Naruto nodded, and seemed to look lost in thought though. He kept his sensing up to his max range, and sensed their next opponents inside. After walking for a couple hours, Naruto launched a kunai at a bush, which made a white bunny hop out, making Naruto and Kakashi on edge. Though Sakura started to screech about him hurting a bunny, making Naruto glare at her to shut her up, they stayed still for 10 seconds, where Kakashi then heard a sword colliding with the wind and shouted, "Get down." Naruto grabbed Tazuna and Sakura and got down, while Kakashi got Sasuke and dived down. As Naruto looked up, he saw the Kubikurabocho stuck into a tree and smirked softly. "So I was right. It's the Kirigakura no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi." Naruto grinned as he saw Zabuza land on the sword. As Naruto slowly stood up and unsealed a sword from his wrist, the blade had a red tassel hanging from the handle, while its blade was as black as the night sky. The handle was held in Naruto's hand as Naruto grinned and held it out in a ready position. "Zabuza, meet my favorite blade, Muramasa." Naruto grinned at the shocked face on Zabuza. So he did have a legacy. Shunshin no Shursui gave his sword over to someone, but not his kid. He asked as Naruto grinned more. "So let me guess, cousin or little brother?" Naruto's grin seemed to soften as he replied, "Cousin. Though he did look after me when my cousin died. So I guess he was kind of like an older brother," Naruto said before he stood up straight and said, "Though don't let my age fool you, as I am the only one to see through his dance of the flash." Naruto smirked as he let his body relax a little, "And I was the one he trained for years in all aspects he could. So I gained his Kenjutsu style with some of my own little twists. I like to call this style Dance of the Maelstrom." He took a deep breath before readying his stance. "Kakashi-sensei, you don't mind if I take this fight?" he asked, and Kakashi looked at him before he sighed and nodded. Naruto just smiled and looked at Zabuza. "Kenjutsu only? No ninjutsu. And if we lose the blade, we change to taijutsu," Naruto said as he took a test swing of his sword and smiled more, getting used to the weight again. Zabuza just nodded and took his sword from within the tree, and he and Naruto jumped to the water, standing there with little effort, shocking Team 7 and Tazuna. Kakashi, because he wasn't expecting him to know the water walking already, and the rest that he could stand on water. As Naruto and Zabuza stared each other down, a green leaf landed on the water's surface, giving an untold command to start as they dashed at each other, making the water explode from where they first were at the sudden pressure and speed. Once they met, they were more so on Zabuza's side of the lake, proving that either Naruto was faster than Zabuza or Zabuza was holding back, so Naruto grinned as their blades clashed over and over. Their speeds kept increasing until Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke couldn't see the blades, only the sparks let off from the clashing of the blades. This continued for 5 minutes before the two in combat backed away, both of them with a smirk. "So the Gaki isn't too bad. Guess I should stop holding back," Zabuza said while inside. He was cursing himself as he was almost going all out, and Naruto was keeping up perfectly. Naruto had a small smirk on his face as he looked to Zabuza. "I guess we should stop with the restraints, huh?" Naruto asked as he started to release the restriction seals on his body, and his chakra exploded from his body, scaring Tazuna, Sakura, and Sasuke, shocking Kakashi and the hidden Haku, and making Zabuza grin. It reminded Zabuza of the amount of chakra that Kisame had, which made him happy to be fighting someone with that much chakra, who was still so young. Zabuza chuckled and then started to laugh. "You sure do have a lot of chakra," Zabuza said as Naruto nodded. "Well, let's go." While outwardly grinning, inwardly Zabuza had resigned himself to his fate and was willing to accept death by this kid. No young man, Zabuza thought, as the two kicked off of the water surface towards each other. Zabuza didn't even get as far as he did the first time before he was stopped by a blade intercepting his own. They fought like this until Naruto hit his blade away and then kicked him into a tree. As he hit the tree, he was winded and fell to the floor. This is when he accomplice decided to interject and take Zabuza away by making him seem dead and then shining away with him. Tazuna took the Konohinin to his home, and they stayed there for a week. The next day with Naruto. Naruto was walking through the village where Tazuna's house was close to. As he was walking, he was disgusted at the way the village was because of Gato and promised to kill him. That was until he saw a group of Gato's thugs blackmailing a store owner in Nami. He walked up to the group and killed all but one and said in an icy voice, "Which if someone from IWA or Kyumo were to hear would remind them of the Yondaime Hokage. Go back to Gato and tell him to be scared as I won't allow him to treat. These people like this, with his piece said and scaring the shit out of the thug. Naruto left. After making a shadow cloning in secret to follow the thug and acted like normal until he got out of the village where he ran into the forest and started to throw up into a bush. Ugh, that feels horrible. He muttered as he threw up again, and then heard a voice he hasn't in a while. It was either you killed them or they killed the store owner kid. You did what you needed to do to protect the innocent, and that's the best you can do until you cut the head of the beast off. Naruto smiled at hearing Kurama, trying to make him feel better about it, as he wiped his mouth, and then sat down at the base of a tree trunk and chuckled. I guess you're right, huh, Kurama? Naruto asked with a small smirk, which Kurama copied. I honestly thought you had left me all alone for a while, Naruto said jokingly, getting a chuckle from the bijou. You know I wouldn't leave my favorite ninjin, human, since Hagoromo-jiji, Kurama said through their mental link, getting a smile from Naruto as he started to head back to Tezuna's place. Once there, he entered and saw Tezuna's daughter Tsunami. Tsunami-san, would you like help making lunch? And if you don't mind, could you tell me where my team went? He asked their host in a soft voice as she turned to him with a smile. Kakashi-san took your team out to do some training. Tree walking, I think he called it, Tsunami said as she turned to the food and said, and if you don't mind, could you try the food and then make some tea for us all? Tsunami asked in her motherly tone, which reminded Naruto of Mikoto and Hikari as he nodded softly and tasted the food. The food is amazing, Tsunami-san, and I'll start on the tea for us all now, he said as he walked to the kettle on the stove and started to make the tea for their lunch when everyone got back. He smiled as he remembered doing this with Mikoto when she would visit him and his mother while she was sick with the disease, and before he knew it, his team walked in with a heavily panting Sakura, a scowling and disheveled Sasuke, and a chuckling Kakashi. I take it Sasuke didn't get the tree walking exercise, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked with a small chuckle. Kakashi nodded, making Sasuke growl before he shouted, I doubt you could do it, dope. After all, you're still the dead last, and got lucky to beat me, the last of the elite Uchiha. Naruto then heard Sakura yell in agreement, as Naruto just looked at them before dismissing their outburst. When he got the memories of his clone, he had followed the thug. Naruto knew where Gato was, how many men he had, and where the vault was along with the codes for the vault. Naruto just walked out of the dining room and helped Tsunami with taking the food out and setting the table, while Kakashi just chuckled at Sasuke's outburst. Actually, Sasuke, Kakashi said, getting Sasuke's attention. Naruto has mastered the next stage of chakra control, and probably more considering how much chakra he has and the amount of control he has of it, Kakashi said, making Sasuke growl. Well, they're probably easier than this tree walking thing. Kakashi, I demand you teach me the others first, Sasuke said in a tone of superiority, making Naruto scoff at him. He'd probably teach you them if you master this one, and then gain a large enough chakra reserves, Naruto said as he sat down with his chopsticks. After all, you heard how Zabuza complimented me by comparing my reserves with Kisame Hashigaki, the tailless-tailed beast, because of his exponential amount of chakra, which could be compared to a bijou, right? Naruto asked as he started to eat his food. Sasuke growled as he started to eat, and a surprisingly silent Sakura started to eat as well, while Kakashi ate his food through his mask. It was here that Tsunami's son, Inari, made himself known with an outburst. Why do you even try? Gato is too strong for you to even fight. He will kill you all, so why do you even try? This surprised Sasuke and Sakura at the outburst, but Naruto looked at him blankly. Huh? I thought I heard someone talk, Naruto said dismissively. This pissed Inari off as Naruto continued to eat. Inari's fuse exploded, and he started to shout at Naruto about how he was going to die. That was until Naruto released an amount of chakra that scared them all, but it was calming surprisingly. I don't care about what Gato has done. He can do nothing other than hide behind thugs and cower whenever someone gets close to hurting him, while hiring people to take out those who are hired to. Protect the residents of this country. Now grow up and quit hiding in your fear, Naruto said before looking up from his bowl of rice and saying, or else your family will die, and you will put your hero's last wish and dreams to waste, Naruto said in a tone which reminded Sasuke of Itachi, while Kakashi saw Minato standing over Naruto before Naruto stood up finishing his food. I'm going out for some late-night training. I'll be back tomorrow, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto walked out after putting his dishes in the sink, leaving a surprised Sakura, Tazuna, and Tsunami, a crying Inari, and a silent Kakashi and Sasuke. Next morning in the forest. Naruto lay on the forest floor whilst letting the sun hit him. He may have had his eyes closed, but he was very much awake and had his senses open in case someone came close. He lay there for half an hour when someone got close and seemed to reach for his neck. That was when Naruto grabbed their wrists, stopping them. Once he stopped them, he cracked an eye open as he felt the person's chakra and smirked, "Hello, miss," Naruto said as he let go of her wrist and sat up. The girl moved back and rubbed her wrist softly as she smiled at him. "Hello, Ninja-san," the girl said as Naruto chuckled. "Please, just Naruto is fine. What's your name?" Naruto asked softly as she looked at him and nodded. "My name is Haku, Naruto-san," she said in a somewhat monotone voice. Naruto nodded as she looked at him. "Why are you out here, Naruto-san?" she asked softly as Naruto looked at her blankly. As he looked around, he seemed to turn sheepish and chuckled. "I was training last night and kind of overdid it a little," he said, rubbing his neck. "What about yourself, Haku?" Naruto asked as she looked at him. "Collecting herbs to help one of my precious people get better," Haku replied as Naruto nodded and looked around. "Would you like some help?" Naruto asked, making her smile and nod. They walked around the forest collecting herbs that could be used to heal someone. Naruto surprised the girl at his medical knowledge, while she saw his fighting side. When watching his fight Zabuza, she expected him to only do fighting, not have knowledge of other things. Naruto looked at the girl and then away. "So is Zabuza that precious to you?" he asked, putting her on edge as Naruto waved his arms in surrender. "I was only wondering so I could warn you too about what Gato plans on doing," Naruto said as she lowered her guard slightly, asking what he meant. "He plans to betray you too when you get to the bridge and use up your energy," Naruto said as she was shocked. "So I suggest you tell Zabuza to leave and help out the rebellion in Kiri. After all, it's apparently coming to a close with Mai Terumi leading it," Naruto said as she was stunned even more. "How do you know?" she asked as Naruto just tapped his nose to motion it was a secret. "I know the Gato things because I had a shadow clone infiltrate where he is currently based around, and they found out a lot of things from how many guards he has, how much money is in his safe, what his signature is, and the codes to get into his vaults. So I could, let's say, legally take over Gato Industries as you and Zabuza were hired through that, give you your pay, and then say that the job is over, obviously after Gato is done for," Naruto said as she was shocked by what he said, and then, when he said legally in air quotes, "You want to kill Gato and his thugs and take over Gato Industries? Then pay me and Zabuza-sama for our failed services." Haku asked in disbelief as Naruto just nodded. Naruto then stood up and turned away. "Run it by Zabuza, and then we'll meet up on the bridge after he gets better to decide what he wants to do," Naruto finished as he started to walk away. Haku then headed back to the place her and Zabuza were staying and told him what Naruto said, making Zabuza look thoughtful before he came to a decision to agree, as long as he knew what he was saying was true with the betrayal. Meanwhile, with Naruto walked into Tazuna's house just as Tsunami finished breakfast. "Hello," Naruto said as he shocked everyone at his appearance as he walked to where his food was set up. "I hope I'm not too late," he asked as Tsunami just shook her head to signify he wasn't. This made Naruto nod, pleased he wasn't late, and started to eat. Kakashi looked at him and smiled softly as he continued to eat. After breakfast, Naruto looked to Kakashi. "Hey sensei, I need to speak to you about something involving the mission." Naruto surprised Kakashi at what he said as he then nodded. Naruto stood up and walked upstairs as they both finished eating. Upon entering the room they used the first night, Naruto started, "Zabuza has an accomplice, and I might have been able to make a deal with them both, because Zabuza respects me for my skills with the sword," Naruto said, shocking Kakashi. "I also know where Gato is and everything about Gato Industries. I could take over the company in a day right now," Naruto said as Kakashi nodded. "What is the deal about?" Kakashi asked as Naruto looked at him and sighed. "I know Gato plans on betraying Zabuza and his accomplice, so I warned them. In return, they assist me in taking out the current management of Gato Industries and the current employees. I will then take over Gato Industries, pay them enough money for them to go and assist the Kiri rebels, and then leave the to-be-named Leaf Industries based in Nami no Kuni when they get a new daimyo, and they will get a share from trade profits, as well as large shareholding of the business, while giving them more jobs as well as more trade routes. It's a win-win for three different groups. The rebels and Kiri, Konoha gets a new ally in the form of Nami, and Nami gets money, trading along with the ability to trade with other countries, giving them more money as well as other countries' profit in the form of escort missions of their goods. Naruto said, surprising Kakashi at how much he thought this through. Kakashi nodded. All right, I guess I can give Zabuza a chance to make the choice before we go to the bridge, and if this works out, Konoha will start to get more money along with the others. Kakashi said as Naruto nodded, and Naruto vanished from sight to go do some personal training. Day of the bridge fight. Naruto had made some shadow clones and ordered them to protect the house with Tsunami and Inari in. Naruto only did this on a hunch, but also knowing how low Gato was willing to go just to stop this bridge being made. After the clones got their orders, they hid within the house, while Naruto, Team 7, and Tazuna started to walk to the bridge. Once getting there, Naruto smirked at the mist and clapped his hands, futon, Daitapa, wind style. Great breakthrough. As soon as he said that, a gust of wind shot from his hands and cleared the mist, revealing Zabuza, Haku, and all of the builders knocked out. I take them being knocked out as you agreeing with working with us? Naruto asked as he looked at Zabuza. Oh, I agree on one condition. You and I have a 1 versus 1 fight, and you remove all your weights, Zabuza said in curiosity as to see what Naruto's true speed was. Naruto just sighed. But I don't want to kill a future ally, Zabuza, Naruto said with only confidence in his voice, not a single drop of arrogance, which made Zabuza grin. Oh, it's only a test to see how fast you are, Zabuza said as Naruto sighed and nodded. As soon as he nodded, he held up a half-ram seal. Kai, release, Naruto whispered as he seemed to tense his muscles and then appear beside Zabuza. Happy now you've seen my speed. Naruto's speed without his seals seemed to be Midkage's speed. If I had experience, I'd probably be able to fight against Sandaime-sama. I'd have the speed and strength, but not the experience, Naruto said as he activated his seals and made a couple of clones go put on a fake fight to draw Gato out. Naruto commanded, making them nod and start to have a fake fight with each other. After about an hour of the fake fighting, they looked to Naruto, who had a grin on his face. Oh, they are coming, Naruto chuckled and looked at Zabuza. Make some mist, they need to believe it's real. With a nod, Zabuza made some mist, and Naruto waited until he felt their chakra signatures at the end of the bridge. Naruto just smirked and chuckled as he then heard the clapping. He clapped again and used Daitapa, clearing the mist and surprising Gato at the state they were all in, as if none of them had fought at all. Zabuza, what is the meaning of this? I hired you to kill Tazuna, not talk to the enemy, shouted an outraged Gato as he saw Zabuza grin. Seems you were right, Gaki. Shall we take out Gato and his goons? Asked Zabuza, and Naruto shook his head. They betrayed you and Haku-san. You two should be the ones allowed to kill them, Naruto said, making Zabuza grin more as him and Haku started to go after the horde of them all. Haku only knocking them out with Senbon, while Zabuza cut them in 2 halves until they made it to Gato, and Naruto shouted, wait, I need him alive for now, just to get his company without any problems. Naruto finished pulling out the papers to make the company his, after signing both his own and Gato's signature. He gave Zabuza the go-ahead and he killed Gato. Now to figure out who the daimyo of Nami will be, Naruto grumbled as they walked to Tazuna. Haku used some herbs to wake up the people who was knocked out before they reached the bridge. After the bridge is built. During the remaining parts of the mission, Nami had decided the Tsunami would be the new daimyo, and so Naruto asked her to sign the contract to put the Nami daimyo in charge of half of Leaf and Dustires. After that happened, the construction of the bridge went off without any problems. Tazuna finished the bridge before schedule because Naruto helped with the use of shadow clones. The remaining time used to train Sasuke and Sakura, which was punishing to the both of them. It increased their skills and gave Sasuke a reason to brag more as he unlocked his Sharingan. He just rubbed it in Naruto's face. That was when he challenged Naruto to a spar, which ended extremely badly for Sasuke, as he ended up being knocked out less than a second after Kakashi said go to them both. Positive side about the mission ending, though, was that Naruto could go home and train more for the Chunin exams coming up. Another thing that happened was that the bridge they built was called the Great Naruto Bridge in honor to Naruto, which made him feel happy about it. Team 7 was just walking up the road towards Konoha when Naruto felt a large chakra signature he never felt before, and looked to Kakashi confused but shrugged it off. Team 7 signed in and walked towards the Hokage office, where upon entering Naruto sat on the couch, and Kakashi debriefed the Hokage on the mission. While this was going on, Naruto felt that same chakra signature he felt before getting closer as he turned to Hiruzen. "Hokage-sama," Naruto asked, getting the Hokage's attention. "Who is on their way over?" "Their reserves are almost as much as yours," he asked, making Hiruzen smirk very light, which went unnoticed. "I don't know, Naruto," Hiruzen said as the door was flung open and Naruto looked to it and gasped before muttering, "Tsunade-bachan." The only people who heard was Kakashi, who was surprised the slug Sannin was back in Konoha, Tsunade, who looked to him and looked stunned, and Hiruzen, who grinned like a madman. "Is that you, Naruto?" Tsunade asked as Naruto nodded as he smiled, which soon vanished as she looked ready to murder him. "Naruto Uchiha, why didn't you tell me Hikari-chan died?" she shouted as she walked over to him, making him cower slightly. "I didn't want Sandaime-sama to force you to come back here when I was orphaned. I was still able to keep the house because Ka-chan left me enough money," he said with fear. This surprised Sakura and Sasuke that he knew who the Sannin was, and Kakashi had just put the dots together, and his eyes widened. "Besides, Ka-chan said an old lady like you shouldn't stress yourself out over a kid like me," he mumbled, making Tsunade growl and Hiruzen to chuckle a little. Sakura, being the ever-curious and stupid one of the group, asked, "Tsunade-sama, how do you know Naruto Baka?" Now, the nickname was the one she always called even after he proved to be smarter than most, if not all, of the recent generation. "Naruto, who is this?" she asked Naruto, who replied, making Tsunade sigh. "At least my grandson doesn't have fangirls." That confused Sakura and Sasuke. "But you never had children, Tsunade-sama," Sakura said, making Tsunade sigh, and look at Naruto and Hiruzen for help, making Naruto sigh, as he's had to do this before. "Damn it, Bachan. You shouldn't have mentioned it," he groaned before looking to his teammates. "I am Naruto Namake's Uchiha, son to Minato Namake's Yondaime-sama, and Hikari Uchiha, grandson of Tsunade Senju and Greymoth Namake's on my Tusan side, while on my Kachan side, I am the grandson of Madara Uchiha and Hattori Uchiha," Naruto said with a groan as his teammates looked stunned. "But I guess it is time to tell Konoha about my lineage, isn't it, Sandaime-sama? After all, Bachan is here, and she can look after me even though I don't want to leave my house to go to the Senju compound," Naruto finished as Hiruzen nodded. -2 months after the Tazuna escort mission. Over the past 2 months, Team 7 have been on missions all over the elemental nations, from Oni no Kuni, land of demons, to Yukigakure, village hidden among the snow. During these months, Naruto has grown small bonds with Kakashi, but has already stated that he won't create any bonds with Sakura or Sasuke, as he doesn't trust them, already guessing that Sasuke is a flight risk and Sakura is the ever-devout fangirl. Over the 2 months, he also spent a lot of time training and attempting to learn and master the Hiraishin, though he believes he may need another month or 2 before he gets the hang of it all. Naruto also spent a lot of time with Tsunade after she returned to the village and started to stay at the Senju compound every weekend, but stayed in his childhood home every other day. Skill-wise, Naruto has mastered over 50% of the library of jutsus he has in his house, with the usage of shadow clones to read and practice the jutsu until he can spend time mastering them down to a single-hand sign. The library, to Naruto's disliking, only has about 200 jutsu scrolls, so he has only mastered 100 of them all, so he has decided to spend time after the Chunin exams learning the rest of them. Speaking of Chunin exams, Naruto and his team were recommended to join by Kakashi, and Kakashi told them that the other of the Rookie 9 have been asked to give it a try as well. Oh, and another thing that happened is that Naruto got in the bingo books after taking out Aoi Rokusho and returning Tobirama Senju's Raijin no Ken. Anyways, back to the story. Naruto was walking down the main street of Konoha and saw in the corner of his eye a small moving box with 2 eye holes in and size. "You know, Kono, if you want to sneak up on a sensory type ninju and your friends, gotta hide your chakra better." As he finished saying that, the box exploded into smoke, and all of a sudden 3 coughs were heard, making Naruto softly chuckle at his surrogate younger brother's actions. "I knew I put too much gunpowder," came a voice which Naruto recognized of Konohamaru as he stopped chuckling as the smoke cleared, revealing 3 academy students looking and pointing at him as they proceeded to introduce themselves. "You guessed right," Konohamaru shouted as he continued, as I would expect from my greatest rival ever. This made Naruto chuckle softly as the others started to introduce themselves after Naruto asked them to. I'm Udon and I am amazing with maths and with Kanai, said the one Naruto would later nickname Four Eyes because of his glasses. And I'm Moegi, the future most beautiful and sassiest kunoichi of Konoha, said the girl, and Naruto decided he would nickname her Pigtails because of her hair, and Naruto nodded as Konohamaru jumped forwards and they said together, and together we are the Konohamaru Corps. Naruto nodded all while smirking and chuckled. So what did you need, Kono? He asked the leader of the three as he ran to Naruto. You promised to play ninja with me today, Naruto and I, shouted Konohamaru going into his younger brother mode as Naruto dubbed it. Naruto just nodded until they heard someone laughing. Got a problem, Sakura? Naruto asked with a raised eyebrow, and Sakura calmed down from laughing. Yeah, it's just that a real ninja playing ninja is very counterproductive as you already are a ninja and can't play it, she said as Naruto looked at Konohamaru and sighed. It teaches them stealth and how not to be a fangirl who is trying to Mr. Broody to date them, he said as he started to walk away as Konohamaru asked. Hey boss, is this your? He asked and wiggled his finger, making Naruto freeze gag slightly and shake his head. Of course not, Naruto and I wouldn't date a washboard with a huge forehead. And as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a shiver go up his spine as Naruto said, Kono, run. Konohamaru turned to Sakura, saw the murderous look, and then ran down the street. Not long after, Naruto heard shouting and sighed as he turned the corner and froze at what he saw. A guy in a cat suit with makeup, and judging from his hitei, he was from Suna. He felt the chakra of Sasuke and something else, and then saw the final person being, in his opinion, a beautiful blonde again from Suna, and then he saw the guy in a cat suit holding Konohamaru, and then focused on the large chakra. He felt, so the Tanuki is here. Naruto thought to himself, and Kurama grunted in agreement and hid his presence so Shikaku wouldn't know his Jinchuriki was here. Kankuro, let the kid go and come on before Gaara finds us, said the blonde girl. Can it Temari, this runt bumped into me, I'm going to show him to watch his surroundings, exclaimed the one called Kankuro. Naruto, hearing enough, vanished from his spot around the corner and held a kunai at Temari's neck and Muramasa at Kankuro's neck. I believe it would be better if you listened to Temari here, Kankuro. After all, I believe a certain San Tanuki would be upset if he saw you making a ruckus before the exams even start, he said, surprising the siblings that someone snuck up on them and knew about Shikaku's Jinchuriki being here. Oh, and I believe that Torai-san would be very pissed to see you holding the Sandame's grandson by his neck, especially with you being a foreign shinobi here. Naruto finished making Kankuro pale and dropped Konohamaru as Naruto, then sealed his sword and put his kunai away. Now I believe it's time to talk like civil people. So could Sasuke, and I'm assuming Gaara come out of the tree, Naruto said to the tree as Sasuke looked around and only just realized Gaara. Gaara and Sasuke left the tree and looked at each other as both teams stood opposite each other, and Naruto sighed as he started. I guess we will start. We are Konohamaru's Team 7. This is Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha clan heir of the Uchihas. And I'm Naruto Uchiha, Naruto said as he smiled slightly at Gaara, and then more when he looked at Temari as they nodded. I'm Gaara no Sabaku, and these are my siblings Temari and Kankuro, and we are Suna's Team Baki, Gaara said as Naruto seemed thoughtful. So the Kazekage gave Kaze no Kemi Baki his kids for a team, huh? Sounds like Kazekage-sama is protecting his kids without you realizing, Naruto said, surprising the three Suna shinobi that he deduced that they were the Kazekage's children and who Baki was. But that doesn't always mean you're strong. After all, judging from Temari's fan, she is a shinobi with futon, and judging from the gourd on Gaara's back, he uses sand, Naruto said, and smirked. Well, I believe it's about time I have a private talk with Team Suna, Sasuke and Sakura, if you'd be so kind as to leave. Naruto said, putting a hint of killing intent to make them nod and leave reluctantly, as Naruto then looks to the Suna team. So Naruto, started Gaara as Naruto chuckled and looked to him. You also know about Kankuro's abilities, don't you? Gaara asked, surprising Kankuro and Temari as Naruto chuckled. Of course I do. I'm possibly the most dangerous shinobi in these Chunin exams, even compared to a Jinchuriki like you, Naruto said, and couldn't help but smirk. After all, I have many ways to suppress Shikaku, so he wouldn't interfere in a fight should we have one, Naruto said before sighing. Though I also have a lot of potential as well, such as I'm as smart, if not almost as smart as Sandame-sama. I'm better than Yandame-sama in sealing. My Swate Unjutsus and my prowess with them are as good as Nidame-sama, and sadly, I don't know any Mokutan Jutsus like Shodame-sama, but I believe I would be better than him with them. He said more to himself than the siblings, and then punched his palm. Oh, and my Sharingan is as strong as Madarjiji, and Tsunade Bachan is helping with my chakra control. He smirked and looked at them with a glint in his eyes. And did I forget to mention, I'm also a Jinchuriki? Naruto mentioned, making the three freeze and stare at him wide-eyed as Gaara looked slightly scared. And I have an offer, he said, making the three calm down slightly. I fix Gaara's extremely faulty seal, and you tell me why I feel a lot of chakra signatures from Suna around here, as well as one that feels like snakes. Naruto said, surprising the three further, as he then sat on a bench, time's ticking. Naruto said as the Suna siblings started to debate it with each other, until Gaara spoke up. You promised to fix my seal? He asked hopefully as Naruto nodded. Fix the seal, then we'll tell you. Gaara finished as Naruto nodded, and walked to Gaara and lifted his shirt. Suna has a terrible seals master, he grumbled as he flashed through 10 hand signs in less than a second and placed his hand above Gaara's seal. Phew, Naruto said, and caught Gaara as he passed out. So Shikaku wants to meet him already? He mused as he lay Gaara on the bench and turned to the conscious siblings. Explain. So they did, from Orochimaru coming and asking for assistance in invading Konoha, and how Raza at first denied, then changed a couple weeks later, and to how Gaara was supposed to be their secret weapon, making Naruto nod, and then sigh. So Raza is dead, he whispered to himself, and shocked the two siblings alive. What? Shouted Temari in shock and confusion. Well, think of it. Why would he suddenly change his mind unless someone replaced him, and snakes are known to shed their skin and create new ones? Naruto said cryptically as he handed Gaara to Kankuro. Anyways, puppet boy, take your brother and report this to Baki. I'll report it to Sandame-sama, and then we'll find you before the exams in a couple days to have you confessing to the invasion. Naruto said before he looked to Temari, smiled, and turned around. I hope Suna does the smart thing, Naruto said as he waved over his shoulder and vanished in a shunshin. After he vanished, the Sand siblings returned to their hotel room and reported everything to Baki, who used Temari's summons to send a letter to Suna's council for their orders. Naruto appeared outside the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. After getting the go-ahead to enter, he walked in and looked at the occupants of the room, his eyes lingering on an auburn-haired woman in a blue dress. Hokage-sama, I found out some information about an S-ranked criminal who should be making an appearance during the Chunin exams. Is now a bad time to relay this information? Naruto asked professionally, realizing who the woman was. Naruto, Hiruzen said, surprising the woman in the room. I was about to call for you later, but no, now would be fine. Hiruzen finished, making Naruto nod as he then turned to the woman. Meitarumi, it's wonderful to meet the leader of the rebellion in Kiri and potential Mizukage. Naruto finished as he then turned back to Hiruzen. Sandame-sama, I have two accounts of the Kazekage Raza no Sabaka being assassinated or replaced by a certain snake to get his hands on the military might of Suna to lead an invasion on Konoha. Naruto said, making both the Hokage and Mei freeze as Hiruzen dismissed his Umbu to get the Jonin commander and the Umbu commander. Once both entered, Naruto smirked at Shikaku. Shikaku, it's great to see you again, but at a bad time it would seem. Naruto said as Shikaku grumbled at him. And then Naruto turned serious. After all, the snake is returning, Naruto said, making the Jonin commander straighten up, as well as the Umbu commander. How would you know this, Naruto? Asked Shikaku as Naruto sat on the couch in the room. Oh, an amazing trade with Suna's team for the information. I helped their Jinchuriki, who is also here, Naruto said as if talking about the weather. You know, the casual put a 3-trigram seal on the Shikaku Jinchuriki, and they spill some secrets. Naruto chuckled at the stunned faces before continuing. But I should say that Raza wasn't up for this in the first place, Naruto said to clear the suspicions. So according to Temari no Sabaku and Kankuro no Sabaku of Team Baki from Suna, Orochimaru approached them as the leader of a new village called Otogekyure based in the Land of Sounds next to the Land of Rice. Naruto said, making the 4 occupants nod. Well, with the approaching of the Chunin exams, Orochimaru believed it would be best to get the smallest and the least suspicious of the great villages to attack with them. When Raza declined, Orochimaru must have been pissed, so he planned an attack on Raza the next time he left the village, which came 2 months later when he was coming to finalize the teams for the Chunin exams. Orochimaru attacked, shed his own skin, and used Raza's to change Raza's verdict, and command Suna into invading with Odo. Except I've mentioned this to the Suna team, who probably related to Baki, who would have sent a message by either Masager Hawk or summons, Naruto said, and once he finished a toad appeared in front of Hiruzen. Jiraiya boy is returning Hiruzen. He has some leads on Orochimaru, the toad said, making Naruto chuckle and the others so sigh. I would seem like you've grown up, well Naruto boy, said the toad as Naruto looked at him with his eye cracked slightly. So you were delivering gifts from my Kyofu when I was a kid? Naruto asked as the toad nodded and Naruto smiled. Tell him I said thanks for Gamachan, and the seals on it were smart, making it so it looks like the wallet is empty, but the seals store the money that can only be accessed through chakra and blood. Naruto chuckled as he shook his head, surprising Hiruzen. You know Jiraiya boy has been meaning to send you something, but Ma keeps telling him you're too young to have it, the toad said as Naruto shrugged. Let me guess your contract, Naruto asked as the toad just shook its head and then vanished, stumping Naruto. What would the perv want to give me then? Naruto asked himself, making the 4 occupants chuckle. I mean, he wouldn't give me his books as Kachan will come back and murder him herself. Naruto mumbled and sat there thinking before shrugging. Oh well, I've told you everything I have, Sandame-sama, Naruto said as he stood to leave. Oh, and Mei-san, could you say hello to Zabuza and Haku for me? He asked, looking to the woman and making her nod. Maybe next time we'll be able to talk more instead of you having to leave so soon. After all, I'd love to learn some Yotan and Futon, Naruto said as he tapped the barrier on the room, making it vanish, and he opened the door. Until next time, he said and vanished. Day of the Chunin exams. Naruto was laying in his bed yawning as he just woke up. He looked out of his window and saw the blue sky, filled with small clouds. He turned his head to the clock and saw the time as he got out of bed. He still had 2 hours before the exams even started, so that was enough time for a small amount of training. He walked to the bathroom as he remembered an interaction he had with Temari on the street. Said interaction turned into a small date with Naruto, taking her around Konoha and the two getting some lunch together and promising if Naruto ever went to Suna, it would happen again. He'd be lying if he said he wasn't excited for the next time they saw each other. He also remembered how she was telling him of when the council met in Suna and called off the invasion. Flashback. Suna council room. In the room there were all the counselors from Suna's academy teachers, the elders, the Jonin and Umbu commander, and a spot left open for the Kazekage at the elders' seats were the elder siblings of Tsunechio and Ebizo. They were sat in their seats before one of Temari's attaché, Weasel. Summons appeared in the center holding a letter in its mouth and dropping it in front of the elders, then waiting for them to read and come to a response. Both the elder siblings read the letter, and their eyes widened ridiculously as they paled slightly, getting the attention of the council. What is it, Chio-sama? Asked Yura, the Jonin commander. Chio looked at him, then to her brother, who nodded, and she sighed. It seems we were tricked by a snake into believing that Kazekage-sama was the one who made the decision to assist Otoge-kura in the invasion. In reality, he replaced Raza-sama after killing him and made us believe he was the Kazekage to make us assist Odo. As Chio finished, the council exploded into outrage, and then were silenced when Ebizo spoke up. What my sister says is true. Apparently, he was assassinated by the snake when he was going to Konoha to finalize the teams going to the exams, and the Kazekage's personal guards are actually some ninja from his village, finished Ebizo, making the Umbu commander wearing a dragon mask gasp, then seemed to think before nodding and replying. Yes, his guards have been acting really different recently, now that you mention it, Ebizo-sama, the dragon-masked Umbu said, as Ebizo nodded, getting gasps from all of the council. Then Yura spoke up again. What will we do? With that question now asked, Chio spoke up. All of our shinobi on standby near Konoha shall return home, and we shall call off our half of the invasion. To top it off, it seems that Gaara made a new friend according to the note. Even had a better seal placed over my own, which the person said was amateur and filled with mistakes, Chio said with some relief in her voice at first, which turned somewhat depressed as Ebizo started to write the response letter. I wonder who it is, muttered Ebizo and Yura. Ebizo continued, To be able to seal the Shikaku away enough so that Gaara can sleep without worries, he mumbled aloud, shocking everyone. It must have been Jiraiya-sama, said the dragon Umbu. After he said that, they heard a sneeze from outside on one of the rooftops and saw Jiraiya, who was about to knock on the window. Yura opened it, and Jiraiya entered. "Someone talk about me?" questioned the toad Sannin as Chio nodded and pointed to the dragon-masked Umbu, who seemed in awe. "What about?" asked Jiraiya as the dragon Umbu pointed to the note Chio handed the council. Jiraiya skim-read the note and chuckled. "It seems the Gaki is better than me now," chuckled out Jiraiya, getting surprised looks from the council. "Who is better than you, Jiraiya Dano?" asked Chio. "Well," Jiraiya continued. Flashback end. "Naruto," shouted up a voice Naruto loved hearing. His grandma. He ran to the door after finishing his morning rituals and opened it to see Tsunade. Shizune he started to call his big sister and Tonton the family pet. He smiled at them as she walked in. Well, Gaki, Suna has backed away with its forces and apparently gave an excuse to Orochimaru. "I have my bets placed on the Chunin exams, and I'll be damned if I lose these ones." "Oh, and you're getting ready for them," Tsunade said to Naruto, getting a nod as he checked his kunai pouch. His eyes seemed to linger on the antique room, making Tsunade sigh. "Why don't you use it this time?" Tsunade asked, referring to the gunbai. Naruto shook his head and looked at her. "I'm not good enough to be able to use Madarjiji's weapon. Anyways, Bachan, who did you bet on?" Naruto said, trying to change the topic of conversation. "I bet on you, of course," she said before laughing, and then sat down on the couch. "But in all seriousness, you should take it. At least keep it on you in a seal like you do with Muramasa, and maybe you'll find someone who can teach you till you believe you are good enough to use it," Tsunade finished, as Naruto looked at his hands, and then sighs. He got up and walked to the door, deactivated the seals, and walked to the gunbai. As soon as he picked it up, he placed it over the seal. He kept his mother's eyes in and sealed it away, then looked to Tsunade. "So you bet on your grandson to win the tournament?" he asked with a tick mark as she nodded and sighed. "Damn it, Bachan. Now I won't win," Naruto whined as Tsunade gained the tick mark. After a small amount of time, they heard giggling and looked to Shizune, who was laughing at their antics. "Tell her, Nei-chan, I don't want to lose the Chunin exams because she bet on me." Naruto whined again, making her laugh more and shake her head. Naruto pouted as he then started to laugh. Not long later, joined by Tsunade, as they walked back to the living room and sat down opposite each other. "How's Temari-chan?" Naruto asked Tsunade with a teasing grin, making Naruto blush and look away. "She was alright when I saw her 2 days ago. I haven't seen her since," Naruto mumbled as Tsunade seemed to laugh before kissing his head. "It's time to take the Chunin exams by storm. Little Maelstrom," Tsunade said, referring to the nickname that she gave him. Naruto seemed to smile and nod. "Yeah, let's go," he exclaimed excitedly, after saying that he vanished in a shunshin and thought, "Ready, Kurama?" In response, he got a deep grunt of acceptance as they appeared outside the academy, and he stood there waiting for his teammates. As they arrived, Naruto seemed to sigh. "You know, if you two are in a relationship, Sasuke, at least tell Ino," Naruto said while pointing to their disheveled looks, making them growl, and Naruto laughed as he walked into the academy. Upon entering, he saw the room they were meant to go to was 301 and started to walk to the stairs, his teammates following him, one with a scowl, Sasuke, and the other fawning over the scowling one, Sakura. After reaching the second floor, Naruto noticed a Jinjutsu on the floor and was about to walk up the stairs to the next floor until he saw Sasuke about to shout about the Jinjutsu. Naruto went to cover his mouth, but Sasuke shouted before he could, making Naruto sigh. "Damned idiot," Naruto muttered as he walked up the stairs to the third floor, followed by Team 7, and what he could guess was Team Guy. He guessed from the jumpsuit. "Are you Sasuke Uchiha?" asked the one in a jumpsuit looking like a mini guy, making Naruto shiver and look to the teammates. He noticed one from the store he goes to for all his ninja tools. "Ten," Naruto asked, certain it was her, making her turn around and look at him critically before she nodded. "Oh, thank God. I need to ask your Tusan for an order, but I haven't had free time," he said, making Tintin realize who it was finally. "Naruto, how have you been? It's been a while since you were in the store," Tintin said, making Naruto look sheepish and nod. "Yes, sure, after the exams come round. Tusan will be happy to take an order for you," Tintin said as Naruto smiled. That all changed as Naruto turned around and shivered more. Oh God, Naruto whispered, getting a what? From 10 guys here, Naruto whispered as he closed his eyes and covered them for double protection from the Genjutsu the Taijutsu duo have. As soon as Naruto assumed the Genjutsu was over, he uncovered and opened his eyes as he looked to Guy. Aw man, Guy, you knocked out my teammates. Naruto groaned as he tapped their heads with his foot before dragging them away. I'd best get going. Naruto muttered as Guy seemed to realize him. Oh yes, Team 9 head on off to the Chunin exams, and Lee don't use it without my permission, Guy said seriously for once before he vanished. After a while, Naruto walked to the door of room 301 and dropped his teammates' ankles. They seemed to wake up to that as Kakashi appeared. Congrats all three of you on entering. Now go on and enjoy the exams, Kakashi finished as he vanished in a small swirl of leaves. Naruto sighed as he walked into the first exam room, followed by Team 7. Upon entering, they were hit with a tiny amount of Ki compared to what the QB has tested Naruto with anyways. Naruto just looked unfazed as his teammates seemed to be sweating a little. Don't tell me the clan head family never gets taught how to withstand killing intent, Sasuke, Naruto said with a sigh after saying that Sasuke's superiority complex kicked in, and he growled. Of course we do, Dobe. I was sweating at how little this was, Sasuke said with his nose lifted in the air as Naruto just sighed and spotted Temari looking at him. Naruto smiled and walked over while the rest of the rookie team spoke to his own. Hey Temari-chan, Kankuro, and Gaara, how has the exam been so far? And you sleep as well, Gaara? Naruto asked while standing in front of them. Temari smiled as Gaara replied. The exams have seemed really simple. A small Genjutsu, and my sleep has been amazing. I'm just glad me and Shikaku came to be friends in a sense, Gaara said loud enough for only Naruto to hear. Naruto nodded as he looked to the rookie 9. So Team 10 did end up coming. I half expected Shikamaru to stay in bed and Choji to just eat. Naruto muttered to himself, though Temari heard. Who are Shikamaru and Choji? Asked Temari as Naruto looked at her. Well, Shikamaru and Choji are my best friends from the academy. Shikamaru just so happens to be the Nara heir and Choji the Akimichi heir. Their names are so similar to their parents you would have thought they were both extremely lazy. They're this generation's Ino Shikacho, along with Ino the heiress of the Yamanaka, Naruto said, as if talking about the weather, and Temari nodded silently, thanking him for the intel. But don't get me wrong, they're all amazing in their own right. Shika with his smarts having an IQ of over 200, Choji with his family's jutsus, even if he only knows a couple, and Ino with her mind transfer techniques. Even if she is a failure as a kunoichi and chose to be a fangirl, Naruto said again, as Temari looks at Naruto. What's your IQ? Temari asked as Naruto looked at her before looking away and chuckling. Well, I've never taken an IQ exam before, but I know I'm smarter than Shika, Naruto said, surprising Kankuro. Temari nodded, and Gaara seemed to have a small smile as he nodded. That's when a smoke explosion happened, and Naruto reached for his kunai pouch until he felt Ibiki's chakra and smirked, thinking mind games with Ibiki. Naruto walked over to his team, and they started the first exam. Canon events. After the final question was asked, teams were leaving left and right, though Naruto seemed even more relaxed, making Ibiki smirk as he walked over and slammed his hand on Naruto's desk. So you're that confident, huh? Runt. Ibiki asked with a smirk as he started at Naruto, who looked at him and yawned. Yes, sorry, but I already know what the point of thesis tests are, Naruto muttered tiredly, making Ibiki motion for him to continue. Naruto sighed as he muttered, troublesome, making Shikamaru laugh slightly before he continued. The first exam was an information gathering. You had about 9 to 15 chunin throughout the room posing as exam takers, though they had the answers. I was lucky enough to sit behind one as well as know the answers already, Naruto said, surprising the other exam takers, but the hinged chunin. Naruto then continued. And currently you're using mind games with a hint of killing intent to break the wills of the other exam takers and make them leave. Right now the 10th question is happening, and the question was whether we wish to continue or not. Oh, and to top it all off, you had a couple of the chunins in here drop out to not only make the others scared, but to lower the numbers for part 2, and the cherry on top is this whole question is to see if someone is willing to go through torture if it meant keeping the mission alive. As Naruto finished, Ibiki started to smirk and walk away as he nodded. Smart Gaki, Ibiki said, and Naruto smirked. I know, or I wouldn't have also planted multiple seals around the room that had been connected to someone's kunai, which showed them the Chunin's test papers, Naruto said as he then continued. Biggest example is, Sakura care to show the Chunin 3 seats next to you your fourth kunai? Naruto asked as Sakura seemed confused until the Chunin stood up and walked over. She handed him the fourth kunai. Now channel chakra, the Chunin did so, and it was showing his paper on the kunai's handles, the power of seals, huh? Naruto asked, making Ibiki laugh, until a purple ball came through the window. Anko, Ibiki said, getting a hum from the poster as Anko walked out. You're early by 10 minutes. He finished as Anko looked at the clock and shrugged. You were talking too long, Ibiki, Anko said as she looked around the room. 13 teams left? Ibiki, you're losing your touch, Anko said, and Ibiki grunted as he stared at Naruto. Or they're getting better, Ibiki said, making Anko stick her tongue out, and then turned to the examinees. All right, head to training ground 44 in 15 minutes, Anko said, and left, making Naruto smirked. The forest of death, huh? Naruto asked aloud, looking to Ibiki, who nodded, and the examinees shuddered at the name. Naruto just nodded and vanished as the other teams started to run there. Ibiki collected the exam papers before getting to Naruto and reading the note that was warning him about Kabuto Yakushi. Ibiki went to the Hokage's office to inform Hiruzen before he left to be in the tower in the middle of the forest of death. Training Ground 44? Naruto appeared outside of Training Ground 44 and sat down as he waited for the rest of the Chunin examinees to show up. While sitting there, he was staring at the gates. So this is the forest of death? He asked himself while looking the gates over and sighing. The place with giant animals like giant bears, huh? Naruto asked himself again, and then looked over to where he felt a chakra signature. Yup, replied the proctor, Anko Mitarashi, if he remembered correctly. This is where I come to play with the animals and train, she continued as Naruto nodded and chuckled. So you could give me a small hint on where we are going and the quickest way there, huh? Asked Naruto with a small smirk as she scoffed and shook her head. If I did, I would lose my job as the proctor, and I really wish to scare some of the cocky kids this year, Anko said as Naruto nodded and looked away. Sasuke Uchiha is pretty cocky. Niji Hyuga seemed extremely stuck up, but that's just his clan, Naruto said as he smirked again, making her laugh slightly. But don't worry, I may be a Uchiha, but I know when I'm beat, Naruto said and chuckled a little. Especially since one of the 3 people who can beat me just so happens to be my Bachan, he grumbled, making her laugh again. You are on par with the Sannin? She asked him as he shook his head. Then what? She asked as Naruto looked up. The Sannin can still kill me. I am stronger than all Jonin here, but I don't have the skills to claim I'm on par with the Sannin. But if I used my Sharingan, I believe I could put any under a Jinjutsu and fight them better, he muttered before looking to her. I especially don't have the experience, he said seriously as he stood up and stretched. Anyways, everyone is here, he said as he looked towards the other examinees. After they reached there, Anko gave a speech about how they could die in the forest and the point of the exam after having them sign consent forms. After everything was done, Naruto looked at the scroll they picked up and walked to the gate they were assigned, and Naruto looked at them. Be careful during this, Naruto grumbled as his teammates seemed confused. Naruto stretched and then cracked his neck as he smirked. We have to get to the center, and there are giant creatures in there. Like those animals can get me, Sasuke replied as Naruto scoffed and shook his head. Yeah, if they weren't resistant to most chakra natures, Naruto said as the gates started to open. After they opened, all 3 of them started to run through the forest. Remember, we need to get a heaven scroll, as we already have the earth scroll, Naruto said as Sasuke grunted and Sakura nodded. After running for a good 30 minutes, Naruto paused and caught Sasuke by his collar and Sasuke by her shoulder as a wind jutsu went by them, followed by a giant snake. So he's here, and after you it seems, Naruto told Sasuke, who seemed confused as Naruto turned to Orochimaru disguised as the Kusanin. Sasuke looked confused as he followed Naruto's gaze and saw the Kusanin. Who's that, though? Asked Sasuke as Naruto looked at him and scoffed. Who uses snakes? Naruto asked Sasuke as if he was stupid, and Sasuke seemed to realize and shudder. Orochimaru, asked Sasuke, and Naruto nodded. Why's he here? Asked Sasuke as Naruto shrugged. Sharingan maybe? Which means he's also been after Itachi, Naruto said, making Sasuke growl a little at the name, which also means he must have lost to Itachi. In other words, he knows where he is, Naruto said as he secretly activated his Sharingan and quickly put Orochimaru under a Jinjutsu to make him see them fighting and knocked out Sakura and Sasuke as he started to run. The Jinjutsu won't last long, muttered Naruto as he continued to run, only for the Jinjutsu to run out sooner than he thought and feels. Orochimaru running towards them. As soon as Orochimaru got close enough, Naruto glared at him. Orochimaru, I've already alerted Sandaime-sama of you being here. You may as well hand over your scroll and flee, as you won't be getting the Sharingan at all now, Naruto said as Orochimaru started to laugh. Not long after, Orochimaru appeared in front of Naruto as Naruto made a cross block with his arms and was sent into a tree from the punch he blocked and made a small dent in the tree. Naruto coughed up some blood and opened his eyes slightly to see Orochimaru mark Sasuke with the curse mark and growled. As soon as he fell out the tree, Naruto saw Orochimaru look at him and say, "You would have made a perfect body if only you didn't have the Kyuubi," Orochimaru said as Naruto went to get up and charge Orochimaru, but as soon as he got up, he looked up to see Orochimaru already gone and cursed. Not even 10 minutes later, the Hokage and some Umbu appeared and Naruto looked at them. He got what he wanted already, muttered Naruto as the Kyuubi healed him up and he walked over. Even left us with the Heaven Scroll, the one we needed, muttered Naruto after he finished. Naruto slung Sasuke over his shoulder as well as Sakura and looked at Hiruzen. I'll carry these two to the tower. You got your report, we just need to seal off the thing Orochimaru gave him and then he will be alright. After he finished, Hiruzen and the Umbu nodded and then vanished. Naruto channeled enough chakra to use Shunshin to the tower. Upon reaching the door, he opened the scrolls and Iruka appeared. Naruto? What happened? Asked Iruka as Naruto looked at him. Oh, just a pale snake attacked my team in his quest for immortality and marked Sasuke with this weird mark, Naruto replied as they walked past towards a room. Upon entering, he saw Kakashi with a sealing array on the floor. So what did Orochimaru mark my cousin with? Even if I hate him, I'd rather know so I can avoid being marked with it as well, Naruto said as Kakashi looked at him and answered. What Orochimaru gave Sasuke was a curse mark. There is only one way to seal it to our knowledge, and one person who survived it. Again, to our knowledge, Kakashi answered as Naruto nodded and looked at him. Classified information? Naruto asked and Kakashi nodded. Naruto smiled and lay Sakura on the bed as Kakashi started to seal the mark on Sasuke. As soon as he finished, Naruto chuckled and looked at Kakashi leaving. So how many other teams are here? Naruto asked and Kakashi chuckled. There is Suna's team who is here and that's it, Kakashi answered and Naruto nodded. I should get going, said Kakashi, and he walked out. Naruto cleaned the room of the sealing equipment. After cleaning up, Naruto put some of his tools down on the bed and walked out of the room Team 7 was assigned. After leaving the room, he walked to the cafeteria area and saw Suna's team there and smiled once he caught Temari's eye. Oh hey Naruto, Temari said as her two brothers turned to where she was looking and Naruto smiled more. Hey you three, Naruto said as he sat beside his fellow blonde and looked to Gaara. How was your time in the forest? He inquired as the Suna siblings turned to each other and Gaara spoke up. It was eventful and refreshing, especially since I don't have to deal with Shikaku's insistence about killing people for blood because he is happier with the size the seal is now, Gaara said as Naruto nodded, and then Naruto remembered something. Oh yeah, I still wish to talk to Shikaku, especially since he could be useful in telling me something, Naruto said as Gaara nodded. Naruto looked Gaara in the eyes and flashed his Sharingan to send himself into Gaara's mindscape, dragging Gaara in with him. Upon entering, Naruto saw it was a huge desert and chuckled. So Shikaku really does love the sand, huh? Naruto said out loud, getting a nod from Gaara. What appeared to be out of nowhere appeared a huge tanuki made of sand with purple markings covering its body. It spoke in a calmer but still crazy voice. What would you like to know from me, Naruto Uchiha? Asked Shikaku as Naruto smirked and sat on the sand. To show I'm not hostile, I'll keep your strongest sibling locked away in my mind, Naruto said, making Shikaku growl as he then continued. As for what I wish to know, I've heard little bits of this from Kyuubi, but I wish to know about your two-sen, Naruto said, and Shikaku looked stunned, but Naruto could feel Gaara's confusion. To be more precise, the Rakuto Sennin, Naruto said as Gaara's eyes widened. What about him would you like to know? Shikaku asked as Naruto grinned. How close is my blood to his? After all, if I remember correctly, only the true main branch of the Uchiha and Senju carry his blood, and those branches lead to me, Naruto said as Shikaka nodded, or what seemed to be a nod. So tell me, how powerful was his legendary dojutsu? Asked Naruto, stunning Shikaku, who seemed to shudder. If Kyuubi hasn't told you, then that means that he is still scared of it, Shikaka said, as they then heard a growl from Naruto's stomach. Has the fox even told you his name? Shikaku asked as Naruto's eyes turned serious. Yes, he has told me it. After all, me and him are friends, partners, whatever you'd like to call it. We assist each other. He assists me with healing my wounds faster than what seems humanly possible because of my Senju blood, which already speeds up healing, and he also allows me to use his chakra. Though I refused to use it without his permission, he also allowed me to sense people's emotions, or should I say negative emotions, and if they even have emotions, Naruto said, surprising the tailed beast in his container. Wait, you and the Kyuubi are friends? Asked a surprised Gaara as Naruto nodded. So you're the one Tusen prophesied about and told us would befriend all 9 of us, Shikaka muttered. That was when a large cage appeared on the other side of the mindscape holding the Kyuubi. Naruto doesn't have the key, yet as it can only be unlocked by a key with Minato's chakra in until it's been unlocked once. Kyuubi looked at the 3 other occupants of the mindscape before saying to Shikaka, you believe so too, little brother? Asked Kurama, making Shikaka nod slightly. I guess we'd have to wait till he meets our other 7 siblings then, Kurama finished before the tailed beasts nodded and disappeared. Naruto chuckled and looked to Gaara. That's all I wanted to know about, Naruto said as Gaara nodded, and they both left the mindscape. Once outside, Naruto seemed to sigh and then yawned before resting his head on the table. These next 4 days are going to be tiring, Naruto muttered as Gaara seemed to smirk lightly, and Kankuro burst out laughing. Temari lightly bonked him on the head and whispered in his ear. More dates then. When she whispered that in his ear, he blushed and nodded slightly before sitting up. I'll be going to get some sleep now. I'll see you 3 whenever. With that, Naruto left and went to his room. The next day, Naruto was sat in his bed looking at his teammates before he sighed at seeing them start to bicker, and he released his chakra to shut them up. Once they both shut up, he sighed and started. Sasuke was asleep because we needed to seal off Orochimaru's death hickey that he gave him. As for Sakura, she fell asleep. Now if that's all you were bickering about, then I'm going to do some morning training. Then get some food, Naruto said as he stood up and walked towards the door of the room. Upon opening the door, he smiled and was about to walk out when Sasuke shouted, What do you mean sealed off Orochimaru's death hickey? Sasuke seemed pissed. Was it at the thought of losing the power of the curse mark until the seal broke, or was it because he never even got the chance to use it? I mean the mark that Orochimaru gave you. You know, the mark that looks like 3 tomo. Maybe you want a better description, Naruto said as he started to think. Oh right. The mark that Orochimaru failed to put onto Itachi, Naruto said before he heard Sasuke growl at him. Sasuke, that mark, according to Kakashi, has a 1 in 10 chance of killing you after it activates. I got them to seal it off mainly because I don't wish to become breeding stock for the damned Sharingan, Naruto said as he looked over his shoulder. Now I suggest you get some rest and food as well as shutting up, because I'm tempted to hit you whether you are the clan heir or not, Naruto said in a voice that left no room for arguing. As Sasuke huffed and sat down, Naruto sighed and walked out after closing the door, mumbling, troublesome bastard. He walked to the training room of the tower and started to train. After several hours of training, he walked out and wiped his brow of some sweat and sighed, showers for me. He mumbled to himself and then felt Kakashi's chakra. Hey sensei, Naruto said as Kakashi I smiled. Yo, Kakashi simply said with an eye smile and a wave. Training still? Kakashi asked as Naruto nodded and sighed. Yes, still training, but I really need a shower and don't wish to use my room's one, Naruto said as Kakashi looked thoughtful and handed Naruto a small slip of paper. Hokage-sama handed me this to give you. It's a shower that he believes you'd rather use. After all, it's closer to the training room. Kakashi finished and started to read his book again as Naruto nodded and walked to it. Naruto walked into the shower room and opened a small scroll, unsealing a towel and a change of clothes. He locked the door before starting to use the shower after activating privacy seals. He hummed to himself before saying, I wonder if Temari-chan would like to go on a date after? He said aloud as he stepped into the shower. After showering, he changed into his spare clothes and walked towards where he felt the Suna siblings' chakra signatures. He looked around the corridors and realized they all looked the same and boring, making him sigh as he reached the door he assumed belonged to the Suna trio. He knocked 3 times and stood there waiting for someone to answer. When the door opened, he saw Gaara stood there, and once their eyes met, Gaara smiled lightly. Naruto, Gaara said simply as Naruto smiled and nodded. What are you doing here if you don't mind me inquiring? Gaara asked as Naruto looked away slightly. I have come to ask if Temari would like to go on a date, Naruto said with a small blush. This shocked Kankuro, who was listening, and he was about to speak up until he heard his older sister. Yes. Temari shouted a bit too loud for her liking as everyone looked to her. Kankuro looked surprised, Naruto smiling lightly, and Gaara was. While Gaara was confused as Temari calmed down and spoke after coughing. Yes, I'd like to go on a date with you, Naruto. Where will we be going? She asked as Naruto scratched his head. Well, there isn't much to be seen from the hallways, so I was thinking we head to top room and have a small picnic, Naruto said, and was going to continue when he heard Gaara say. Kankuro, what's a date? Gaara asked, his voice filled with curiosity and confusion as Naruto laughed a little at Gaara. Yeah, Kankuro, answer Gaara's question. After all, he may end up getting a date once Suna sees him with his new seal, and how kind he is without Shikaka's thirst for blood, Naruto said with a small grin as Temari giggled a little, and the two walked off, leaving Gaara and Kankuro to have the embarrassing conversations about relationships and stuff. A/N. The birds and the bees were involved as well. Naruto walked into the cafeteria and saw the chefs about to take their order, so Naruto spoke up. You guys get the next hour off, Hokage's orders, he said simply, and the chefs groaned as they walked off. Naruto walked in and looked around for some food. After all, I need food for the picnic, he said to himself as he started to make some food for their picnic. He got them some sandwiches, some salad, dessert, and some drinks to go with it, as well as a small blanket for them, and walked to the top floor of the tower. Once there, he spotted Temari waiting and smiled. Hey, sorry, I had to quickly make some food for us. She smiled softly at him and shook her head. I haven't been waiting long. I walked about a bit and then started to head here, Temari said as Naruto nodded. They walked next to each other for a small while until they saw a spot where they could sit down. Naruto set up the blanket and the basket, and they sat down, opposite each other. They started to talk about their favorite things like colors and foods, their favorite animals and favorite places to be alone at, and then started to eat. While eating, Temari made the decision to let Naruto cook whenever they were eating in, as his food was, in her words, amazing. After eating, they lay there and watched the clouds as they spoke to each other more, getting to know each other more than anyone else knows them. While talking, they subconsciously got closer, and the only point they noticed it was when Temari's head was on his shoulder and he had his arm around her waist, but they didn't mind as they enjoyed each other's touch. After a while of them laying in this position and talking, Temari fell asleep on his arm, snoring lightly, and he smiled softly at her. She must have gotten tired from us talking so much, Naruto muttered to himself and channeled a small amount of fire chakra into his body to make sure to keep her warm. While doing this, he was thinking of new jutsus and the such when he got the idea of using lightning chakra instead of fire chakra around his body. He made sure to store it away for later and would train with that idea the next day. Not long after, though, he fell asleep with his head on Temari's head. His body had wrapped both arms around her to keep her close and warm. This is the position they were in for several hours, and neither woke up until Naruto did and groaned. Damn it, Naruto muttered as he looked at the sky and saw it was dark. Hey, Tima-chan? Naruto whispered into her ear, lightly getting a small groan from her. It's time to wake up, he said as she whined out a no, and Naruto chuckled lightly and kissed her forehead and said again, but we've been asleep for what looks like 10 hours, he said, and to that she shot up, sat in his lap, and looked at him, then up to the sky, and she groaned. I was comfortable, she muttered as Naruto smiled softly. We can do this kind of date some other time. For now, let's get you back to your room, he said as she nodded and sorted her hair as she got out of Naruto's lap. Naruto smiled softly before he started to pack up the things they used for the date. After packing up, he walked alongside Temari towards her room. The difference this time is they were holding hands. Time skip. Preliminaries. Naruto looked around the large hall as he saw all the genin who passed, and he inwardly flinched at seeing the numbers, quite literally, halved. He looked at Temari and blushed lightly, remembering their most recent date, which ended with them in a makeout session, the one when they fell asleep with each other. /n the one I wrote was their second date. The third ended with a chaste kiss, and that was the day after the second date. The third, which was the day after, ended with the kiss being a little more passionate, and the date the night before was a date, which ended in a makeout session. Naruto shook his head of those thoughts as he heard the Hokage speak from the Hokage area. That was until a sickly-looking jonin, Gecko Hate, if Naruto heard the name correctly, asked to continue the speech, and so he did, explaining the reason why there was a preliminary stage as well as how the matchups were going to be made, as he then finished with, "Now that you all know the reason of the prelims, would anyone like to drop out?" He looked around the room, and his eyes landed on the single arm that was raised, and spoke, "State your name and the village you belong to, then walk out," Hate said as the silver-haired boy nodded and said, "Kabuto Yakushi, Kanagakur no Sato," Kabuto said as Naruto's eyes narrowed upon hearing the name. "Why are you dropping out, Kabuto?" Naruto asked as he looked to Kabuto, who was about to answer. "And don't lie. I know exactly how full your chakra reserves are," Naruto said with his eyes narrowing as Kabuto looked discreetly towards the Otogakure Jonin sensei, who seemed to have his teeth gritted tightly. "I sustained too many injuries in the forest and also was poisoned. I'd much rather have that treated than have to fight more genin," Kabuto lied with a fake smile, making Naruto scoff. And then Kabuto walked off, and once out of eyeshot wiped some sweat off his brow. He never even realized he was sweating himself. Naruto turned to the board that came from the ceiling and watched as it spun. Once it stopped, he sighed lightly and heard Hate speak up, "The people whose names on the board stay down here. Those of you who aren't, can you go to the sidelines and wait for your turn?" Hate said as the genin nod and walk up to the catwalks, leaving Sasuke, Uchiha, and Yoroi Akato. "Fight is like canon. Please don't flame me for not writing out the fight, as I'd rather just skip to some of the matches which are having some changes done." Naruto sat on the sidelines with a sigh. He has watched through every fight so far and has been completely pissed off by one. The Sakura versus Ino. He was confused as to why Ino, a clan heiress, would be able to draw with Sakura, who in his opinion was the worst kunoichi in all villages. He was just hoping for his match to come up and was tapping the bar until he saw his name show up on the screen, and he sighed at the opponent. "Can Naruto Uchiha and Kiba Inuzuka come down?" asked Hate as Naruto hopped over the railing and walked towards the center and waited for Kiba to take the long way down. "I said there were changes, but their opponents ain't the change." Naruto stood there with a neutral expression on his face as he watched Kiba and Akamaru walk to the middle. Once close enough, he heard Akamaru whimper in surprise, and Kiba looked at his partner. "Akamaru? What's wrong?" Kiba asked as Akamaru barked a response. "What do you mean his aura and scent has changed?" Kiba asked confused, and Akamaru replied again, "He seems a lot stronger than the last time you saw his aura?" Kiba asked before he burst out laughing. "No one can change the fact he is still a dobe," Kiba said, and this seemed to encourage Akamaru slightly as Naruto sighed, and they both nodded at Hate. Hate nodded and said, "The 8th match between Naruto Uchiha and Kiba Inuzuka begins," he stated before vanishing. As he vanished, Naruto clapped his hands together and then into a Tora hand seal and said, "Katan. Gyokaiku no Jutsu," Naruto muttered as a huge fireball erupted from his mouth, making Kiba dodge it. That didn't save his coat though, as the hood was set alight. Once seeing this, Kiba threw the coat away and growled at Naruto before sprinting at him. This made Naruto smirk as he started to channel lightning chakra through his body, and he seemingly vanished in a bolt of lightning. He reappeared in front of Kiba and punched him in the gut with the lightning chakra enhanced fist, which electrocuted Kiba. Not enough to kill or knock him out, as Naruto hadn't had anyone to test this one. Naruto clicked his tongue as he stood up in a boxer-style taijutsu kata and bounced on the balls of his feet. He looked straight at Kiba with a smirk, and everyone got to see what Naruto was doing and what happened. What astonished them was the small shroud of electricity surrounding his fists, as Hiruzen said. "It's almost like Raikage Raitun no Yoroi, lightning armor," he said, surprising those who could hear him as he looked at Naruto more analytically. "It seems he has the basics down, but hasn't mastered it yet." Hiruzen finished as those who heard just dumbly nodded. Naruto looked confused before he realized what Hiruzen was talking about, and a depressive aura surrounded Naruto. "You're saying I didn't invent this?" Naruto asked as he sounded on the verge of tears as Hiruzen shook his head. Naruto tooted and sighed as he looked at Kiba and then deactivated the small armor. He had damn Kumo, and thinking of this first. No wonder they are called Kaminari no Kuni, Lightning Country. Naruto groaned out as he cracked his neck and activated his Sharingan, the three tomo blazing in his eyes as Kiba asked, "Dito, when did you get the S Sharingan?" Kiba seemed pissed, but he was still trying to recover from his stomach being zapped. Naruto looked at him, then pulled a kunai out and looked into it, showing he activated his Sharingan unknowingly. "Oops, this wasn't supposed to be known till the finals," Naruto said aloud as he looked to Hiruzen, who sighed and shrugged, making Naruto groan. "I guess I can say, I've had it since I was 5 and got all 3 tomo in a year or two." Naruto said, surprising everyone, as the only known person to master the Sharingan in that amount of time was Itachi, and even he didn't master it until he was 8 years old. This meant Naruto has had a fully matured Sharingan since he was 6 or 7. Sasuke seemed to be the most pissed off by this news though, as well as Orochimaru, who had his teeth gritted, and Naruto sighed again. "Anyways, we should finish this match," Naruto said as he vanished. And when he reappeared, he had an unconscious Kiba on his shoulder and Akamaru held up by his scruff. He smiled sadly at Akamaru and said, "Sorry about this, bud." He held Akamaru at arm's length to make sure the puppy couldn't harm him, and Hate called the match. "Winner, Naruto Uchiha." Hate shouted as Naruto then walked off with Kiba and Akamaru. He put Kiba onto the stretcher the medics brought out and put Akamaru onto his stomach. After the fight between Naruto and Kiba, Naruto walked up to the stands and looked at the stunned faces of everyone there that knew him from the academy. "What? Is there something on my face?" Naruto asked as he started to try and wipe his face. That was until he heard Shikamaru start to chuckle a little, and he looked at him. "What do you want, lazy ass?" Naruto asked with no hatred in his voice, more so in a joking way, as Shikamaru replied, "I think it's more so none of us expected you to have fully mature Sharingan, or even a Sharingan." Then Shikamaru was about to continue until Sasuke spoke up. "How do you have it? And how have you got it fully matured as well?" Sasuke growled out, looking at Naruto with a pissed-off look. Naruto looked at him and sighed as he leaned against the railing of the sidelines. "I was trained by arguably 2 of the best Sharingan users the clan had, and even then I still pushed my body to its limits," Naruto said, and then looked up at the monitor to see who was fighting next and chuckled a little at the name. On the board was Gaara no Sabaku versus Rock Lee. Naruto grinned and looked at Guy. "I really hope you taught him well in Taijutsu, Guy," Naruto said as he then watched the match, confusing all of the rookies. Once the match started, sand exploded from Gaara's gourd and started to scatter itself around the arena. As Gaara smirked light at it all, Lee thought nothing of it until he saw Gaara raise his hand, and the sand shot up in a small pillar from the ground and hit Lee's shoulder, knocking him off guard and sending him to the other side of the arena. As Gaara lowered his hand, the sand following his command. Gaara was still on guard though, as he felt the resistance his sand met when it hit Lee and was afraid of what would have happened had he not caught Lee off guard. As he was standing there waiting for Lee to join back in the fight, he was thinking about how much stronger his sand was now that he and Shikaku were working together, even if it was only a small amount of working together. He was snapped out of his thoughts though as his sand shot up behind him, catching Lee's leg, and Gaara's eyes widened slightly and silently thanked Shikaku's automatic defense. The fight continued with Lee trying to break through Gaara's sand shield and Gaara's shield blocking Lee's attacks, until Lee heard Guy shout, "Lee, take them off." That was when the battle seemed to tip into Lee's side, although Gaara's sand was still blocking the attacks, but Gaara couldn't see them anymore. That was when Lee broke through his defense and kicked him into the air, breaking his sand armor a little, and Gaara grunted in pain until he heard Omote Renge, Front Lotus. This came from Lee as Gaara caught a glimpse of the bandages as they wrapped around him. Gaara, realizing it was too late to escape, increased his sand armor's thickness and made sure to also reinforce it with chakra. That's when they made contact with the ground. After what seemed like forever, but was actually 10 seconds, Lee stood up, followed by Gaara, whose sand armor was attempting to restore itself, showing to everyone how he survived, and Naruto just sighed a little. Until he felt Lee's presence get stronger, and he looks to Lee and grins a little. with Naruto in the stands. Of course you. The taijutsu master of Konoha taught him these, Naruto said as he started to remember reading about the 8 gates in his dad's journal and how bad they can affect your life if you haven't trained properly. You know of this technique, Naruto? Guy asked as Naruto chuckled and nodded. Of course I know of the 8 gates. Who in Konoha doesn't know about the forbidden taijutsu technique? Naruto said simply and turned to his fellow rookies and saw a couple confused, and he sighed and started to explain. The 8 gates are a kenjutsu that increases the user's body output to degrees that are almost unheard of. They could even rival a Kage if you opened all 8. That is until the timer runs out. The first gate doesn't have a huge drawback, only a little fatigue and some muscle problems. Apparently, but it will slowly get worse each gate you increase it by. That is until you get to the most drastic but strongest gate, Naruto said, and then turned to Lee and finished the 8th and final gate. Doesn't only increase your muscle strength and your body's speed, but it also kills the user upon usage. It's the toll of the 8th gate. Naruto finished and could practically hear the shivers down the spines of his classmates as he continued to watch as Lee opened the gates until he reached the 5th and whistled. Lee really is a prodigy in his own right, Naruto muttered as he then looked at Gaara. But the strain he put on his body opening the gates will affect the outcome more than you'd think, Naruto finished as he sat down, and everyone went to watching the match. Back to the match. Lee was panting as was Gaara, but Lee seemed a lot more labored. He shot off the ground, and Gaara, knowing his defense wouldn't work, allowed the hit to land as he was thrown up into the air. What they all missed, though, was Gaara's small smirk as he left his sand armor and replaced himself with a sand clone that took his place. Lee proceeded to launch himself and Gaara into the floor and jumped back, panting heavier. And then he felt the sand trapping him as his gates started to close, and Gaara said, "Forfeit," was the simple command, and Lee wanted to argue, but he passed out from the strain on his body. Gaara slowly lowered Lee to the floor using his sand as the medics came in and, "Hey," just announced Gaara the winner. Gaara nodded and headed back to the stands and looked to Naruto, who smiled a little and nodded, getting a nod in return. Rest of the matches are like canon. Center of the arena. Hiruzen was stood up in the center with the winners of each match in front of him. He looked at them all and nodded as he continued with a speech about how the Chunin exams were a replacement for the wars and how they would assist with contracts from the minor villages and whatnot. This got a confused mutter from some of the examinees as they all had their attention drawn back to the Hokage as he told them to pick a number from the lottery machine, and that would be the number they would be in. For the tournament, Naruto waited until some of the others went before he walked over and collected his and chuckled a little. On the second match, number 3, Naruto said, getting a nod from the proctors as they wrote down Naruto Uchiha and the 3 after it. That continued until all the genin had picked their matchups and Hiruzen announced them. The first matchup is Sasuke Uchiha versus Gaara no Sabaku, then Naruto Uchiha versus Neji Hyuga. We will have a break between those matches and then start after with Kankuro no Sabaku versus Shino Aburame, and then Shikamaru Nara versus Dosu Kinyuda, and then the winner of Shikamaru versus Dosu will fight Temari no Sabaku. Is that understood? The Hokage announced, getting nods from all of the genin in front of him as he then finished up with the finals will be in a month's time to allow the nobles to get here in time. Dismissed. Upon being dismissed, Naruto grinned and shunshined out of the forest of death and started to walk about, as he was thinking who to ask to be his sensei, as he knew the council would make Kakashi train Sasuke. While walking around, he heard a perverted giggling and looked around to see he was at the hot spring and smirked. "You're finally here to do your job, then, pervert?" Naruto asked, and then heard a growl from whoever he called Erokyofu. The man jumped down from the top of the hot spring and landed in front of Naruto. Naruto got a good look at his face and knew exactly who it was. "Damn it, brat," muttered the man as Naruto grinned more. "You're too much like your mom with nicknames," the man muttered as Naruto feigned a hurt look. "I'll have you know, Jiraiya, I asked Pa to get you to come back and help me out, but you never did," Naruto said before smiling. "But I do thank you for all the gifts and will take an apology in the form of being trained by you over the next month," Naruto said with a grin as Jiraiya grumbled before perking up at what Naruto said. "Chunin exams already?" Jiraiya asked as Naruto nodded. "I guess I could train you a thing or two. Maybe let you sign a contract," Jiraiya said as Naruto smiled and chuckled. Let's get going then, ya perv, Naruto said as Jiraiya grumbled about disrespectful brats as they walked to an empty training ground. Once reaching it, Jiraiya looked at Naruto and swung the scroll at the bottom of his back to his front before he put it on the ground. This right here, my boy, is the Toad's contract. Only had 3 people sign it to this date, and the first one's name was so old that it's worn out, Jiraiya said as he unrolled the scroll in front of Naruto, and Naruto smiled upon seeing the 2 familiar names of Jiraiya and his dad's name before he looked up to Jiraiya. You think I'm ready to sign it? Naruto asked, getting a nod. After the nod, Naruto took a deep breath and bit his thumb before writing his name on the blank space under Minato's name, and then Jiraiya rolled the scroll back up. And now we just need to get the Toads to agree to have you as their summoner, Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded, and Jiraiya continued, just gotta summon the boss Toad, and then survive his test he will give you, Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded again, and Jiraiya ran through the hand signs for summoning Jutsu, or dog, bird, monkey, and finally ram. Just get some blood and smear it on the hand you sign the contract with and run through the hand signs, and try to summon Gamabunta, Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded and ran through the hand signs before doing it for real. He bit his thumb and smeared across his rigged palm and ran through the hand signs. Kuchios no Jutsu, Naruto exclaimed. Nothing seemed to happen until a cloud of smoke appeared under him the size of the Hokage Tower, and then Naruto looked down to see a giant orange toad with a giant Tonto strapped to his back. Hey, you must be Gamabunta, Naruto said as Gamabunta then used his tongue to hold Naruto in front of him and narrowed his eyes. Who's asking? Gamabunta asked as Naruto looked confused before he realized he didn't introduce himself yet. Alright, well, I'm Naruto Uchiha. Nice to meet ya, Naruto said before he then thought a little. I'm surprised the pervert, Ma or Pa, never told you all about me. I mean, I was the next to be Toad Sage after my father died, Naruto muttered to himself as Gamabunta's eyes widened and realized who it was. Minato's brat, Gamabunta asked as Naruto tried to make him quiet as he nodded. Yeah, my dad's your old summoner, Naruto said before he smiled a little. Anyways, what's the test? Naruto asked as Gamabunta smirked and put Naruto on his head. Hold on until sunset, and then I'll consider you my summoner and equal, Gamabunta said as Naruto nodded and used chakra to stick to Gamabunta's head. Sunset. All over the village you could see Gamabunta hopping as if trying to shake something off his back, although if you looked close enough you would see Naruto on Gamabunta's back. This continued for another 5 minutes until Gamabunta stopped and saw Naruto still on his back and looking only a little exhausted. After all, it was his first time summoning, so he accidentally used too much chakra. Naruto looked down at Gamabunta with a grin as he knew he had won. So nice to officially become your summoner, Chief Toad, Naruto said as Gamabunta grinned and nodded back before disappearing in a pop and returning to the summon realm. Naruto looked down and started to fall, and in his fear of falling put his arms in front of him. What happened next stunned Jiraiya almost enough to make him quit his research. Almost. Naruto's hands as they shot forward must have had chakra in as the next thing. Jiraiya knew a tree exploded from the ground and caught Naruto by his ankle before slowly lowering him to the floor, making Naruto look around confused. Mokutan, Jiraiya muttered and Naruto looked confused. Brat, you just used Mokutan, Jiraiya exclaimed as Naruto started to realize what he meant and looked at the tree behind him that slowly lowered into the ground before the ground fixed itself, and Naruto chuckled. I knew I was awesome, he shouted as he then heard Tsunade's voice from the entrance of the training ground. Come on, perv. Granny is shouting it's time to dinner. Naruto finished as he started to run off. Not long after they both reached Tsunade, and to her surprise Jiraiya didn't try flirt with her. Naruto, what happened when he was training you? Tsunade asked, and Naruto replied happily. I may have accidentally used something that has been lost for generations, Naruto said, and Tsunade nodded, whilst thinking what it was before she looked at Naruto and saw the gem from the necklace Hashirama gave her glowing. Mokutan, Tsunade whispered to herself, making Naruto nod and grin as they entered the Senju compound. That's what has you gobsmacked? Tsunade asked Jiraiya, who nodded. Yeah, 1 minute he was on Bunta, and the next falling in the air because Bunta decided to test him a little more. I was about to go help him, but next thing I knew he was being carried by a tree root to the floor, and being slowly lowered down, Jiraiya said before he looked to Tsunade and chuckled. So how does it feel to see it back? Jiraiya asked as Tsunade chuckled a little. Infuriating, she replied as Jiraiya asked why. Because they'll expect him to go into Sare to keep the bloodline alive. But the way he's been recently, I would have thought he has a girlfriend, Tsunade said as Jiraiya giggles a little, and Tsunade decided to hit him over the head. Perv on my grandson, and I will make sure me and Shizen castrate you with a rusty spoon, Tsunade threatened as he nodded, covering his crown jewels. Week 1 of the training month. During the first week, Naruto and Jiraiya focused on Naruto's speed, while Naruto had shadow clones working on the Hiraishin. He knew he wouldn't use the Hiraishin too much as he didn't want to follow his dad's footsteps. He also upgraded his gravity and restriction seals to as high as he could without stopping his movement altogether. He also learned a couple Mokuton jutsus from the jutsu safe in the Senju compound. He also made sure to keep trying the jutsu until he had them down to the least amount of hand seals he could get it to, which was currently 2 hand seals until he gets taught Senjutsu. Jiraiya said he wouldn't be allowed to learn Mokuton until his body is fully matured, basically when he is 16, after 3-year time skip. Him and Temari also met up a lot more during the week and went on a date on the Saturday of the week. They both went to a small restaurant where he was allowed to go. After the date, they announced they were officially dating. This upset a certain Hyuga, but apart from that, a lot of the people who were their friends were happy for them. Week 2. During the second week, Naruto and Jiraiya worked on his elemental manipulation and teaching Naruto new jutsus. During the week, Jiraiya told Naruto the basic lessons for the Rinnegan, which to Jiraiya's surprise, Naruto mastered the first stage within a day. To master by Naruto's standards, he worked it until he had the balloon popping down to an instant. The second stage, which was the rubber ball popping, took Naruto 3 days, and that was because Naruto trained it less. Naruto also got that stage down to an instant again, and then was the final stage. Naruto combined the first 2 stages of rotation and power, but he had to find a way to keep the balloon to not pop. While he was using the first stages, he got down the containment stage down to an instant until Jiraiya said he had it down and to test it properly. Naruto then mastered the Rinnegan and started to wonder what it would be like with elemental chakra. Week 3. During the third week, Naruto upped his seals again. After that, he continued to train his usual way, and on top of that, he was teaching himself the last of the Mokuton jutsu. Only problem was that some of them only worked in Sage mode, which Naruto didn't have yet, so he decided to continue to practice the others until he had them down to memorization. After that, he was given the key by the Toads and Jiraiya for his seal, which surprised Kurama. Naruto, upon getting the key, entered the seal and smirked at the stunned Kurama. He activated the key and then opened the seal, and Kurama seemed confused. Naruto knew what he would need to do to get access to Kurama's chakra, and Kurama knew it as well. Once the seal opened completely, they fought for dominance. During the fight, Naruto met Kushina, his godmother, and also another of the Uzumaki clan, which Naruto found out he was part of as well through Mito. Naruto used his Sharingan to copy the Kongo Fusa adamantine chains when Kushina used them. Naruto practiced them with the guidance of Kurama once they subdued him, as Kurama's other Jinchurikis had them as well. Week 4, final week. During his final week, Naruto and Jiraiya, base forms, had a spar to see how strong Naruto was. The spar ended with Jiraiya winning, but he admitted that was due to experience. Naruto was also taught how to use the Kyubi cloak, not Keisim. Although Kurama told him about a form he would be able to use once he was fully mature. Naruto looked forward to this new cloak and kept training using the cloaks, although he couldn't make it past the 4th tail without almost going insane from the amount of hatred. Naruto also deduced he would need to defeat his inner darkness before he could master Kyubi cloak, so he stopped training it. Another thing he and his clones trained in was the successful usage of the Hiraishin. Naruto could use it almost as fast as his father, although this was also made easier because of his sensory abilities. In Jiraiya's eyes, Naruto was able to take on almost anyone from the village but a handful, those being the Sannin, Hiruzen, Danzo, and Itachi, all of which were S-rank shinobi or higher. Chunin Exam Arena. In the center of the arena was most of the genin in the exams, all of them but Sasuke and Dosu. Naruto was looking at his girlfriend with a soft smile on his face, and she smiled back, although she also had a blush at Naruto's attire. Naruto wore a cloak similar to his father's, but it was black with red flames. Naruto's Hori from Shippuden. On top of that, he was wearing a skin-tight shirt and baggy pants. The shirt clung to his body and showed off his built body. On his shirt, over vital areas were small armor plates which Naruto made using some of the metals he found in the vault of his house. The metal could take an all-out punch from Tsunade, who had also started to train again to protect Naruto and Konoha after she found out about the invasion. She would protect the home of her family no matter what. Naruto turned to the Hokage box and smirked at Jiraiya, who was whispering in Hiruzen's ear how strong Naruto currently is. Hiruzen nodded slightly and smiled at Naruto, who smirked, and Hiruzen's eyes widened in realization as he started to cry, a little muttering about damned brat going to give him more paperwork. Naruto then turned to the crowd, feeling a lot of eyes on him. As he turned around, the first pair of eyes he made contact with was the Fire Damo, who was looking at him in realization. The next ones he turned to were the Jonin Sensei, who were looking at him with a soft chuckle. Naruto finally stopped looking around when he heard the proctor speak up. "Hello, my name is Gunma Shiranui, the proctor of the finals," Gunma said as he looked at the examinees. "Everyone here already knows the rules now. Any questions?" Gunma asked as the examinees shook their head and Gunma nodded. "All right. Would Naruto, Uchiha, and Neji Hyuga stay in the arena while the rest of you go to the contestant box?" Gunma said as they nodded. Naruto and Neji stayed in the arena as they stared at each other before Neji arrogantly spoke up. "You may as well quit. Fate has already deemed me the winner. While you're nothing more than the failure of the Uchiha clan," Neji said with a smirk, and Naruto sighed before shaking his head. Yeah, let's just start the match," Naruto said as he closed his eyes and opened them, showing his fully mature Sharingan. He glared at Neji as Gunma nodded. "And begin," Gunma said as he shunshined out of the arena. Once Naruto sensed him gone, he saying Neji activate his Byakugan and run at him. Neji went to preform a palm strike to Naruto's shoulder, although Naruto wasn't there. It was an after image showing Naruto's speed with his seals on. Naruto looked to Neji as he stood behind Neji and sighs. "You know, Neji, if I remember, caged birds aren't supposed to attack the main branch family," Naruto said, surprising the Hyugas that Naruto knew about the caged bird seal. "And I'm pretty sure I know someone who was trying to figure out a way to get rid of said seal and left their notes to me," Naruto said as he looked to Hayashi as Hayashi then realized who the child was, and his eyes widened. When Naruto stated that he had notes of the seal and how to remove it, Neji almost face-faulted, and the Hyuga elders were in outrage until the Hokage spoke up. "Naruto, what do you mean?" the Hokage asked as Naruto looked at him and sighed. "My two-sen left my Kachan with some sealing notes to pass on to me," Naruto said as Hiruzen's eyes widened and Naruto nodded. "He even left the ones he mastered from other notes and made his signature moves," Naruto said before he then sighed, seeing the confused eyes on him. "And because of us talking about this, I believe it's time. After all, I'm strong enough to take his name if I wished, or my Obachan's name," Naruto said as Hiruzen nodded and sighed. "I believe so too," Hiruzen said as Tsunade, who was sat in the VIP box, looked at Naruto with a smile and nodded. "As you all know, my cousin was Hikari Uchiha, daughter of Madara Uchiha, and his unknown wife Hattori Uchiha. But my father was never announced," Naruto said loud enough for the audience to hear him. "My father was the hero of the leaf who, if you didn't know, also sealed away the Kyuubi into me," he said, shocking the audience as they realized who it was. "Yes, my two-san was Minato Namikaze, son of Tsunade Senju and Greymoth Namikaze," Naruto said as the audience sat there stunned until they saw Naruto pull out a tri-pronged kunai and throw it to the other side of the arena, and then teleported to it. "And I know all of his sealing techniques, and have all of his and Kushina Uzumaki's sealing knowledge," Naruto stated, shocking the audience more. Neji stood there stunned until he scowled a little. "You mean to tell me that your two-sen sealed the Kyuubi into you?" Neji asked, and Naruto chuckled as he nodded. "Yeah, he sealed the fox that attacked on the day I was born. He did his duty of Hokage, but also sacrificed his family as well. But also because of the attack, my mother was infected by the Kyuubi's killing intent and died slowly from the corrosive chakra and Ki infecting her," Naruto said before he pulled the kunai out of the wall and sealed it away. "And before the council tries, I'm a member of both founding clans of the Leaf. I will take away both clans if they attempt to force me into anything." Naruto said, looking Hiruzen straight in the eyes as Hiruzen sighed and nodded. Naruto smirked before he looked to Neji and shunshined in front of him. Once in front of Neji, Naruto took off the headband and looked at the seal before using his chakra as the ink and unsealed the cage bird seal. He then sighed and quickly flashed through hand signs bloodline destroy. Fin, Naruto muttered. Once he finished, Neji screamed in pain before passing out, and Naruto turned to Hayashi. My 2 sans promise has been completed, Hayashi-san, Naruto said, making Hayashi tear up a little and nod. What did the brat do? And what does he mean, Hayashi? Asked Hayashi's father. Hayashi looked to his dad with a smirk and replied, Naruto went and made a seal that the whole clan will wear. It's a seal that will destroy all of our eyes upon death to stop people from stealing them. It's also the promise Minato made me when we first met in the academy, Hayashi said with a smirk before he looked to the Hokage and then chuckled a little. I used to always want to be rid of the damned seal separating our clan that I mentioned it to Minato. That's when he took up an interest in Fuinjutsu, and with the help of Kushina, they studied Fuinjutsu until they made a seal. He was supposed to come and apply it at the end of October, but the Kyuubi attack happened and he died. Hayashi finished, surprising his daughters and infuriating his father. And with the Hokage as my witness, I, Hayashi Hyuga, clan head of the Hyuga clan, hereby destroy the Elder Council to never be reinstated again, Hayashi said, stunning the Hyuga elders. After the Naruto's round, Naruto slowly walked up to the competitor's box where he was surprised to see Temari stood there, a stern look on her face as she looked straight at him. When did you plan on telling me you are the son of the Yellow Flash? Temari asked, a little ticked off as Naruto chuckled nervously and rubbed his neck. Well, you see, Mari, I was going to tell you after the exams had finished, although me fighting a Hyuga first round kind of forced me to move my own schedule up and tell the village today, Naruto replied, mumbling the second part as Temari sighed and cuddled into him. Naruto smiled softly as he cuddled her back. He looked up and heard Kankuro forfeiting his match against Shino and sighed. It's your match, Mari, he whispered against her head as she groaned a little. He kisses her head softly. Before she stood up and left, he looked over to Shikamaru and smirked. Make sure to give Mari a good match, Shika, Naruto said as he saw Shikamaru leaving. Match goes as canon. Naruto chuckled with a small smirk. Lazy Naraz, he mumbled as he saw Temari walk back into the competitor's booth. He smiled a little as she sat on his lap and cuddled into him. He cuddled her as he saw Gaara vanish in a swirl of sand and watched the arena. It would also seem that Kakashi and Sasuke are here. He mumbled as Temari perked up a little and shuffled around till she was facing the arena with Naruto's arms around her waist. As the match continues, Naruto realized that Sasuke's chakra felt more electrifying than it was hot and knew what it meant. He's awakened his right chakra, Naruto said loud enough for all the competitors to hear as he continued to watch the match. All of them were confused until Kankuro asked, How do you know, Naruto? In response, he got Naruto's attention as he replied, I'm a sensor who can sense emotions and chakra levels. Over time with training it, I honed it down to the point where I can sense what people's chakra releases are. So even if Mari here didn't have her fan when we first met, I would have known she was a futon user. Just like how I know Gaara has both futon and sabaku, sand, manipulation. Although he hasn't learned any futon jutsus yet. Naruto finished off, surprising them all as Naruto's face turned serious, and Sasuke learning a Raiton jutsu. Especially if it's the one I believe it is, has flipped this battle in Sasuke's favor, Naruto said with a grim expression. Knowing Sasuke was trained by Kakashi for the month makes him worry if he knows the Chidori. As the match went on, it seemed they were even matched, although Naruto and a couple of the competitors and the Jounin knew that Gaara had more chakra than Sasuke did. Even if Sasuke tapped into the cursed mark, Naruto seemed to be waiting for something to happen, and not long after it happened, Sasuke seemed to snap and went for the kill on Gaara, making Naruto tighten his hold on Temari. Naruto watched as Gaara kept dodging the attacks before watching Sasuke back away from his opponent. Gaara used this time to create a large ball of sand to surround himself so he could meditate, and that's when Naruto heard it, making him click his tongue in disgust. He really learned the Chidori, Naruto growled as he saw the competitors look confused. Kakashi's signature move, which he says is the perfect assassination jutsu, although you can hear it for miles away because it has the chirping of 1,000 birds, Naruto said before sighing. I also happen to know it, but never use it as if I were to ever become an assassin at all. I have better ways of doing it, such as using my speed or my wind chakra. Naruto finished before watching the match and smirked. What are you smirking for, Naruto? He heard Temari ask as Naruto started to chuckle. Gaara's won, Naruto said simply as he pointed to the orb of sand. I never knew he would spend a month attempting to befriend Shikaku, and it actually working. He's allowed to use however much of his chakra as Gaara wishes, and without losing his mind, Naruto said as the orb started to crumble away, and out came Gaara, surrounded in a red tanuki cloak with a singular large red tail. I wonder if I'll have to get involved to seal Shikaku away though, Naruto said as he watched Gaara's eyes as every now and again anger and rage would appear in them. The match continued with Gaara staying on the offensive and taking control. This happened after he caught Sasuke's wrist blocking the Chidori from piercing him. Naruto watched until he heard Gaara roar and looked up to the Kage booth to see Hiruzen nod, and then heard Genma shout from the wall, Gaara wins. Next match, Naruto Namikaze vs Gaara no Sabaku as part of the Sandame's request. After hearing that, Naruto smiled and kisses Temari's cheek as he stood up and sat her in his seat. I'll be back in a flash, he said before smiling over his shoulder and vanishing in pure speed. Both competitors, ready? The Sandame asked from the Kage box, getting a nod from Naruto as Gaara just roared begin. As soon as Hiruzen said begin, Naruto dodged a punch from Shikaku-fied Gaara and smiled at him. Seems your bond isn't the strongest right now, huh? Well, I hope in 3 years you two have a better bond, Naruto said before using Shunshin and grabbing his katana and smirked. Now then, I believe this is Big Brother Shirsue's technique. But he left it to me, so prepare to meet the next teleporter, Naruto said with a large smirk before taking a deep breath and activating his Sharingan and saying loud enough for the stadium to hear dance of the teleporter. As soon as those words hit everyone's ears, Naruto started to use Shunshin in rapid succession, leaving large quantities of after images. They all started to close in on Shikaku-fied Gaara, and once close enough, Gaara seemed to be getting hit by all of them. While Naruto was attacking Gaara, he placed a seal on Gaara's arm, which would suppress Shikaku back to the seal. While the battle continued, Gaara's shroud of chakra vanished, and Naruto finished. As soon as Naruto finished beating Gaara, he caught him before he could hit the floor and smiled softly before bowing as he heard, "Winner Naruto." Genma was about to announce the next match, but heard both Temari and Shino shout, "I forfeit." At the same time, confused on what to do, Genma turned to the Kage booth to see Hiruzen sigh and rubbing his forehead before standing up. As since both Temari and Shino have forfeited, I announce Naruto the winner of the Chunin exams. We will look into the results of these matches, and once everyone is back to their own villages, they will be promoted, Hiruzen said as he turned around about to leave before whispering, "Good luck, Orochimaru," to the disguised Orochimaru before leaving. Orochimaru was seething as his invasion plan was screwed. He called all the Sound Ninja to retreat and left himself. Naruto smiled and released the seal on Gaara as he started to wake up. Hey Gaara, keep making that bond with Shikaku. It'll be handy in 3 years especially, Naruto said as he let Gaara stand on his own. Naruto was starting to walk off before he was attacked by a hug and smiled, wrapping his arms around the blonde who was cuddling him. Hey Mari, he whispered. Hey, she whispered back before looking up at him and kissing him softly. Congrats, she said as he smiled. Thanks. Now I believe you guys are leaving today, which is saddening, but I'll send you letters through my summons, and you'll get to meet Kichi, Naruto said with a smile, as Temari nodded and cuddled him tighter as she whispered only loud enough for him to hear. I love you. Those words made him smile more as he replied. I know, and I love you too. Just as quiet for only her to hear as she smiled and backed away from the hug and shouted to her brother. Gaara, Kankuro, we gotta get packed. In response, she got a loud groan from Kankuro and a nod from Gaara as the three left, leaving a smiling Naruto on the fighting grounds of the Chunin exam arena. Week after Chunin exams, Naruto was sat in his home eating some breakfast as he heard someone knock on the door. He groaned as he stood up and walked to the door and opened it. Hello, he said as he looked out. Oh hey Granny, Naruto said with a smile, seeing Tsunade stood there, but then he noticed something. So Hiruzen made you Hokage after retiring? Naruto asked, seeing the fire shadow hat on Tsunade's head. Yes, I did. I also hoped you would be there when Hiruzen gave me the hat in his office. We are having my inauguration later today. I hope to see you there, Tsunade said as Naruto nodded and smiled. So, Granny, want some breakfast? Naruto asked as Tsunade shook her head. Naruto smirked a little and held up a note. All right. Dad wanted me to give you this if you ever became Hokage, Naruto said before putting it in his pocket. Of course I've read it. I'm just curious who was promoted before giving it to you, Naruto said with a smirk. Tsunade sighed as she rubbed her temples. You're worse than your mother with trying to get deals, Tsunade then groaned as Naruto stood aside, as Tsunade came in as Naruto shut the door. You might be getting a promotion, along with Shikamaru and Shino, Tsunade said as Naruto smiled a little and handed Tsunade the note. Enjoy the secret to paperwork, Naruto said as he continued to eat his cereal as Tsunade's eyes widened. She looked at the note, and her eyes widened before she laughed. Suck it, Hiruzen-sensei, Tsunade shouted as Naruto choked on his cereal trying to hold his laugh. When he stopped choking, he looked at her with a smirk. So, like the note Dad left? Naruto asked as Tsunade nodded with an evil smirk. Enjoy defeating paperwork, Naruto said as he finished eating his food. As soon as Naruto stood up to do his dishes, his ear twitched a little. When did Jiraiya get back? Naruto asked as Tsunade looked confused until she heard someone laughing from the corner. Of course you hear me getting back, Jiraiya said as Naruto smirked. Yeah, I get boosted senses from the QB after me, and him merged our chakra pools together, Naruto said as he stretched and yawned. On the downside, I gain his laziness, Naruto said, earning 2 laughs from the last of the loyal Sannin. So, Tsunade, congratulations on becoming Godame, Jiraiya said as he then turned to Naruto, and then Tsunade, but I also believe it's time I took him on a trip, Jiraiya said, confusing Naruto and worrying Tsunade. A trip? But I was just about to tell Naruto about his job with the Daimyo, Tsunade said, making Naruto's eyes widen. I was made one of the 12 guardians, Naruto asked in shock as Tsunade nodded slightly. The Daimyo wishes to have you in the 12 guardians for 1 year and 3 months, Tsunade said, handing Naruto the letter from the Daimyo. Huh? There's another one, Naruto muttered as he looked at the other one and his eyes widened. You weren't going to tell anyone about this one? Naruto asked quietly as Tsunade raised an eyebrow. What one? Tsunade asked as Naruto read the scroll. Mei Terumi requesting assistance with the Kiri Rebellion, Naruto said, surprising Tsunade. You mean you never saw it? Naruto asked as Tsunade nodded. If I remember Terumi's bingo book entry, she has 2 Kekkai Genkai, Yoton, Lava, and Futten Boil, Naruto said as he rubbed his chin. I'm sure a couple of Umbu squads could assist with it, Naruto mumbled, handing it to Tsunade as she nodded. Naruto then looked to Jiraiya, who looked in thought before he sighed. I guess we could shorten our trip to 1 year and 9 months, but I wish for you to be above Kage level by the time we return, Jiraiya said seriously as Naruto smiled and nodded. Yeah, sure, and I want you to try and home up with Tsunade before I leave for the 12 Guardians, Naruto said before ducking a glass and catching it, and looked to see a blushing Tsunade. Good luck, Naruto said with a smile as his grandmother and godfather left his house. Once they left, he sighed as he went to the table after grabbing a piece of paper and sat down. He looked at the paper before nodding and starting to write a letter to Temari. He spent an hour writing the letter before he summoned Gamakichi and smiled at the toad. Hey Kichi, Naruto said as Gamakichi looked to him and said. Hey bro, Kichi said and saw the letter. Another letter to Temari? Kichi asked Naruto, who blushed and nodded a little. Yeah, sorry for summoning you so much to be a messenger, Naruto said apologetically as Kichi scoffed. Doesn't matter. As long as I can get some candy from you, then we're all good, Kichi said as Naruto laughed and handed Kichi 2 boxes of Pocky. Why 2? Kichi asked as Naruto looked confused. Temari said in her letter she forget to get you some when you were delivering her last letter, Naruto said as Kichi seemed to think before nodding with a smile. I'm glad you remembered, bro, Kichi said before grabbing the letter and smiling. I'll get Temari's reply before I leave back home, Kichi said as Naruto nodded, watching the toad disappear in a puff of smoke. Naruto smiled at the table before looking to the side and sighing. I owe Bunta some sake, Naruto mumbled to himself, remembering how he needed to give Bunta some sake after their last training session. Naruto stood up and walked to his room to get changed. Once he changed, he walked out wearing his civilian attire with his three clan symbols, the Uchiha and Senju one smaller than the Namikaze one as he walked out. He tied his head back to his bicep on his right arm and walked aimlessly before walking past the Nara compound. Once reaching the gates, he was waved in by the guards as they knew he was Shikamaru's friend. Once he got in, he walked to the clan head's house, knowing Shikamaru had the day off. Once he reached the house, he rang the doorbell and waited for a small while before Shikamaru's mom, Yoshino, answered the door. "Oh, Naruto, Shikamaru is just in his room, probably asleep." Yoshino mumbled the last part, but Naruto heard and laughed slightly. "Thanks, Yoshino. I'll go get him," Naruto said as he walked up and took his sandals off before walking up the stairs. Once he reached Shikamaru's room, he knocked, and when he got no reply, he walked in and pulled off Shikamaru's blanket. "Oi, lazy. I finished the seal you asked for," Naruto said as Shikamaru then instantly shot up. "Wait, already?" Shikamaru asked as Naruto scoffed and nodded, handing him it. "Yeah, simple barrier sealing. It stops all noise coming in and out, as well as casts a Jinjutsu that not even the Sharingan can see, or even the Inuzukas can smell through. It places the Jinjutsu over you and stops people knowing you're there. Only downside is, Byakugans can see through, and seal masters, such as myself and Jiraiya, will be able to detect the barrier. Oh, and sensory ninjas will detect the Jinjutsu," Naruto said, surprising Shikamaru. "I even made Shikaku one," Naruto said as he turned around. Shikamaru looked at Naruto before sighing. "Troublesome blonde," Shikamaru muttered, and Naruto smirked. "But this troublesome blonde also happens to be your best friend, and someone as smart as if not smarter than the Nara prodigy," Naruto said, his smirk growing, seeing Shikamaru get a tick mark. "I wonder if the Nara prodigy would like a shogi game to see which of us are better strategically," Naruto said, walking out with a grumbling Shikamaru behind him. Once they reached downstairs, Yoshino looked at the two in surprise. "I thought you would be up there waking him longer, Naruto," Yoshino said as Naruto smirked. "Oh no, I had a small project that Shikamaru offered me, and then Shikaku, who overheard, decided to ask for one as well and would pay me for them," Naruto said as he chuckled. "Plus I challenged Shikamaru to another game of shogi," Naruto said as Yoshino sighed. "What is your scores now? A tiebreaker at what?" Yoshino asked as Shikamaru replied seriously. "Tiebreaker at 250 matches to both of us," he said as Naruto nodded, and they both sat down to have their matches of shogi. The matches took up for the most part 5 hours of the day. As Naruto looked out and saw it was near 4 p.m., he chuckled and stood up. "Well, those were a nice few games, Shika," Naruto said as he stretched. "Where you going?" Shikamaru asked as Naruto looked to him. "Oh right, Tsunade is being put in office as Hokage, and she wants me to be there," Naruto said with a shrug, something about having her amazing grandson by her side as she becomes the first female Hokage, Naruto said with sarcasm leaking from his voice as Shikamaru sighed. "Troublesome," Shikamaru mumbled as Naruto nodded. "Yeah, most troublesome events to happen, but hey, I have a fourth family member who has been Hokage," Naruto said as he stretched again, popping some joints. "And knowing my bad luck with these councils, I'll be marrying Temari even though we just started dating," Naruto said as he started to walk towards the front door with Shikamaru beside him. "You and Temari, huh?" Shikamaru asked as Naruto just raised an eyebrow. "I thought you knew," Naruto said as Shikamaru shook his head and Naruto shrugged. "Yeah, me and Temari started dating during the Chunin exams. I'm guessing one of the two reasons she quit the finals," Naruto said as Shikamaru chuckled. "The second being?" Shikamaru asked with mirth in his tone. "I don't know. The fact I beat her younger brother who holds one of the 9 bijou. Even if they don't have the best relationship," Naruto said as Shikamaru's eyes narrowed. "One of the 9? Shikamaru asked as Naruto's eyes widened a little. "Crap, wasn't supposed to say that yet," Naruto muttered, knowing how he told Choji, Kiba, and Shikamaru of him holding the Kyuubi. "Welp, cat's out the bag. Yeah, there are 9 people who contain bijou. Me and Gaara are one of the 9. I met another on a mission to Taki. Other than that, I only know rumors such as the Raikage brother being one, 2 Nin from IWA, who have Sannin rights being them, and the Mizukage," Naruto said as he groaned. "This bijou crap sounds troublesome," Shikamaru said as Naruto laughed and nodded. "Agreed, especially being a Jinchuriki," Naruto said before he looked over his shoulder and smiled. Make sure to give your dad his seal, Naruto said before vanishing in a shunshin as Shikamaru nodded. Troublesome, Shikamaru said before going into the house. With Naruto. Naruto was slowly making his way towards the Hokage Tower and not really looking at his surroundings. More like he was running on autopilot as he continued walking. He was using his sensory ability to feel out objects and people, and he moved around them as if he was paying attention. Upon reaching the Hokage Tower, he walked straight in and saw his big sister figure at the secretary desk. Hey Shizune, Naruto said as Shizune smiled at him. Hey Naruto, Tsunade should be in her office, Shizune said as Naruto smiled. Thanks, Naruto said as he walked towards the Kage office and knocked. Without waiting for a reply, he opened the door and smirked at Tsunade getting in her serious mode. It's just me, Granny, Naruto said as Tsunade sighed and hunched over. Naruto chuckled when he saw Tsunade made clones again and turned to see Hiruzen shaking his head. Naruto, Hiruzen said as Naruto looked to him. You told Tsunade before she was Hokage? Hiruzen asked as Naruto shook his head. Technically Dad told her, Naruto said with a chuckle as Hiruzen shook his head as Naruto smiled a little. So Minato left his mother a note of the secret, Hiruzen said as Naruto nodded his head. And he didn't tell me? Hiruzen asked as Naruto shrugged. He was always a mama's boy, Tsunade said as Naruto nodded. According to his notes, he always loved being around Tsunade, Naruto said as Tsunade looked shocked. He wrote about me? Tsunade asked as Naruto nodded his head. Yeah, quite a bit. This was after I found out he was my dad that I read his notes and diaries, Naruto said as Tsunade smiled, as did Hiruzen. Naruto looked around the office before smirking. Damn, I'm surprised you haven't Tsunade'd up the place yet, Naruto said with a smirk. What do you mean, Naruto? Tsunade asked as Naruto looked to her. Oh, added in some boards and books on medical stuff, Naruto said with a shrug as Tsunade groaned. I can't until Sensei has officially given me position as Hokage, Tsunade said as Naruto nodded. And it should happen in a few hours actually, Tsunade said as Hiruzen shook his head. Actually, it happens in half an hour, Hiruzen said looking at the clock as did Tsunade whose eyes widened. Oh shit, Tsunade said as Naruto laughed. As Naruto was laughing, Kichi appeared. Yo bro, Kichi said as Naruto wiped his eye and looked to Kichi. Got your reply? Kichi said handing Naruto the letter as Naruto smiled and nodded to Kichi handing him another box of Pocky. For express delivery. Also tell Bunta, I'll have some of Kumo's finest ready from my mom's house, Naruto said as Kichi nodded and vanished. Kumo's finest what, Naruto? Tsunade asked with a large tick. Oh, Kumo's finest sake, Bunta loves it, and I owe him a barrel from when I went to MT Miyaboku for training with him in different toad and combination jutsus, Naruto said as he smirked. I also have a couple bottles of it, Naruto said as Tsunade's eyes widened. I read from Dad's notes it helps with the headache after the clones finish paperwork, Naruto said with a shrug. Hiruzen chuckled softly knowing of Minato's habit to have a single saucer before putting the bottle down. Minato was quite the lightweight compared to his mother when it comes to sake. He only had one saucer and would put the bottle down after, Hiruzen said with a laugh as Naruto gasped. Over the next 30 minutes they talked about random topics until Hiruzen stood up with Tsunade following and Naruto by her side. As they left the office, Shizune joined them, and they made it to the roof of the Hokage building. When they got there, the whole clearing in front of the building was filled with shinobi and civilians alike, as Naruto stood next to Shizune a little further back with Tsunade a little ways in front of them. Citizens of Konoha, it is with great honor and pride that I have you all here today. As today is my final day as a shinobi and as a kage, I am officially retiring. I already have my replacement decided, and they have been training and even doing some paperwork for us recently. It's with great honor that I now address you as Hiruzen Sararobi, elder of the Sarutobi clan, Hiruzen said as mutterings broke out, and then stopped when Hiruzen shouted silence. As for my replacement as clan head of the Sarutobis, he has proven that he is already worthy during my second tenure as Hokage, and he was temporary clan head. Yes, I mean my son Asuma Sarutobi will be clan head of the Sarutobi clan, Hiruzen said as his eyes caught the shocked look of his son in the crowd, As for my replacement as Hokage, I believe they were the only ones within the village qualified enough to lead it. If they aren't able to, then they have me and the other elders to assist them. The now Godame Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato is my very own student Tsunade Senju, current clan head of the Senjus. Hiruzen finished as cheers and applause was heard throughout the crowd as Hiruzen handed his Hokage hat to Tsunade, who took it and put it on as she looked to the crowd. As my first order of business, I would like all of the rookie teams and team guy in my office. This will be your promotion announcements, Tsunade said as they heard a hi. And my second order of business, if the combination of the Namikaze and Senju clan, Tsunade said, surprising the crowd as she finished. I can legally do this as I was planning to marry the father of my child before he died. Tsunade said before finishing her speech as she bowed and walked away with a stunned Naruto and a Shizen who acted like it was normal. "Oh, oi, Granny," Naruto said, catching up to her. Why dash, he stopped himself. "You plan to make me a clan head? Why, I'm only 13 years old. Naruto said seriously as Tsunade smirked. 13, yet you're more mature than most veteran shinobi, and you have a thought process of sensei? Tsunade said seriously as Naruto pouted. That's not the point. I mean, I don't want to have to deal with the advisory civilian council and the meetings all the time, Naruto groaned as he sighed. At least coulda waited till I got back, Naruto said, but stopped when he heard the door open. Get back from where, Naruto? Came the question of Neji Hyuga, who had calmed down on the whole fate thing since the exams. Naruto said before looking to Tsunade for help, who shrugged. Damn it, Granny. Naruto sighed. The daimyo has sent a request for me to be a member of the 12 Guardians for 1 year and 3 months, Naruto said as he looked away from everyone waiting for their response. What he wasn't expecting was for himself to get a pat on the back. When he looked at them, he smiled, seeing the new Sarutobi head smiling at him. Seems like I wasn't the only one your age, huh? Asuma said as Naruto chuckled. Yeah, Naruto said before he hears Tsunade clearing her throat. As she cleared her throat, the rest of the teams got into the office. So straight to business, Tsunade said as she had a lot of files in front of her. To all of you who competed in the Chunin exams, I'd like to congratulate you all. The competition was extremely fierce, Tsunade said, getting nods from the Konoha 12. Now on to promotions, Tsunade said as she looked at the notes of the teams in order. Team guy, step forward, Tsunade said as the eldest of the rookies stepped forward. Out of all of you, Neji was the only one to get a promotion request, but after looking at his file, I've decided to hold off until he goes through the Chunin exams again next year. I have recommendations from older shinobi for you all, such as for Tenten. Use a couple jutsus, maybe learn a little elemental control, and channel it through your weapons to make them more fierce. For Lee, I know of his medical condition where he can't use chakra other than to do the surface walking. Your recommendation said to learn a couple more taijutsu styles and mix them in with your own. And finally, Neji, I believe you are Jonin level in skill, just your attitude was holding you back. But after your match with Naruto, it's apparently changed, according to both Hayashi and members of the Hyuga clan, Tsunade said, getting a nod from Team 9. I have told Guy about the recommendations and also asked that he get other members of our forces to assist in training you all. Learn new skills, as I hope to see this team at another Chunin exams, Tsunade said with a smirk. Hi Hokage, Team 9 said in unison and stepped back. Tsunade looked over the other files before picking up another team's. Team 8 stepped forward, as she ordered that they all stepped forwards. I have one promotion for Team 8, she said as she picked up a scroll containing a Chunin vest, Shino Aburame. The judges believe you deserve the rank of Chunin for your display of your clan's techniques within the finals and being able to use your hives to your advantage, Sunsade said, holding the vest to Shino as he bowed and took it. Now as for Hinata, the judges said you have heavy confidence issues, whether it's from your clan or others we don't know. As for your gentle fist style, Tsunade said, and cleared her throat, I believe it doesn't suit you. Your body seems like it purposely tries to put you in flexible positions, and you are forcing yourself into stances. This is also comments from a Sharingan user who has faced a Hyuga and compared your stances. Maybe make a more flowing style of gentle fist, and then master that, Tsunade said as Hinata nodded with wide eyes. As for Kiba Inuzuka, Tsunade said and looked over the notes. Your jutsus with Akamaru are strong and really unpredictable. You would have been recommended for promotion if you had a better control of your attitude, such as your brash and cocky attitude, Tsunade said as Kiba nodded slightly. Apart from that, all of the comments are good, Tsunade said, surprising the other rookies, besides Naruto. Says you did your best in all aspects of the Chunin exams, and according to Tsum you have gotten less cocky since your loss to Naruto, Tsunade said as Kiba nodded with a grin. That's all notes we have for Team 8. I hope to see some of you in the upcoming Chunin exams, Tsunade said. Hi Hokage, Team 8 said, and backed away. Team 10, Tsunade said as she picked up the file and heard Naruto groan a little. She looked to Team 10 who stepped forward and smiled softly. This generation's Ino Shikacho formation. Like your father's, Tsunade said as Shikamaru nodded. As for your team, Shikamaru was recommended for promotion to Chunin. The judges said he should be promoted for his strategic mind, use of the shadow possession jutsu, and knowing his limits. Tsunade said as Shikamaru groaned and took his vest. As for Choji and Ino, the judges believe Choji's knowledge of his clan's techniques are amazing. If he were to learn them more and master them, he could be better than Choza, Tsunade said with a nod, and then turned to Ino. The judges said you're a fangirl, or used to be as recently according to Inoichi and Asuma. You've been taking training seriously, Tsunade said as Ino nodded. And the hospital has some frightening reports about heavy dieting and not eating. Tsunade said, getting a flinch from the younger blonde woman. I'm going to tell you the same I told a girl who was on my Jinin team, Tsunade said as she continued. A ninja, no matter what, always needs to eat. They use more calories than a civilian, especially during training. I also asked if she believed I got a figure like this, Tsunade said, pointing to herself and finishing, by doing what you call a diet? Tsunade asked as Ino shook her head. Exactly not. In fact, my father and I would always have an eating competition whenever my mother was out checking on the village, Tsunade said, surprising the Genin and newly turned Chunin. Now know this much. Eating is very crucial for any human, but it's more important for a ninja as you use up the calories a lot faster, Tsunade finished and smiled. Now I hope to see you too when you have completely increased, and I will see which Chunin exams are closest to. Then, I hope to see you too in them, Tsunade finished as they nodded. Hi Hokage, Team 10 finished as they backed up. Tsunade picked up the last file and sighed. Team 7, she said, and Team 7 all stepped forward, Naruto with excitement in his eyes, Sakura with a nervous smile, and Sasuke looked as cocky as ever. Sasuke, lose the smirk and the cocky look, Tsunade said seriously, and he instantly dropped it as Tsunade cleared her throat. Right, Team 7. You have a single promotion, but not to Chunin, Tsunade said, surprising the Genin and Jonin in the room. This person is being promoted to Jonin, which is surprising as he is officially the fastest to gain Jonin in the history of Konoha, Tsunade said before looking at them. I would like to welcome Naruto to our Jonin ranks, Tsunade said, and Naruto's eyes widened. The judges were especially impressed by you. Your proficiency in using the Sharingan. Then there is your ability with Fuin Jutsu, and even learning the Nidame's techniques, which your father further developed. Tsunade finished as Naruto smiled and took the vest. As for your teammates, Sakura, I will give you the same advice as Ino. Lose the fangirl act and start eating, and Sasuke, Tsunade said as she looked to the Genin Uchiha. I have looked at all your files, and they claim you had no problems. But if the Chunin exams I saw is anything to go by, you do. As for using an assassination technique in a place where if you missed your target you endangered civilian life to the fact that you almost used the curse mark had Garan not knocked you out, Tsunade said as Sasuke growled. Tsunade thought. But for positive notes, you have been praised in knowing lightning jutsus and an A rank at that. Your mastery over Katan as well was praised in your speed. They also seemed to realize that you had copied Lee's fighting style, the Goken, Tsunade finished. Apart from that, the reports say you were cocky, and the only time you were quiet is when you were asleep after being knocked out, Sun said as Sasuke growled. Now I hope you lose the cockiness, and hopefully you'll be able to take the Chunin exams and get promoted next time, Tsunade finished. Hi Hokage, Team 7 said. Sasuke said it reluctantly as Naruto smiled at Tsunade. Tsunade smirked. Oh, and Jonin Naruto, Tsunade said as Naruto froze and replied with a hi. I would like to congratulate you on becoming clan head of the Shinjinamike's clan, Tsunade said as Naruto groaned. Wait, Naruto was serious about being related to you? Sakura asked. In Res pose, she got deadpan looks from everyone as Naruto sighed and tapped his foot on the floor and a wooden chair grew up behind him. "So I'm going to take a seat as we explain this," Naruto said as everyone stared at him shocked. "Mokutan," Kakashi muttered, surprising the genin. "Yeah, it's something from the Namikaze clan. They had a very rare bloodline ability to merge elements to make a perfect remake of the Kekkei Genkai," Naruto said, and Tsunade sighed. Everyone dismissed apart from Naruto, Tsunade said, and they all nodded. As soon as Naruto and Tsunade were left alone in the office, Naruto looked to her. "So Jonin?" Naruto asked as Tsunade nodded at her grandson. "I'm guessing I have more missions to do?" Naruto asked as Tsunade again nodded. "Yeah, your first mission is to take these to Suna," Tsunade said and handed Naruto a classified scroll. "It's an S-ranked mission, mainly for its severity and how it needs to be done sooner than later," Tsunade said as Naruto nodded and took the scroll. As soon as Naruto took it, he vanished from inside the office and appeared on a roof before starting to jump from roof to roof. -2 months later, Naruto reappeared inside of the Hokage office with his Jonin vest on. "Hey, Granny," Naruto said as Tsunade looked up. "Last mission done. Now I can leave for the 12 Guardians," Naruto said as Tsunade sighed and shook her head. "Emergency happened that is crucial to the village. Sasuke Uchiha has left to try and join Orochimaru to support the current retrieval team," Tsunade said as Naruto looked at her before sighing. "Dead or alive?" Naruto asked simply as Tsunade bit her lip. "Try for alive. If not, bring him back dead and destroy his eyes," Tsunade said, getting a nod from Naruto, who vanished. With Naruto was dashing through the forest heading towards where he felt Choji's chakra. Upon reaching him, Naruto unsealed his katana and looked around to see a dead Jirobo, and he looked at Choji and flared his chakra, knowing the medic ninja were close. As soon as he flared his chakra, he left the area and found the rest of the retrieval team. He then bumped into Shikamaru and Temari, and he smiled at her. "Hey Mari," he said softly before he looked away, feeling a sinister chakra signature. "I gotta go. I'm on orders from Tsunade. After we should have lunch," Naruto said before leaving. Temari stood there and groaned. "Damned boyfriend," Temari mumbled as she and Shikamaru started to head back to the village. As soon as Naruto got close enough to Sasuke's signature, he landed and looked around and sighed. "The Valley of the End, huh?" Naruto asked as Sasuke growled at him. "So you're here, Naruto?" Sasuke asked as Naruto nodded. "Why do you not want to kill Itachi?" Sasuke asked seriously as Naruto smirked. "Because I know why he killed the clan," Naruto stated before he held his katana and looked at Sasuke seriously. "Anyways, are we going to fight?" "Hopefully before Petamura gets here and tries for my eyes," Naruto stated as he took a deep breath, and Sasuke activated Curse Mark Stage 2. Naruto dashed from standing on Hashirama's head and Sasuke from Madara's head. As soon as Naruto went to swing his blade, Sasuke blocked with his hand-like wings, and Naruto smirked. "So the curse mark allows your body to adapt to nature chakra, huh?" Naruto mused to himself as he jumped back and held a one-handed tiger seal, and then shouted "Kitan Gokakyu no Jutsu," and shot a large fireball from his mouth that flew across the now steaming water from the heat of the fireball and hit Sasuke, who then dived into the water. Naruto smirked and tapped the water with his foot before holding a bird seal swait on. "Suiro no Jutsu," Naruto said, and Sasuke's body rose from the water into a prison in Naruto's hand, and Naruto looked at him, "Going to stop?" Naruto asked as Sasuke growled and channeled lightning chakra as Naruto grinned. "I'm a natural at right on Sasuke. Maybe you should give up before I start to make lava," Naruto said seriously as Sasuke growled again, and his wing hands shot out and punched Naruto across the river until Naruto stood up properly and grinned. "Seems you'd rather I actually try, huh?" Naruto asked, licking the blood off his lip. "What do you mean? You're obviously trying," Sasuke shouted as Naruto chuckled before cackling and smirking at Sasuke. "Oh, am I? Realized I haven't used any Kekkei Genkai that I know to use," Naruto asked as he flipped through hand signs and held up a snake hand sign before shooting a couple globs of lava off to the right. "I can also use boil release and wood release, but I've only used 2 basic releases," Naruto said before he heard a growl in his mind. "Naruto, let's show him all of our chakra," Naruto heard Kurama say as Naruto made a fox-like grin and a red shroud of fox-like chakra surrounded Naruto, and 3 tails exploded from his tailbone, and Naruto grinned. I have only just used this because the QB asked me to show you all of this, Naruto said with a grin before he vanished from his spot and kicked Sasuke into Madara's statue's face. Sorry, grandpops, but I'm beating this little shit, Naruto said as he vanished again and started to subconsciously use the dance of the teleporter in beating Sasuke until he kicked Sasuke into the wall of the valley and he landed on the lower area and sighed as he landed, seeing Sasuke standing up with his shirt covered in cuts that pierced his skin. Naruto kept his gaze on Sasuke, who ran towards Naruto, who followed Sasuke's moves without his Sharingan. As soon as Sasuke got close enough, Naruto moved his head, seeing Sasuke throw a punch, and he continued to dodge each punch Sasuke made until he sighed and raised his leg before shooting it through Sasuke's guard and into Sasuke's gut, launching him across the water as Naruto stretched his shoulders out. Damn it! Sasuke growled as he got up slowly, his mouth covered in saliva from choking at the pressure of Naruto's kick. He went through hand signs as fast as he could and shouted Chidori. As soon as Naruto heard that, his eyes narrowed, and he glared at Sasuke. Fine. You want to use a stolen jutsu? I'll show you an original of my father's that I know you won't be able to steal, Naruto said as he held out his hand, and instantly a Rasengan formed. Rasengan, Naruto said simply as Sasuke's Sharingan eyes widened at the chakra sphere. Sasuke gulped before breaking out into a sprint towards Naruto. Once in range, he shot his Chidori-coated hand at Naruto, who dodged it, and then put his Rasengan in front of it until the Chidori expelled and Naruto let the Rasengan dissipate. You see, Sasuke, you can't beat me, Naruto said as he let down Kurama's chakra cloak. As he got close to Sasuke, he dodged punches and kicks from the boy before appearing next to him and chopping his neck hard, knocking him out. Sleep while I take you to Konoha, Naruto said before feeling 11 signatures closing in. He looked to the largest one. Of course you're here, Orochimaru, he growled. He got prepared to defend himself, and Sasuke, as he closed his eyes and channeled chakra into his eyes enough to activate his Mangekyou. As soon as he knew he had enough chakra, he opened them, and in his Mangekyou blazed to life as Orochimaru landed opposite him and the 10 others behind him. Oh, you have the same eyes as Itachi, huh? Orochimaru said as Naruto tched in disgust at the snake. I've been ordered to take him back dead or alive. Really, with to test me, Orochimaru? Naruto asked seriously as Orochimaru smirked. Oh, I am, Orochimaru said as he vanished and appeared in front of Naruto, preparing to punch him, only to see him smirk before he was put in a Jinjutsu that he hasn't seen before. Tsukiyomi, he heard Naruto whisper before they appeared in a red world. Welcome, Orochimaru, to my world, Naruto said with a grin as Orochimaru was on a stake. Let's see how immortal your mind is after I've tortured it, Naruto said. -3 seconds later. Naruto wiped the blood from his eye as he grinned at the screaming Orochimaru and turned to the other 10 people to see blank masked Dumbu. So Danzo, send his pawns, Naruto asked as he vanished with Sasuke on his shoulder, pulling off one of the masks and then unsealing Muramasa and smirking. Prepare, Naruto said simply before vanishing again, and the next thing the 10 knew was darkness after a load of pain, and then nothing as Naruto looked to the slowly recovering Orochimaru. Run, snake, Naruto said with a growl. After all, foxes do sometimes devour snakes, and I have one with a 1,000-year-long hunger, Naruto said, and the next thing he knew his back felt lighter, and he spun around only to see Sasuke on the other wall. Sasuke, run. Get to Otogakure, Orochimaru shouted as he heard another growl from Naruto, and Sasuke started to run over the border, and Orochimaru smirked. Now he's out of your range to grab him, Orochimaru said as he slowly sunk into the floor as Naruto bolted at him, intending to kill him, which made Orochimaru speed up his disappearing. As soon as Naruto was the only one in the valley, he punched the ground, subconsciously channeling chakra into it, creating a creator. Damn it, Naruto shouted until he felt a hand on his shoulder and saw Kakashi smiling sadly. Let's go home, Naruto, Kakashi said as Naruto nodded and sighed. I almost had him, Kakashi, Naruto said softly as Kakashi rubbed his head. It was a Sannin you were up against. I don't blame the mission for failing, Kakashi said as Naruto nodded softly as the two walked back to Konoha. Upon reaching Konoha, Naruto and Kakashi walked straight to Konoha General Hospital. As soon as Naruto entered, he sat in the waiting room for Tsunade. He completely forgot about the Sand siblings being here and groaned when he felt Temari sit on his lap. Mari, he whispered as she nodded with a hum. I failed it, Naruto whispered again as she played with hair. How so? She asked and Naruto explained everything to her, and she nodded and cuddled his head into her shoulder and kissed his temple as he wrapped his arms around her waist. Kakashi, seeing the scene, smiled as he saw his sensei Minato and his wife Hikari in the same position and smiled with a small amount of nostalgia. They remind me so much of Sensei and Hikari, he said to himself, only to jump when he heard someone hum in agreement and turned to see Jiraiya. Hikari was Minato's biggest weakness. The two were almost always together, Jiraiya said as Kakashi nodded softly. They then saw Tsunade walking over to the young couple. Naruto, Tsunade said as Naruto looked at her with a soft smile. Hey Granny, he said in a defeated tone, one that didn't suit him. Mission failed, he whispered as Tsunade now understood and nodded. Have some time with Temari, and I'll get your report later, Tsunade said as she ruffled his head as he nodded, and she watched the couple stand up and leave. He's maturing better than you, Tsunade said over her shoulder to Jiraiya as he scoffed. Of course he is, he's Minato and Hikari's kid. Watching his mom die does that to you, he whispered as Tsunade nodded. With Naruto and Temari were walking while holding hands. Where do you want to go and eat? Temari asked as Naruto hummed. We can go to this amazing ramen stand I've been to a couple times, Naruto said as she nodded, and the two walked towards the ramen stand, and he opened the flaps sitting on a stool as he saw Ayam, if he remembered correctly, come out. Oh hey Naruto, here for your usual? Ayam asked as Naruto chuckled with a nod. And what would you like? She asked politely to Temari as Temari looked at the options. Shrimp ramen please, Temari said as Ayam nodded and shouted into the kitchen. Dad, Naruto's regular order and a shrimp ramen for his girlfriend, Ayam shouted and got a reply of, okay sweetie. As soon as she handed the order in, she turned to see a suddish Naruto. What's wrong Naruto? Ayam asked as he chuckled. I was on a mission to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. It's the first mission I've actually failed, Naruto said as Ayam chuckled and shook her head. The invincible Naruto Uchiha failed a mission? Wait until Izumo finds out, Ayam said as Naruto looked at her. You two hit it off, he asked as Ayam nodded and Naruto held his hand out. We made a bet on it. Don't be stingy about it, Naruto said as Ayam grumbled and handed him 100 Ryo, and Naruto smiled. Thank you, he said, putting the money into the tips jar. Buy yourselves something nice, Naruto said as he saw Teuchi come out with the ramen and place it on the counter. Thanks Teuchi, Naruto said with a bow as he started to eat, as did Temari, who froze. So good, she mumbled as Naruto smirked. Seems we have a new Ichiraka lover, Naruto said as he continued eating, seeing his girlfriend nod. How'd you find this place? Temari asked as Naruto laughed. When I was at the academy one time, I challenged Choji Akimichi that I'd find a place that made better food than the Akimichi's barbecue. After all, me, him, and Shika always ate there at lunch, so while searching I saw this place and came to try it. Ever since, every other day we'd have lunch here, and then at the barbecue place, Naruto said as he continued. How is Choji and Shikamaru, Naruto? Teuchi asked as Naruto flinched a little. When I last saw Choji, he was in a coma from taking a red food pill if I had to guess, and Shika's got a broken finger from their last mission, Naruto said as Teuchi nodded and looked to Ayam. You know we do delivery, right? Ayam asked Naruto as he nodded, and then seemed to figure out what they were on about. I'll take some to Choji's room when me and Mari finish here, Naruto said as Teuchi nodded. So this is the Sand Princess? Teuchi asked as Temari nodded and Naruto rubbed his head. I'll have to warn you, this boy can eat quite a lot, Teuchi said as Naruto pouts a little as Temari giggled. I could guess from our dates during the Chunin exams and the amount he would make when we had picnics, Temari replies, giggling softly as Naruto grumbled. Not my fault that the QB gives me a huge appetite because of the metabolism, Naruto grumbled, getting laughs from everyone there. He looked at them and smiled before laughing softly. After that, the four started to talk for about 30 minutes until Naruto and Temari stood up with an karakuri box and started to walk towards the hospital with a soft smile. Thanks Mari, Naruto said as she smiled at him. For? She asked as he turned to her. Being there for me, It reminds me of how my mom and dad were from what I've read, Naruto said as she smiled at him. They kept walking until they reached a door with the nameplate Choji Akimichi, and Naruto knocked, hearing it come in. He opened it to see Shikamaru sat there and held up the box. I got ramen from Ichiraku's, Naruto said as Shikamaru chuckled softly when Naruto put the box down and opened it. As soon as the scent filled the room, Naruto heard Shikamaru's stomach growl, and he placed the bowl in front of him with a pair of chopsticks. Huh. I even got the Choji special, seems I'll have to have it, Naruto said. As if by miracle, Choji shot up in bed and took the bowl and chopsticks from Naruto and held them defensively, getting laughs from the other three. Welcome to the world of the living again, Choji, Naruto said jokingly. Yeah, Choji said as he slurped down the ramen. The four started to talk until they heard the door open and saw Tsunade stood there confused. How? He should have been out for at least a week, Tsunade asked, shocked as Naruto laughed. The wonders of the Choji special from Ichiraku's, Naruto said as Shikamaru nodded. It must have something that heals Choji up from the scent alone. He was like an Inuzuka dog when Naruto opened the Karakuri box, Shikamaru said as Temari giggled and saw her brothers behind Tsunade. Oh, we're leaving already? Temari asked as Gaara nodded stiffly and Naruto smiled softly. I'll see you over the next 3 years, Naruto said as he cuddled Temari. I promise, he said as Temari nodded, and she walked out with her siblings as Naruto turned to Tsunade. Report time, I guess, he said as she nodded, and the two walked to her office, Naruto enjoying the breeze. As soon as they reached the office, they became serious when Tsunade sat down. Report, she said as Naruto nodded and explained everything, and she went quiet before nodding. Thank you for the detailed report, Naruto, she said as she sighed and looked at him. Go get packed and prepare for tomorrow, Tsunade said as she pointed to the clock showing it was already 6 p.m., and he nodded as he vanished in a shunshin, appearing outside his home. When he entered, he walked straight to the back room and looked for a gunbai and Kama fighting style he could learn so he could use the gunbai. While looking, he saw a larger than average scroll and pulled it out before unrolling it, and his eyes widened. The Panthera summons, he whispered as he rubbed the third crossed-out name and smiled. Mom's summons, he whispered again. He rolled it back up and slung it on his back and ran towards Training Ground 7. Once he got there, he flashed through hand signs and summoned Bunta. Hey Bunta, I have a request, Naruto said as Bunta looked to him. That is? Bunta asked as Naruto smiled and unrolled the scroll on his back. May I be allowed to sign the Panthera contract as well as the Toads? Naruto asked as Bunta looked at Naruto and thought for a moment before he saw the most recent crossed out the name, and he nodded. As boss summon of the Toads, I will allow it. Now you just need permission from the Panthera summons boss, Bunta said before vanishing as Naruto quickly filled in the scroll with his name and flashed through the hand signs and summoned the boss Panthera. When it appeared, it was the same height as the Hokage Tower, and it had black leopard spotted fur, although the spots were barely visible. Who summons me? The leopard exclaimed as Naruto cleared his throat. I do. I was wondering if I may be allowed to have access to your summons while also having the Toads, Naruto said as the leopard sniffed the boy and realized he had a familiar scent. You smell familiar, the leopard said as Naruto smiled softly. My mom was your previous summoner, Naruto said as the leopard nodded with wide eyes. Why do you wish to be our summoner? The leopard asked as Naruto smiled softly. I wish to honor both my mother and my father by having both of their summons and hopefully mastering all of the summons abilities, Naruto said with a large smile as the leopard nodded and its claw shot out before tapping Naruto's head, confusing him. I have deemed you worthy of our contract. Don't make me regret it, Naruto said the leopard. You may call me Milo, the fastest summon in the whole elemental region, Milo said as Naruto smiled. Thank you, Milo, Naruto said as Milo nodded and vanished. Naruto gained a random memory that wasn't his own of using the bird sign instead for summoning the Pantheras and chuckled. That's what you meant by being worthy? Naruto whispered as he rolled the scroll up and hid it in a small scroll before using the regular summoning jutsu to summon Bunta. Just telling you it worked, Naruto said, getting a nod from Bunta as Naruto unsealed a large barrel of sake, Kumo's finest, as promised. Naruto said as Bunta laughed and vanished with the barrel. After that, Naruto smiled and went back to searching for styles to use all of his weapons with. and spent the time until 11 p.m. doing that where he showered and went to bed. The next morning, Naruto arrived at the gates with a large smile as he saw Jiraiya. "Hey there, perv," Naruto said as Jiraiya grumbled. "Guess who got a second summoning contract?" Naruto exclaimed as Jiraiya looked surprised. "How?" Jiraiya asked as Naruto smirked. "I found the Panthera contract summoned Bunta asked his permission and summoned the Panthera leader and Gore their permission," Naruto said with a smirk as Jiraiya shook his head as the two started to walk. "Only your luck, brat," Jiraiya said, getting a laugh from Naruto. "On our way there, I want to tell you the ins and outs of Senjutsu, and hopefully, when we finish the training trip, you'll be able to start training in it," Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded and smiled. This was the last that Konoha saw of Naruto and Jiraiya for the next 3 years. -1 week before Naruto returns to Konoha. Over the past 3 years, Naruto has grown up quite nicely and also gained a lot of experience between escorting the daimyo to all of his meetings, and then after taking on small missions in place of Jiraiya, and even learning the basics of Jiraiya's spy network. Using his knowledge of the spy network, Naruto contacted some of the stronger spies and made a small group with them who report mainly to him as their leader. Strength-wise, he could fight Sage Mode Jiraiya with about 30% of his full power, and he was still getting stronger. His vision over the years from mastering his ocular techniques has significantly diminished. Although he can still see, he can't see too far. He would say his vision is about 40%, but lies and says 50%. Currently, he was sat on the edge of a king-sized bed rubbing a blonde-haired woman's head. "Hey Mari, I gotta go," he whispered, getting a moan from her as her arms wrapped around his waist, and he smiled, looking down, remembering he was only in his underwear after staying the night in Temari's house. "How about a promise?" he whispered as she hummed. "Next time I see you, I'll be ready," he whispered as her eyes shot open, and he smiled at her and leaned down and kissed her head. "Sound like a deal?" he asked as she thought about it before letting go of him, getting a soft smile as he stood up and pulled on his clothes. He wore baggy pants that didn't touch his legs at all, and a skin-tight umbu shirt with a chainmail-like armor over it, and then another shirt over that. He put on his shoes before pulling on his haori and kissing Temari's head. "I'll see you when I propose, I guess," he whispered, getting a happy nod as he vanished in a smokeless shunshin. When he appeared at the gates, he saw Jiraiya stood there, and he smirked. "So where to next, Gramps?" Naruto said jokingly to his grandmother's boyfriend and his teacher. "We're going to check in on some contacts, and then home," Jiraiya said, getting a nod from Naruto, who hummed lightly. The two walked in silence until they made it to Fire Country, and Naruto smiled. "So, brat, what did Temari say about your tattoo?" Jiraiya asked as Naruto chuckled. "Before or after she threatened to kill me?" Naruto asked, getting a deadpan look from Jiraiya as Naruto sighed. "She wanted to kill me until she found out why I have it," Naruto said as he popped a lollipop stick into his mouth. "Why do you have it?" Jiraiya asked as Naruto smirked. "For my new organization that will be named when we make out first move," Naruto said, getting look from Jiraiya. "Named?" Jiraiya asked as Naruto smirked. Now pervy sage. That would be telling," Naruto said as he hummed. "Besides, the members are strong enough and stealthy enough to get around the whole elemental nations without being realized," Naruto said. "Could I know a couple?" Jiraiya asked as Naruto shrugged. "Yeah, sure. Biggest hint is that you know him because he works for you and the other is his partner," Naruto said as he felt the same too. He was talking about getting closer. Jiraiya asked until he saw Kisame and Itachi appear. "Itachi and Kisame," Naruto said with a smile. "So, anything new?" Naruto asked as Jiraiya, who had gotten on guard, had face-faulted. "Yeah," Jiraiya asked as Naruto hummed. "Oh right, Itachi and Kisame are 2 members, 2 of my 3 spies in the Akatsuki, if you will. Meanwhile, I have members in every nation," Naruto said as Itachi nodded, while Kisame gave a toothy grin before Itachi spoke up. "We've been reassigned from capturing the Kyuubi," Itachi said as Naruto hummed. "Right. Tell me where and report on the second project," Naruto said as Itachi nodded. "We're being assigned the Yonbi and Gobi," Itachi said as Naruto nodded with a hum. "Kisame, the second project I gave you, and Samahata?" Naruto asked as Kisame nodded. "Samahata got a large amount of Tobi's chakra," Kisame said as Naruto hummed. or as Jiraiya knows him, the Masked Man, or as he is calling himself, Madara Uchiha Kisame finished, as Naruto hummed. Right? I wish to know what it's like, Naruto said, getting a growl from Samahata as Kisame nodded. It's an Uchiha with parts of a Senju artificially installed, Kisame said as they felt Naruto's chakra flare heavily, forcing them to the ground. Which Senju? He asked blankly. Hashirama, Kisame said with sweat on his forehead, and they felt the chakra increase. I wish to know, Naruto asked blankly, kneeling in front of Samahata as he held up gray hair in front of her. Does this hair feel the same or similar to it? Naruto asked as Samahata ate the residual chakra off the hair before nodding. How so? Naruto asked as Kisame replied for Samahata. Artificially, Kisame said as Naruto growled, and they felt his chakra vanish. So Naruto said, burning the hair. I want you two to warn the Yanbi and Gobi about the Akatsuki. Tell them as much as you know about members and extend an invitation to our group, Naruto said as Kisame and Itachi nodded before vanishing. Naruto stood there smirking as Jiraiya finally got up. What did you need Kakashi's hair for? Jiraiya asked as Naruto smiled. Samahata just told me who the Masked Man is, Naruto said as they started walking. Who did Kakashi get his eye from? Naruto asked as Jiraiya's eyes widened. Obito, he said as Naruto nodded. Bastard practically killed his own teacher, Naruto said as they kept walking, and Naruto continued. But he committed a sin to the leaf and artificially produced Hashirama cells and attached them to himself. Or he had help, Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded. I also have reason to believe my grandfather was still alive until a little before I was born, Naruto said as he hummed. That would be enough help to get the cells, as according to my grandmother's diary, he had taken a large amount of Hashirama cells when biting him at the end of their fight, Naruto said as he hummed. That could be who Orochimaru got the cells from. He used to be a part of the Akatsuki, Jiraiya said as Naruto nodded. Also, you said your group has members in every country? Jiraiya asked as Naruto nodded. Even Tetsu? Jiraiya asked as Naruto nodded. Yeah, one being their leader Mifune, who respected my sword skills, and another being Mugen, Naruto said before smirking. That's all you're getting, Naruto said as Jiraiya chuckled. Right? Your group's name is what though? Jiraiya asked as Naruto hummed. Well, about the name, Naruto said sheepishly as he rubbed his head looking away. We still don't have one, Naruto said as he heard Jiraiya choke. A group so big and you don't have a name yet? Jiraiya asked as Naruto shook his head. We're mainly just trying to stop the Akatsuki and bring peace through talks and such, Naruto said with a shrug. Kisame said as long as he can spar with me, he doesn't mind what we do, Naruto said as he hummed. Considering there is 13 people, I don't know what to call it, Naruto said. Well, going to be 13, Naruto said as Jiraiya thought for a moment. So, all the Jinchurikis, 3 people from the Akatsuki and 1 person from Tetsu? Jiraiya asked as Naruto sighed. Excately that, Naruto said as they kept walking. Sadly, the Sanbai will need to reform somewhere before I can go talk with it, and hopefully I get to it before the Akatsuki do, Naruto said as Jiraiya nodded. Plus, if my gut is right, then it will be this Tobi who is going after the Sanbai with another member, Naruto said as they entered a bar and sat down. Naruto listened in to Jiraiya's conversation with the spy, and after the conversation the two walked out. So, Orochimaru went into hiding, Naruto said thoughtfully as Jiraiya nodded, the two walking slowly towards Konoha. -1 week later. Over the week, Naruto had decided to name the group Elemental Guardians. He didn't know why, it's just a name that came to mind. As well as naming his group, he had successfully gained the Yanbi and Gobi to join his group, which was a huge plus for him. To top it off, he and Jiraiya kept sparring, and Naruto could now beat Jiraiya easily, with about 25% of his max strength, even as Jiraiya uses Sage Mode. Currently, our hero and his teacher were walking along the road to Konoha. I bet Granny Tsunade will be waiting for us, so there is no need to rush, Naruto said, already sensing Tsunade's chakra at the gates. If you want, I can Hiraishin us there? Naruto asked as Jiraiya nodded, and Naruto put his hand on Jiraiya's shoulder, and they vanished in a light yellow flash, reappearing on top of the gates. See, told you, Naruto said, holding out his hand as Jiraiya grumbled, handing him 30,000 Ryo as Naruto counted it. I love making bets with idiots who forget I'm a sensory nin, Naruto said, hopping off the gate as the two waiting for him got a better look at him. His hair had grown out, and judging from the hairband he had in it covered his face. His eyes had slightly dulled and darkened, giving them a look at deep ocean blue eyes opposite to his sky blue, and he stood at 6 feet 1 inch taller than both women. "Oh hey Sakura, you chakras changed a bit in 3 years," he said as he looked at her. "You learned Granny's super strength," he mused, surprising the two. "Your sensing is that good?" Tsunade asked as he nodded. "And the fact Sakura is constantly channeling chakra to her arms to keep them strengthened," Naruto said as he turned to Tsunade. "And hello, Granny. I missed you," he said as he opened his arms, and she hugged him. While in the hug, he sensed all the familiar chakras of his friends and even smiled a little. "Seems like Mari's here," he whispered to himself as Tsunade looked surprised. "She's on the other side of Konoha," Tsunade whispered as Naruto chuckled. "And I can sense from here to the daimyo's palace," Naruto said with a shrug before he turned to walk away until he heard Jiraiya. "I'm surprised you didn't tell Tsunade about your tattoo," Jiraiya said with a smirk as Naruto froze and turned to glare at Jiraiya as Tsunade looked pissed. "What?" "It's true," Jiraiya said as Naruto grumbled about stingy old men. "How big is the tattoo?" Tsunade asked as Naruto sighed and mumbled. "Speak up," she said. "My whole back," Naruto said, surprising Sakura. "I got it for a reason. Now do you mind I gotta go see your soon-to-be future granddaughter-in-law who already knows about the tattoo?" Naruto said, vanishing from the spot. "Damn it, Naruto," Tsunade growled as Naruto had vanished. With Naruto, he reappeared in front of a door. "Room 803? Damn, Granny's gave her the luxury stay. Golden Leaf Hotel, huh?" Naruto mumbled as he knocked and heard some cursing and a quick "Coming." He heard feeding tapping on the wooden floor, and the door opened. "Sorry, I was just about to nap dash." She stopped when she saw Naruto there. "Hey Mari," he said as he soon felt her cuddling him with her arms tight around his neck. "I'm home," Naruto said as she smiled and nodded. "Oh, and I need to give you something." As soon as he said that, Temari let go and he popped a seal on his hand as a small engagement box appeared, and he opened it. "Will you be my wife?" he asked softly as he saw her nod. He slipped the ring onto her finger, and she smiled. "What are these for?" she asked, pointing to the seals, not recognizing them. Naruto chuckled as he pointed to them. "This one," he said, pointing to the first, "is the smallest Hiraishin marker I could make," Naruto said, surprising her. "And with the cubified gem in the eyes of the weasel and Kyubi," Naruto said, pointing to the blood-red gems. "I can always sense this one first," Naruto said, and pointed to the next seal. "This is a seal that only allows me and you to remove it. A blood seal of sorts with electrocutes anyone else," Naruto said, and pointed to the second to last. This one protects you with a small chakra like armor as long as chakra is being pumped into it," Naruto said with a smirk. "And with the final seal constantly taking in nature chakra and converting it to regular chakra and pumping it into the third seal," Naruto said as her eyes widened. "I have an infinite shield," she said as he nodded and felt her grab his face before kissing him as he smiled. "Do I get these for each present I give you?" he asked as she shook her head, and he chuckled. "Why are you in Konoha anyways?" he asked as she handed him a scroll that's next to her door, and he read it. "Oh yeah, Chunin exams and Suna's hosting it," he read as he hummed softly. "Ooh, that's interesting. You're ambassador and organizer alongside Shika," he said, getting a nod from her as he handed her it back and kisses her head. "I look forward to seeing the Chunin hopefuls fail," he said with a smirk. "Nara dash," she said as he nodded. "I know we want them to pass," Naruto said before remembering something. "I just remembered Kinomaru would be joining along with his little gang of misfits," Naruto said, getting a giggle from Temari as he kissed her head. "Anyways, I gotta go. Something about Granny wanting to test my skills since I've been out of the village for 3 years," he said with a shrug as she giggled. "I'll see you soon. I love you," she whispered as he smiled and kisses her softly. "I love you too, Mari," he said before vanishing as she closed the door. When Naruto reappeared, he was stood in Tsunade's office and looked around with a soft smile. "Hey, Granny," he said as she looked up from her paperwork. "Brat," she said as he pouted a little. "I'd prefer being called the village's strongest," he said as she scoffed before sighing. "So you beat Jiraiya?" she asked as he nodded. "Using about a quarter of my complete strength," Naruto said as he took a seat, and the grandmother and grandson talked for a short while until they heard the doors open and Naruto saw Sakura and Shizen entering. "Hey, you two," he said as he took a sip from the sake saucer on the desk in front of him. "Who's this?" Shizen asked, not seeing how Naruto looked now as Sakura giggled seeing the depressing aura appear around Naruto. "Take a guess who the brat is, Shizen," Tsunade said, taking a sip of her saucer while Naruto was crouched in the corner drawing circles on the floor. "Naruto?" she asked as he jumped up and his aura changed instantly as he cuddled. "I knew my big sister wouldn't forget me," he said cheerfully as she giggled softly, cuddling him until he let go and hummed. "So you'd probably want to test my strength?" Naruto asked as Tsunade nodded, and he hummed. "Who am I fighting? You, Kakashi, or Gramps?" Naruto asked as Tsunade looked to him. "If what you said was true, then Kakashi wouldn't be a match for you. So you'll be fighting me and Jiraiya," Tsunade said, surprising the two occupants, and this is when Temari and Shikamaru entered while Naruto was humming in thought. "Yeah, sure, I'll accept the fight. In return, when I win, you have to give me a small holiday. I'll need it to go learn Sage Mode from the Toads and learn some stuff from the Pantera summons," Naruto said as Tsunade sighed. "If you win, consider it granted," Tsunade said as Naruto smirked like a fox. "Hey, Mari," Naruto said, turning on his heel, walking up to his fiancée and cuddling her, kissing her head softly. Before he could speak anymore, a small puff of smoke appeared on Tsunade's desk, and Naruto hummed. "Kichi? What's happened?" Naruto asked as Kichi locked eyes with him. "Akatsuki have been spotted about a day away from Suna," Kichi said as Naruto's face turned serious. "Tell one of the Toads in Suna to go warn Gaara to start getting people into shelters. Also tell Gaara that backup's coming, don't worry," Naruto said as he looked to Tsunade, who nodded. "Jonin Naruto, Elite Jonin Kakashi, you will take Chunin Sakura and Suna Jonin Temari to Suna to assist in countering the attack of the Akatsuki and prevent them gaining the Ichibi. I won't accept failure on this mission," Tsunade said as she sat up straight. "This is Sakura's first S-rank mission, so make sure she returns safe, okay, Naruto?" Tsunade asked as Naruto nodded. "Course, Granny. I wouldn't want one of your students being killed," Naruto said as he looked at her. "Who's in charge of the mission?" he asked, seeing Kakashi at the window listening in. "I wish to see how well you perform as the team leader. If you perform well, you may end up getting promoted to Elite Jonin," Tsunade said as Naruto nodded. "Meet at the gates to Suna in 30 minutes. Anyone tardy will be left to catch up, and I'm serious. This is an S-rank mission with the potential to destroy the whole continent," Naruto said seriously as they nodded and left in their own shunshin while Naruto stayed behind and sighed. "I guess you don't have any lollipops I could take?" Naruto asked as Tsunade raised a brow. "Lollipops? What?" Tsunade asked as he laughed. "You don't want me being like a Suma now, do you?" he asked as Tsunade shook her head and opened a drawer, handing him a large bag. "Jiraiya told me about it," she said as he smiled and grabbed one out while sealing away the bag. "Right. Thanks. I'll see you later," he said, vanishing in a flash of yellow as Tsunade smiled. "He truly is the strongest in the village," Tsunade said as Shizen looked confused. "Why do you say that, Lady Tsunade?" Shizen asked as Tsunade giggled. "He can use the Hiraishin with proficiency that even his father or my granduncle couldn't get. He uses it like it's second nature. The same proficiency that Shursui had with the Shunshin," Tsunade said as Shizen's eyes widened. "And we haven't even seen his proficiency with Mokuton," Tsunade finished. "Troublesome," they heard before looking to see Shikamaru leaving after hearing everything, and Shizen giggled while Tsunade sighed. With Naruto and the assist team. Naruto had stood there and saw the three other members of the team there. "We start now. I want to be at Suna before dusk, so I'll summon a toad to get us there faster. Make sure to channel chakra into your feet to stick to the toad," he said as he bit his thumb, drawing blood, and held up the final sign for the summoning jutsu, that being rammed before a large orange toad with a Haori for boss appeared. "Hey, Chief Toad," Naruto said as the toad grunted. "Naruto," the toad said as he smiled slightly and realized three other people. "Who are these people?" Gamabunta asked as Naruto replied. "You know Kakashi from my dad, but the others are Sakura and Temari," Naruto said as Gamabunta nodded. "Good to meet you again, Kakashi. Although we should get going now," Bunta said as Kakashi nodded, and before the others could say anything, Gamabunta started to leap. "Where to?" Bunta shouted as Naruto chuckled and replied. "Suna." Gaara is going to be attacked by Akatsuki, Naruto shouted back as Bunta leapt towards Kaze no Kuni and Mangekyou. -3 hours later, sunset. Naruto hopped off of Gamma Bunta's head with his team. Thanks, Bunta, he said as Bunta nodded and vanished in some smoke. Once they turned around and saw Jonin guards stood there who bowed and let them enter, Naruto made some clones upon entering. You four, stand at the gates and hide. There might be a traitor, so if you find him I want you to arrest him before he can do anything, Naruto said as they nodded and vanished. What do you mean, Naruto? Temari asked as Naruto chuckled. It's just a precaution, Naruto said as they walked into a village, and he smiled softly as they walked towards the Kazekage building. Upon reaching the building they walked to Gaara's office and entered. Naruto, Gaara said as he entered and got away from his friend. I've come with my fiancé and our second best Jonin along with the second or third best medic we have, Naruto said as Gaara smiled at his friend. So you finally asked her? Gaara asked as Naruto nodded and held his hand out as a panther-like seal appeared on his hand before a katana with an S-shaped Tsubasa in the sheath as he put it at his side. Where'd you get the sword, Naruto? Temari asked as he smirked. Oh, this. It's a present from the Pantera summons. When I master the sword style and learn the sword's true name, I'll be able to take the name of Panther King from the summons, Naruto said as Temari's eyes widened as he looked to her. And you'll be their queen, he said before he looked to Gaara. Anyways, Gaara, has anyone been suspicious recently? Naruto asked as Gaara looked at him and nodded softly as Naruto hummed. Yes, Yura has recently been acting suspicious, Gaara said as Naruto nodded. Apart from that, no one, Gaara finished as Kankuro looked at his brother in surprise. Gaara, why'd you just tell him? Kankuro exclaimed as Gaara looked to Naruto who sighed. Crow and Shark are making their move against them as we speak now, Gaara, Naruto said as he nodded. Naruto here is my boss, our group's boss. He came up with the name recently, Gaara said, surprising the three who didn't know about it, and Temari looked at her future husband and brother. You're in Naruto's group? Temari asked as Gaara nodded. Yeah, Gaara was one of the first people I recruited, Naruto said as he looked out the window as his eyes glazed, and he smirked. Seems Yura's been caught, Naruto said as he gained the memories of a clone one of his clones made after catching Yura. Naruto hummed as he felt two large signatures getting closer to Suna as he sighed. Seems they're here, Naruto said as they nodded. Naruto opened the window, and the group of 6 vanished as Naruto reappeared on the wall beside Gaara. So how has your relationship with Shikaku come along? Naruto asked as Gaara looked to him. We're close enough that I'm allowed to sleep with the seal released, and he doesn't try to escape, Gaara said as Naruto nodded. So, us against Deidara while the others take on Sasori? Naruto asked as Gaara nodded and Naruto smirked seeing the clay bird as the rest arrived, and Naruto smiled. You four have got Sasori, alright? Naruto asked as they nodded and Naruto's body sparked with electricity, and he smirked as he saw Gaara become as they landed on the sand, and Naruto looked at the clay bird before vanishing and ramming a Chidori through its head before burning the rest with Amaterasu, after activating the Mangekyou Sharingan, before returning next to Gaara and seeing a pissed-off blonde with a scratched Awagakure headband in a black cloak with red clouds. Next to him a wooden-like person both with a scowl. The Ichibi and Kyubi? Sasori, my man, we have the best luck, the blonde said as Naruto chuckled. Seems Sasori is hiding behind a puppet. Good luck, you four, Naruto said as he grabbed Deidara and nodded to the Shikaku who nodded, and both took off as Naruto was holding Deidara's neck.